It's Championship Decision Day in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. Welcome along, everybody. By the end of today, we will know the identity of all 6 of our 2025 champions in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We already know the identity of one of them, and that is in the sport division. The Rookie Championship has been claimed by Chester Kiefer. He's almost had a clean sweep in the rookie races. He's won all bar one of the rookie races, and he's come second in the other one, showing what a force he's going to be when he joins Porsche Carrera Cup France later on this year. The other 2 championships still very much alive and kicking. In the Pro-Am Championship is Henry Tuamala, who leads Anthony Imperato by 16 points. But in the overall championship, Flint Schuring leads Ariel Levy also by 16 points. And anybody who thinks this is all over, think again. We've had a really fascinating qualifying session this morning. And for this, the first of 2 races this afternoon, round 7 of the championship, Ariel Levy will be starting from pole position. Championship leader Flint Schuring starts in 4th place. And I have to tell you, that if they finish in the same positions that they start in, Ariel Levy will be just 4 points behind Flint Schuring in the championship. Of course, we've got 30 minutes of racing to come before all of that, as we leave the garage in the company of Zuren Spreng in the Pro-Am category. But to repeat that, if they finish in the same order they start in, Ariel Levy will be within 4 points of Flint Schuring in the championship. So it is far from over. Ariel Levy doing exactly what he needed to do, digging deep here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and putting the car on pole position for round 7. And of course, round 8, the final round of the championship, will come a little later on this afternoon. At the moment, the cars are heading round to the grid. In the Pro-Am Championship, is Henry Tuamala, who starts 21st on the grid. Anthony Imperato starts 30th on the grid. And if they finish in the same order they are in at the moment, by my calculations, Henry Tuamala will be confirmed the Pro-Am champion with 1 race still remaining. So still lots and lots of headlines to be made. Of course, we have 30 minutes of racing ahead of us. And during that period of time, an awful lot can change. And the Rookie Championship's not over either. Yes, first place in the Rookie Championship is over, but there's still a fight between Jelte Hofner, Mace Muller, Matthias Ferreira. They are separated by just 6 points. Jelte Hofner has 87 points. Mace Muller is just 4 points behind with 83, and Matthias Ferreira is 6 points behind with 81. And to get second place in the rookie standings would be a real shot in the arm for many of these drivers as they prepare for their championships this year. Most of these drivers going on to other championships, using this series firstly as an opportunity to get a championship under their belt, and secondly to get up to speed for the summer, because summer wins are made in the winter. And this, the 3rd ever season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, we have seen some fantastic racing. I mentioned it before the lunch break, I'll mention it again. The drivers who take part in this championship often go on to feature prominently in their respective summer championships. 6 drivers became champions in their summer championships last year, having taken part in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024. Angus Whiteside, Flint Schuring, who went on to become the rookie champion in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, Lee Moll, Marcello Tomansoni, Philip Wills and Seb Hopkins went on to become champions in their respective championships. And of course, Ariel Levy, who is our pole sitter and who is second in the championship, he is also the defending champion of the sport division He won it last year. He will be the first driver ever to make it back-to-back championships if he can beat Flint Schuring, but that is quite a mountain to climb. In the Pro-Am Championship, it was Alex Ryman last year. He's in the Pro Championship this year, so we're definitely going to get a new name on the cup for that one. Piers, I believe, is waiting for us down on the grid, so we're going to throw down to Piers, and time for your grid walk.
Brian, thank you very much. Yes, we're here on the grid and cars are just joining the grid at the back, but I wanted to just show all the viewers at home quite how long the run is down to turn one. In fact, so long you can't even see it because it goes over a crest, but very, very long way between the grid and turn one a big braking zone at the best of times. So looking forward to some good racing down to turn one in this one, and that'll be definitely a pinch point or a definitive time in the race, I'm sure. Right. Grid drivers are starting to arrive, including our pole position driver, the number 25, Ariel Levy. He's in the blue car with the white flash just coming into shot now. He'll be starting on the left-hand side of the grid, right of shot, as he starts from pole position once again. He's had plenty of poles this season. Of course, pole position at both races in Estoril, had plenty of poles last season as well. Just getting the car in position, making sure that it's all good on the grid, and I'm going to just pop in and have another quick word with Ariel. We had a quick word with him after after qualifying, after his lap, and I'm hoping we can get a word with him ahead of the race. Ariel, quick word, is that okay? Ariel, pole position once again. You're taking it, a few cars between you and Flint. I suppose your eyes are only forward.
Yeah, of course, my eyes are only forward, and I will only do what I can control myself.
Ariel, you always do, and we'll see how you get on in the race. Hopefully it will be a good race between him and a new driver to our championship this year. This is Theo Overhaus. Theo, very strong driver in Porsche Carrera Cup cars, rookie champion. I think he was rookie champion in the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany last year. Yes, he was. In 2023 he was, and clearly very fast around Barcelona. Theo, quick word, is that okay for the TV? Theo, new first race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, starting second on the grid, not a bad place to be.
Yeah, qualifying went quite well for me. Sadly, the second set I didn't manage to better my lap, but I'm still very satisfied with P2 and now full focus on the race, and hopefully I can finish it on P1.
Absolutely. Have you got any experience around Barcelona in these cars?
No, it's actually my first time here in Barcelona. I tested on Friday here the first time, so even for that I'm quite happy with P2 and now full focus, and I think P1 is possible.
Hey, well, only slightly in qualifying. If your second fastest lap was right there, so a good fastest lap from Ariel. What's your outlook ahead of the race?
Yeah, hopefully I can manage to have a good launch out from the start on, and then hopefully turn into the T1 as P1 and then manage the race. But also when I'm P2 after T1, I will fight for it, and hopefully you can go for Ariel Levy and have maybe a good overtake in the race.
We look forward to that. Theo, I'll leave you to your preparations ahead of the race. Theo in the 43 racing for Proton Huber competition there. Third place on the grid, Milan Marchak. Brilliant qualifying for Milan. It's only his third race weekend ever. His first race weekend was the second round here, or second event here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And I'm going to jump in and have a quick word with Milan because I haven't had a chance to catch up with him since qualifying, and I'm sure he'll be very happy. This car took some pretty hefty damage on Thursday. As you can see, some remnants of that still on the car, but clearly not slowing it down at all. Milan just having a quick word with his race engineer ahead of the race to make sure everything is okay. Milan, can we have a quick word? Yeah, we'll just give it 1 second, he says. I think he's chatting to the team to make sure everything's all right ahead of this race. Oh, he's going to be doing the positioning on the grid, which is with the tape. So why don't we watch this? So here we go. The team are putting a piece of tape on the white line, actually. Interesting how the drivers have to try and position themselves so accurately. It's actually very hard to see where you position the car on the grid. You sit so low in the car, and with all the roll cages and safety equipment, you need to have a point of reference. Milan, can I come in and have a quick word? Brilliant. Milan, amazing qualifying from yourself. Only, of course, your third race weekend, and you're sitting right behind our last season's championship winner.
Yeah, it's a very good feeling to get a good result like this, and now hopefully we can finish it in the racing.
What's been the catalyst for such a good pace this weekend? Are you just building after every weekend?
No, yeah, of course. Listen to the people that's giving you advice, and it's very useful. And of course myself, I think I'm driving really good for now, and hopefully making bigger steps in the future.
Absolutely, Milan. We look forward to seeing how you get on in the race. Good luck in that Milan one to watch in the future. Certainly only, I think, 17, 18 years old. Let me check how old he is, because he's a lot younger than me, that's for sure. There's number 69. I think I've got it written down. Yeah, 19 years old is Milan. So young driver racing in this championship, very, very new. And why don't we chat to our championship leader going into this race, Flint. Championship lead is still there. However, your nearest rival is a couple of places ahead. Are you going to be able to do anything about that?
Yeah, definitely. See if I can get a good start. And yeah, long race ahead, so we'll see what I can do.
Of course, a lot of long corners around here, so the front left especially takes a bit of a beating. Do you think tyre management will be something to consider?
Yeah, it's still a sprint race, but the tyres will definitely drop. So we'll see how the cars in between will manage it.
Flint, good luck in the race. We'll see how Flint gets on, of course, always one to watch. We chatted to Matthias Ferreira, who's starting in 5th place just a few moments ago during the, well, it was the lunchtime pit walk, but you may have noticed that producer James renamed it to the Piers' halftime show. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I enjoyed doing the lunchtime show anyway. We have a right to have a quick word, Sebastian. Sebastian Freimut. Sebastian is starting 6th place on the grid, I believe. Is it 6th or, am I 6th? Yes, P6. What are you thinking ahead of this race?
Yeah, it's just my first race of the season, so just keep it cool and keep it clean, and then I'll see what happens.
Of course, you joined us last season, so you know what these cars are like around this circuit. What are you expecting the race to be like? Is it going to be a processional, or are you going to get your elbows out?
There are a lot of young people, so I think it's going to be a bit tough, but everybody wants to race in the second race, so we'll see.
You say a lot of young people. You're not old yourself.
No, I'm not young, but there are a lot of youngsters, so can be a bit tough sometimes.
Absolutely, Sebastian. We'll see how you doing that. And good luck, Sebastian. Thank you very much to Tyre Competition for letting us just poke our head in there. Sasha Norden starting in 8th place. He, I think, would prefer. Well, actually, he was a lot higher than that, and a lot of the testing sessions would have preferred to have started higher than that. He's going to be having our onboard camera, certainly one to watch, and you'll see plenty of him throughout the race weekend, or well, I say the race weekend, it's just today, isn't it? So plenty of him throughout today. We just caught up with Joe Warhurst for Proton Huber Competition. He's been looking through his notes, I'm sure, ahead of this race, and we'll see how he moves on. Of course, his second race weekend in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and certainly one to watch for the future, another young driver. Colin Bernighausen, another strong driver in Porsches, racing in the Porsche 6 Career Cup Germany, and I'm being told I need to leave the grid. So Brian is going to take you through the start of this race, round number 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division.
Thank you, Piers. Great job, as always. I love the fact that Sebastian Freimut, at 23 years old, is talking about being surrounded by young drivers. Oh, they don't half start young, don't they? Here we are then. We're getting ready for round 7 of an 8-round season. It is championship deciding day for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and the cars are lined up in the glorious sunshine here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, a circuit that is 4.657 kilometers around. That equates to 2.894 miles, 14 turns, 8 to the right and 6 to the left. Unlike last weekend, they are running in a clockwise direction. There's a little bit of elevation change, and you can see the hill that they will climb. It's a long run, as Piers showed us, down towards turn 1, then the heavy braking for the second gear, turn 1. Racing speed, they're going to be reaching about 265 kilometers an hour just before this corner. Let's have a look at the grid. It's Ariel Levy, a very important pole position for him, with Theo Overhaus alongside Milan Marchak and Flint Schering, championship leader, line up on row 2 ahead of Matthias Ferreira, Sebastian Freimut, the very old Sebastian Freimut, with Domas Radonis and Sasha Norden lining up on row 4. On row 5 of the grid, it is Matthias Ferreira, and we'll see that shortly with... that should appear in a minute. No, it's not Matthias Ferreira, beg your pardon. Joe Warhurst will line up next with Colin Bernighausen for company. Gianluca Tucciaroglu will have Robin Knudsen alongside him. Then Chester Kiefer and Jonas Greif Nick Ho and Jelter Hoffner line up 15th and 16th, and on row 9, James Wallace with Sid Smith for company, an all British row there. Felix Neuhofer and Nathan Sharp line up on row 10, and Henry Tuamala, the pole sitter in the Pro Ams, lines up with Alex Ryan for company. Next up, it'll be Zoran Speng with Charles Visser, and then Draker Janssen with Karen Gayard alongside him. Josh Stanton lines up 27th with Thomas Cangrove for company, and then Mace Muller and Anthony Imperato, a lot of work to do from there. Luciana Martinez and Juan Pablo Vega line up on the back of the grid. As already mentioned, our leading rookie qualifying is Milan Marchak, a very impressive P3 for him, so a bit of work to do from there, but in a podium position if things finish as they are now. And talking as if things finish as they are now, if the race were to finish with Ariel Levy in first place and Flint Sherring in fourth, Levy will have closed to within 4 points of the championship leader with 1 round still to go. And a good attitude from Levy on the grid. When Piers spoke to him, he's just saying, not worrying about the things I can't control. What's going to happen behind me? I'm just going to worry about the stuff that I can control. And that's all you can do as a driver. So Ariel Levy very much looking ahead. He'll want to get into turn 1 first, and he'll let them all sort it all out behind them. But he has the big problem of Theo Overhaus. Now, Overhaus is here as a guest driver, but he can steal points away. And Overhaus would very much like to take some silverware back to Germany with him for his trouble. The Porsche Junior is a Porsche Junior for very good reason. He's extremely rapid, and he could prove to be a headache for Ariel Levy. He will know that Ariel will not want to be taking risks, because a DNF would be catastrophic for his championship. So the front row is going to be very interesting. The second row with the rookie pole sitter Milan Marchak and Flint Sherring alongside him, that's going to be interesting too. I think this first lap is going to be very significant as the cars now are all lined up on the grid, getting ready for what will be round 7 of an 8-round season. 5 red lights on, 5 red lights off. We are go. The cars fan out along the pit straight and in towards turn 1. It looks like a good launch for Ariel Levy. Now keep an eye on Theo Overhaus. Look at him weaving behind him, taken to the outside into turn 1. Flint Sherring's made a good start as well. Theo Overhaus trying to challenge around the wide outside of Ariel Levy. It looked like maybe Nathan Sharp in trouble at the back, and there's Draker Janssen also going spinning. So drama's further back. Looked like one of the target. No, it wasn't. That is Nick Ho in the other of the blue and white cars that has come to a stop. Now, what's happening here? Theo Overhaus has got past Ariel Levy. We have a new race leader, Flint Sherring, on the back bumper of Ariel Levy up into third place. But are we going to get a full course yellow or a safety car? Because there are stranded cars out on the track. The rest of the field comes streaming through. The noise is deafening. 32 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars all fighting for position. Around towards turn 7 they come, and we're into full course yellow. So all drivers are now asked to reduce their speed to 80 kilometers an hour. They'll need to drop into single file behind each other. So full course yellow at the moment. Absolutely no overtaking. They should all be going at the same speed. But exactly what Ariel Levy did not want. Theo Overhaus getting the jump on him on that opening lap. And there is the Nick Ho car. It's a different car to what we saw him in Valencia, but stranded at the side of the track. And there's still a little bit of scrapping going on. The safety car is now out, understandably. The full course yellow, kind of a halfway stop before the safety car. And I think Milan Marchak making his feelings known to Domas Radonis as to who should be in front out of those two. So safety car now emerges to pick the field up. I don't think this is going to be a particularly long safety car. I'm looking at my tracker and it looks to me, certainly it's saying that Chester Kiefer is running at the back as well. Now that may be a glitch or it may be the case. We'll wait for them to come across the timing beam to confirm that. But you can see in the picture there, Nick Ho car being retrieved by the hard-working staff here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. So at the moment, the clock carries on ticking. It's a 30-minute race, 30 minutes plus 1 lap. The cars, to remind you, with no ABS, the drivers need to weave to keep the heat in the tyres, because in a moment, the safety car will then peel off back into the pit lane and we will be back racing once again. Right, there is the safety car. And we can now confirm who is where. So clearly, Theo Overhaus got the jump on Ariel Levy, and he knew that Ariel Levy was not going to risk everything by trying to fight him for that lead. So Overhaus getting past Levy. Flint Scheuring has got up to 3rd place, so he's back in a very strong position. Matthias Verheera into 4th. Not a great start for Milan Marchak. He's down into P5. So Verheera is now the leading rookie. Milan Marchak just behind him. Domas Radonis in 6th ahead of Colin Bernickhausen. Good start from Sasha Norden up to 8th. And yes, I said I thought Chester Kiefer was running at the back. Well, that's why he has a deflated tyre. So it's going to be a long old struggle. He's around turn 12 at the moment. He's going to have to come back into the pits. That is certainly going to stop him from scoring any meaningful points in this race. He will rejoin at the back if indeed he does rejoin at all. But at the moment, he is just ambling his way around turns 13 and turns 14. Right, let's have another look at the start. A great view from the back, and you could see that Ariel Levy initially got a good launch, but Theo Overhaus, you saw him weaving into turn 1, ducking to the outside, and then out of shot, sweeping his way around the outside. And there was Nick Ho, who pulls off in turn 1. And apologies to the Nathan Sharp supporters, giving you a bit of a moment there. He's still going strong. He's in 14th place. So it was Overhaus who, off shot, managed to find a route past Ariel Levy. And you can see the amount of damage that flailing tyre does to the car. And I'm seeing indication of a red flag. So the red flag is out. So the race is being stopped completely. It means the clock will stop. The race stewards clearly have decided it's going to take too long to resolve whatever needs resolving, mainly moving that car. And they don't want to just waste the time of the race circulating behind a safety car with no racing. So the cars will now come back into the pit lane, and they will need to stop in the fast lane of the pit lane. So it will all come to a stop in the pit lane, and whatever needs to be sorted. I don't think anybody made contact with a barrier, so I don't think there's any barrier repairs. So I would suggest this is probably going to be a fairly short red flag period, but the drivers, having built themselves up since qualifying, got themselves in the rhythm, got the adrenaline flowing, and now it's all kind of with nowhere to go. They're all going to be sat in the pit lane in the glorious Spanish sunshine. And I would just say it is a lovely sunny day here, so we're not expecting any rain at the moment. Cars peeling off into the pit lane. The clock stops. We will get the Nick Ho car removed from the circuit, and then hopefully in a few moments we will be ready to get going again. But I don't think it is going to be an especially long red flag period. I think it's just going to be as long as it takes to get that car removed from the circuit. It's good because it means we don't lose valuable racing time. Obviously, if you're circulating behind the safety car, the clock carries on ticking, and we're not getting any racing. So here come the brave man jumping across the other side of the pit wall. Here come the rest of the cars. There's Joe Warhurst. He was hand carrying his seat insert through Heathrow Airport. Good luck with that. It was a massive box with his seat insert in, and he was hand carrying that out here to Barcelona just a couple of days ago. Good job there. Right, let's have another look here. Oh, and there was Overhaus getting past Levy, but we're looking towards the back. And there was Draker Janssen getting turned around. And I'm trying to see, was that Jelte Hofner? Not sure, but certainly a lot of action. That turns 1 and 2, always a bit tricky. And a lot of the cars not making it. We said the first lap was going to be interesting, didn't we? It might have been Mace Muller that got together with him. Whichever way, it means that Draker Janssen, well, he said he wanted to push forwards, and he said podium is not entirely out of the possibilities, but it's, more difficult. I'd say it's going to be a very steep mountain to climb, and it will be a fairly extraordinary race. If Drake Jansen can make it from 30th to a podium position, without wishing to be a doom-monger there, but he's going to have a long afternoon ahead of him, and is probably already getting his head into the zone for round 8, which will be the last race of the season a little bit later on. So we're on board there. Matthias Ferreira, we see him waiting. Drivers are able to get out and take a comfort break if they want. I think they probably won't want to. They will have done all that lot before they got in the cars. Open the door, get a bit of air in. That's about as close to air conditioning you get in a Carrera Cup car and in a Porsche GT3 Cup car. Matthias Ferreira in 4th place. So we put the camera in the right car, didn't we, there? So he's the leader of the rookies. Just ahead of him is Flint Schuring. So while we have a moment, let's just have a look at championships. So if the race finished now with Flint Schuring in 3rd place and with Ariel Levy in 2nd place, this is where my dodgy maths comes into it, it would be an 11-point gap between them. But as we say, we've got 25 minutes of racing, more than 25 minutes of racing ahead of us. Now I'm looking here to see what is occurring. So original grid positions. Oh, well, this is significant. So it's a total restart in terms of grid position. So the race stewards are putting the cars back into their original grid position. So this is a gift for Ariel Levy. They've decided, because it was the opening lap of the race, and it could easily be because the cars had not crossed the timing beams, therefore we couldn't get accurate positions. Of course, the full course yellow comes out, scrambles the field even further. So maybe the only fair thing to do for the race stewards is to get the cars back in to the grid positions that they started in. So that is a bit of a win for Ariel Levy. It means that Flint Schuring is going to be relegated back down to P4, and Ariel Levy is going to be back at the front. So high drama indeed. Piers, oh, it must be tense down there in the pit lane.
Very tense down here, and the Marshal's doing an excellent job. I don't know whether any of you at home have ever played that game on your phone where you have to move all the blocks, the car parks, to get them out. Well, that's kind of what's going on down here, but with some 911s. How would you grab a quick word with Taylor?
Oh, I think we've lost Piers there, so I'm just going to jump back in. Hopefully, I think he may be out of range. Lots of electoral activity. I think his mic might have died, so we're just going to grab him a different mic, and hopefully we'll head back down there. He was about to have a word with Theo Overhouse. We're going to have the swear box on standby for Overhouse, having got into the lead of the race. No, Theo Overhouse is one of the nicest guys. He's not going to swear on telly for us. Right, okay, Piers, let's try again. Back down to you.
Sorry about that, everyone. I didn't put 50p in the meter. I've sorted it out. It's okay. But anyway, Theo Overhouse got into the lead. Unfortunately, we'll be starting 2nd place after the restart. Theo, we didn't actually see on screen. How did you manage to get past Ariel?
I was round the outside on T1, then I managed to be on the inside for T2, and then I think he backed off a bit because he's driving for the championship, and then I go round the outside in T3.
But lucky for Ariel, unlucky for you. Of course, the red flag before the end of the first lap, so reset back to grid position. 2nd place, you're going to try and do the same again?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused actually, because the red flag was after the first lap and not in the first lap. So I don't know why we swapped the positions now, but I will find out after the race. Now I'm focused and I will try to do the same again.
It's quite funny. I spoke to Ariel briefly a second ago and he said, tell Theo sorry.
Yeah. Nice from him, but yeah, we will see now in the race. I will try to do the same again, and let's see how it goes.
Theo, thank you very much. I'll leave you to keeping yourself into the race situation there. Good to see the camaraderie between the drivers, fighting for the lead on circuit, but still getting time to have some niceties to each other. Flint Schuring had a good start in that one. Flint, can we jump in and grab another word? Yeah. Flint, of course, a good start from yourself that time. I think you were up to 3rd position, if I'm not correct. If I'm not incorrect. Can you do the same again?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we have a normal restart now. So that will be a bit more difficult, but we'll try to get up there again.
And of course, the first start, there was a bit of contact further back. Do you have to do anything like mentally to re-prepare for the start, or is it kind of reset completely?
Yeah, it's a bit of a reset, but we would have had a safety car restart anyway, so still in that mindset.
Flint, we'll leave you to the race. Let's grab one more word, someone we didn't chat to last time. Of course, we had a lot of shuffling. Unfortunately, we've lost Nick Ho. Chester Kiefer, actually, also, you will have seen, had a puncture left rear. It'll be interesting to see if they've managed to get him back on the grid. It'll be somewhere towards the back, I would imagine. But although we're resetting to grid formation, so maybe Chester will be back involved once again. Let's grab a quick word with Sasha Norden. Sasha, a bit of a chaotic start in the midfield there. Did you see anything?
No, not really, to be honest. We came out of turn 1 and everything looked fine. We were battling quite hard. Luca was trying to overtake me. Then the full course yellow came out. So, yeah, I don't know. Then I got the call over the radio that Chester was out. So that would be really good for the championship. Of course, it's unfortunate to finish P3 after the good season we've had, especially both getting spun round in Estoril and fighting our way forward. I think it was really competitive for P3. I don't know what's going to happen with him or what it's going to be like, but yeah, we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, we're still waiting for word on that. Chester had a left rear puncture, made it back to the pits, but was nearly a lap down, so I don't know what's going to happen with that. But I suppose your eyes are only forward.
Yeah, for sure, of course. The most important part is to look forward and to try to overtake like we've been doing this season. So yeah, no, 100%, eyes forward, focus on the race. Make sure if he's allowed to rejoin to keep him behind, and then we'll see.
Well, we'll keep an eye, and also we'll be watching over your shoulder with the onboard camera as well, of course. There you go. Thanks very much for chatting to us, Sasha. Joe Warhurst is in a bit of a skew angle there, but that's because the marshals have been doing an excellent job getting the drivers in the correct position, it looks like they're about halfway down the grid now. Let's grab a word with Colin Berninghausen. Colin, a new driver to the championship this weekend. Colin, how was the first start in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for you?
My start was pretty good. I got off the line very well. Then I had a good first corner, overtook three people that are now in front of me again. So I need to do it all over again now.
Well, you've practiced now. You've had a go at it. You know, you've done your freebie. Now you've got to do it again for real.
Yeah, now my start will be even better.
Absolutely. Does it make a difference having done one standing start? Does it make a difference how the car gets off the line the second time, or is it pretty much the same?
Yeah, the tires will be a bit warmer probably now. So it will be an even better start, like I said before.
Colin, thanks very much for chatting to us. Colin's car easy to spot in this turquoise, aquamarine, green, blue. I don't know, you decide. You can comment on the side. You can argue amongst yourselves in the YouTube comments to the side what colour you think that car is. Gianluca Tucharoglu, another driver joining us this weekend. Gianluca was very fast in certain practice sessions and was well up there in the race. How was that start for you?
Yeah, start was really good in general. Gained, I think, 3 or 4 positions in the first lap. So yeah, really good start, but we will repeat it in a few minutes.
Brian Oliver, our commentator, described you as an entertainer during the qualifying session. Are you going to give us some entertainment out on circuit?
Yeah, for sure. I will give my best and hopefully gain some positions.
Jan, thanks very much for that. I'll move on. Jan, a little wave to the camera there. He's a German driver with Turkish heritage, so good to see him. Robin Knudsen, another driver joining us this season, was with us for part of the way through last year. Robin, did you see any of the issues that were in the pack during that first start?
Well, I was almost involved in one, so I'm lucky to still be here and in the race. No, I just saw someone stuck in I think it was Nick Ho, stuck in at turn 1, so I'm not sure what the red flag was about, to be honest.
Yeah. But you said that you were nearly involved in something. What was happening?
Yeah, I think when I start in the midfield, you know, we are a lot of cars, 30 cars, and everyone wants to get to the first position, so it gets quite tight from time to time. But now I'd like to get going because it's getting very hot in the car. So
I'll leave the door open, but not so far that you can't reach it. We need to make sure that I don't leave the doors too far open, because with all the safety equipment, you can see the mesh as well to keep the driver's arms safe in the event of an accident. Means that they can't really reach out and lean forward when they're strapped in, so I don't want to accidentally leave anyone with a door that would be flailing on circuit. Let's grab a quick word with Jelte Hoffner if he's happy to have a chat. Jelte? Yep, brilliant. Jelte, really good pace from you this weekend. I think you've taken another step forward. How was the race, or how was the first part of the race for you?
Well, the first part was fun. I didn't really make any positions because I was on the outside in turn 5, but still it was a lot of fun. And now I'm hoping to just improve and improve.
I saw that you were side by side with Domas when the safety car boards came out, and you were jostling for position, trying to figure out who was ahead. That must have been a little bit of a tricky moment on circuit.
Yeah, I had the feeling like I was ahead, but yeah, he stayed in front. But now all the positions are readjusted, so this will be fine, I guess.
You've had one go at the start. Are you going to approach the start the same or a bit differently? Have you learned something from that first go?
I learned something, and I'm just hoping to improve.
Jelte, thanks very much for taking a moment to chat to us. I'll leave the door somewhere you can reach that. James Wallace actually lost his fastest lap time after an unsafe release penalty in qualifying. I'm just going to check how long I've got. I still think they're arranging cars at the back of the grid, so we can jump in for a quick word. James, can I have a quick word? Brilliant. James, your completely matte black Porsche must be getting pretty toasty in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's warm sat here, but yeah, just waiting to go green again. Not sure how long it's going to be or what's the crack at the moment, but hoping to move forward, get another good launch. Obviously, got a good start that time, just a bit of carnage in front of us, so hopefully we can execute it a bit more cleanly this time.
Have you raced at Barcelona before in a sprint race?
No, first time for me.
Did you learn anything in that first start that you're going to be able to use in this second go?
I think fortunately they swept the track, so no, it's all good and it's kind of what I was expecting.
Well, James, I'm hearing in my ear that we've got a race start in about a minute's time, so I'll leave you to that. I'll give you the door back again so you can close that, and I'll hand back to Brian Oliver to go through the second start of this round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sprint Division.
Thank you, Piers. Good job. Great stuff to talk to these drivers. It's great just to get the emotion and the feelings as they're sat there in the cars, just now thinking about trying to get back into the rhythm. And Sasha Norden was saying, well, I got a good start and hopefully Chester Kiefer is well out of the equation. Well, the bad news is that as far as I can see, Chester Kiefer is good to go. Well, bad news for Sasha anyway. The restart of this race, a double bad news for Sasha Norden is that he is to report to the stewards after the race for possibly overtake under a safety car. So Sasha Norden, under the watchful eyes of our stewards who do a phenomenal job here. So there may yet be some decisions to be made once this race is over, but you can't do anything about that now. All you can do is focus on what's in front, and what's in front of Ariel Levy at the moment is an open track because the cars have been returned to the order they were in. The restart is going to be behind the safety car, and that will again help Ariel Levy, because it's when you have those standing starts and it's all about the reaction times, that's where you get so many changes in positions. And he will be quite keen to keep Theo Overhaus behind him and Flint Schering certainly back in that 4th place. Of course, Ariel, Theo, Flint, also Sebastian Freimert, they've all been competing with each other many times in the last year. They're regular fighters with each other. They know exactly how each other operates, and certainly Ariel and Theo, they've had many a battle over the last couple of years in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, and there has been Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup challenges for some of these drivers as well. But as Theo Overhaus said in that interview with Piers, he's got nothing to lose, and he is aware that Ariel Levy has everything to lose. So he can afford to take the risks, and he knows that Ariel is not going to risk a non-finish trying to defend the lead of this race. He needs to have... he needs to be within, should I say, 25 points of Flint Schering at the end of this race to take it through to the final round, round 8. At the moment, there is a 16-point gap between them. So Flint Schering with 141, Ariel Levy with 125. Henry Tuamala is 16 points clear of Anthony Imperato. So 16 points is the magic number there as well. And as we've said numerous times before, Chester Kiefer is already the rookie champion. And he'll be happy about that because that was a traumatic start to the race. And he'll be hopeful that he hasn't received any damage to the car as a result of that flaying flailing punctured tyre. And in fact, I'm just looking at the screen and he's been shown as in the pit. So it does look as though Chester Kiefer is not going to make the restart of this race. It looked for a while as though he was going to get it going, but I think he's taken it back into the pits. And it looks as though round 7 is over for him. The team will get to work on the number 88 car, and dare say he'll be out for the final race of the season later on this afternoon. It does give Sasha Norden a bit of an incentive as he tries to close in towards the top of the championship standings. Right, Ariel Levy weaving away. It will be his decision when to go. The safety car has disappeared off into the distance. At the moment, Flint Schuring is glued to the back of the number 20. No, Taylor Overhouse is glued to the back of the number 25 car, ready to try and anticipate the start and get the jump. But Ariel Levy leads them across the line. Taylor Overhouse in that second place. So here we come with 22 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. The race is back underway. Ariel Levy with a nice clear lead into turn 1 this time, but a challenge. Flint Schuring around the outside, and Milan Marchak into third place. So picking off the positions he goes, and that's a spin for Joe Warhorse. Cars are scattering everywhere. Somebody has disappeared off. That looks like that's Jonas Greif in there. There's 2 in the wall. Sid Smith. There's another car there. This is surely going to bring out a safety car. So managed to take avoiding action, but we've got 3 cars in the wall. I can see Sid Smith and Jonas Greif there. I don't know who else it was, but we are surely going to get another safety car here. Cars scattering, and a certain Code Brown moment for Joe Warhurst there. That seat insert he carried through Heathrow will need cleaning after that, I should think. There's our race leader, Ariel Levy, Theo Overhouse. Right, what is happening? Are we going to get a caution or not? Nothing indicated at the moment. I can't believe that lot were cleared. But the race continues at the moment, and there's Theo Overhouse getting very rough and ragged out of the corner, picking up the dirt. And there is our race leader. Right, I can see the full course yellow is out now, and I expect this will become a safety car up at turns 3 and 4. Now, who was it that we have lost? So I think it's Sid Smith was one of them. I think the other was Felix Neuhofer that we might have seen in the wall as well. Certainly cars scattering everywhere. That was a scary moment for Joe Warhurst across the track. With cars going left and right, and I think he'd been tagged by another car, and that turned him around. So safety car is now out, so the full course yellow been changed to a safety car, and there is Sid Smith and Felix Neuhofer. It doesn't look like they've made heavy impact with the wall, so that is good news. Such a shame. Sid Smith has been so quick this year. Interestingly, his best result of the season was at the opener, 5th place, but he's had 6th. Oh no, he had a 4th place, I beg your pardon, at Valencia last time out. So he had a 4th place then and a 6th place. So has been getting quicker, but really didn't have a great qualifying session. And when you have a qualifying session like that, you tend to be in what they call the carbon fiber zone, where you are just out of position and you are vulnerable to getting involved in other people's accidents. And there's an old saying that if you're running at the back with the squirrels, you're going to get your nuts busted, and that's kind of what's happened there for Sid Smith. So he will regather it up and no doubt come back for the final round of the season later on this afternoon. So safety car is out. I'm just looking to see if there's any more information as to what might be happening, but at the moment the drivers are working hard to generate the heat once again, or to keep the heat in the tyres. They're around at turn 5 at the moment, and Ariel Levy would be quite happy if the race just finished now, I should think, because he would close in on the championship lead of Flint Schuring if the race finished now. So Theo Overhouse being his friend rather than his enemy at the moment. I'm doing the dodgy maths as we speak. So if the race finished now, there would be a 7-point gap between Flint Schuring and Ariel Levy. So if the race finished now, it would be 157 to Flint Schuring, and it would be 150 points to Ariel Levy. Now, I'm thinking there may be a replay coming up of why we have a safety car at the moment. So This is what has occurred. Well, this was the opening lap, and you can see a lot of drivers working hard. Now in the background, see Sid Smith. Well, he was on the inside. He ducked right to the outside into turn 1. Here come the rest of the cars. There's Henry Tuamala, and there was looked like it was Jonas Greif who got into Joe Warhurst, Sid Smith, and Felix Neuhofer having taken. Was it Bernighausen who got into the back? The more I watch that, the scarier it becomes. I might have been Colin Bernighausen who got into the back of Joe Warhurst. But cars scattering left and right, and that is why we have 2 cars in the wall and several cars with seriously flat-spotted tyres. So we have lost Chester Kiefer in the first start. We've also lost James Wallace by the looks of things. So I'm sorry for all the people watching in Great Britain. He's been shown as in the pits. We've clearly lost Sid Smith, Felix Neuhofer, Nick Ho. We lost at the first attempt at a start. Sadly, another one for the Brits. Joe Warhurst has dropped down to 27th place. Well, there's no surprise there because he saw the entire field coming past him and will probably need a stiff drink after that one. At the other end of the field, though, it is Ariel Levy, Theo Overhaus. The main change at the front was Flint Schuring getting past Milan Marchak, who is our leading rookie. Sebastian Freimut staying out of trouble in P5. Second in the rookies, Matthias Ferreira ahead of Domas Radonis. Sasha Norden in 8th place. And I'm just looking at the points standings. Sasha Norden in 4th place in the overall standings, and just 2 points behind Chester Kiefer coming into this race. So as long as he doesn't pick up any problems from the race stewards, in a good position to jump into 3rd place in the overall standing. He'd be very pleased with that. In the Pro-Ams, Henry Tuamala is the leading Pro-Am driver. He's made it all the way up to 13th place. Second in the Pro-Ams is Zuran Spraying, and third in the Pro-Ams, Anthony Imperato. He's all the way down in 22nd place. So just looking at the points on that one, and if they remain in those positions, by my calculations, these are very unofficial, but by my calculations, Henry Tuamala will be crowned Pro-Am champion with 1 round remaining. Certainly no such issues in the overall championship. Looking to see whether we have any news. Nothing at the moment as to when we might get this back underway. But the drivers really struggling to get a rhythm here because you're now circulating behind the safety car. All you want to do is get racing and get those points on the board. The clock carries on ticking, and we have the halfway point rapidly approaching. In about 8 seconds, in fact, we're going to be at the halfway point of the race, and we have barely had a couple of laps of racing, and it is just feeling like hard work getting this one going, but it's going to be dramatic, and you get the feeling this could be a bit of a dash for the cash when we do get going in a bit. On ball with Matthias Ferreira in the number 27 car. He's in 6th place, second in the rookies, and again generating the heat in the tyres and into the brakes. Overtaking under full course yellow under investigation. So I think the results that we see at the end of this race may well be very much subject to confirmation, because we have had a couple of notifications of potential overtaking under full course yellows, and if that is the case, there may well be some penalties incoming. Kind of hope not, because we love to see the races settled on the track. At the moment, no indication of when we are going to get going, but it looks like, yeah, we have lost James Wallace still. He is still in the pit, so it looks like his day is over. Pierce spoke to him on the grid, and there is Sid Smith. It's an all-round bad day for the Brits, I would say, and that's the Sid Smith car being towed to safety. So I think we won't be long before we get going again. It's not going to be this time around. The cars are around at 13 at the moment, but one would like to hope that the next time they come past here, they may well be at racing speed. Once we get indication that the safety car is going to come in, The lights will go off at around turn 11, and then we will be back up to racing speed. And as we had in the previous start, Ariel Levy will dictate the pace. The start-finish line is the critical point. The cars can fan out, but they cannot overtake each other until they cross the start-finish line. And then once they've all crossed the start-finish line, they can overtake. So we certainly got another lap behind the safety car at the moment. And certainly, as far as the overall championship goes, if things remain as they are, this championship will go all the way to the wire. You get the feeling with this championship, it could come down to the last corner of the last lap of the last race. And there is the Sid Smith car going back to safety. Hopefully not too much damage. Hopefully we'll see him a little later on this afternoon. And he can hopefully put the memories of round 7 behind him. So looking out towards turn 2 at the moment. Car's now heading around to turn 3. Right, safety car will be in on this lap. So at around turn 11, the lights will go off on the safety car. It is going to be a bit of a dash for the cash because the clock is ticking down and we will not have a great deal of time left. Unfortunately, the clock has disappeared off my timing screen, so I can't tell you exactly how long is left. Hopefully it'll reappear again in a minute. But it is going to be, we're going to be getting on for probably about 10 minutes of this race remaining once we're back to green flag conditions. And it would be nice if we can get to the end without any more caution. So at the moment, they're at turns 6 and 7. And when the lights go off on the safety car, that will disappear off into the distance and peel off back into the pits. And then Ariel Levy will once again become the de facto safety car. He will be in control of the pace of the race. Drivers are not allowed to excessively accelerate and decelerate. Once the lights are off, they have to keep a steady pace, single file, and Theo Overhaus will want to try and get the jump on Ariel Levy once the race gets back underway. I still don't see a clock at the moment, so I can't actually tell you how long is left, but I'm sure that will appear shortly. But at the moment, we're up at turn 11 and 12. So once again, Ariel Levy controls the pace. There's the safety car disappearing off into the distance. Matheus Ferreira will be focused on Sebastian Freimuth just in front of him. Everybody will be focused on the car in front. Ariel Levy, well, he can do as much weaving as he wants because it'll be his decision when to go, and he'll want it to be when Theo Overhaus least expects it. Well, he's gone. What has Theo Overhaus done? Well, he's anticipated it reasonably well. Across the start-finish line we come. Green lights are on, green flags are waving. Right, in towards turn 1. Overhaus just showing himself on the inside, but Ariel Levy has this covered off. Looks like Colin Berninghausen on the inside. Now look at this, Flint Schuring to the outside. I tell you, Overhaus has Matheus Ferreira, who's got together with, is that Domas Radonis? I think it is, so another car. And there's another spinner. That is Nathan Sharp, I believe, who's into the wall in turn 1. This may well bring out a safety car. Matheus Ferreira, who is stranded in the gravel trap. I hate to say this, we may well be getting another safety car here. There's still a lot of fighting going on, though. So it is Nathan Sharp who's into the wall. You can see he's trying to get going, but that car's not going anywhere. We're almost certainly going to get a safety car. Anthony Imperato to the inside of Thomas Cangro. Maybe some of the drivers anticipating a safety car, trying to pick up the positions as quickly as possible. There is Matheus Ferreira stranded out on the track. The cars are up at turn 7 at the moment. And we surely are going to get a caution here on board with Sasha Norden. So the last time across the line, Sasha Norden was in 8th place. Right, full course yellow is out. There's no surprise there. There is our race leader. So the big change in that was that Flint Schuring made it up into 2nd place. He relegated Theo Overhaus a position. Sebastian Freimuth, solid drive from him up into 4th. He's got past Milan Marchak, but once again safety car is out. Unfortunately, I have no clock, so I'm hoping that somebody's going to tell me how long is left on this race, because I actually haven't got a clue at the moment. And there is the Domas Radonis car, looking very much worse for wear. They have these things in the UK called destruction derbies, where the last car left running is the winner. At this rate, we could be on one of those. Ariel Levy at the moment has been keeping out of trouble, but his main championship rival is directly behind him. But you can see how quickly it can come all unraveled here in one of these races. So there is the Nathan Sharp car. And the rest of the field just filing past. So I didn't take note of what the time was when this race started. So I'm not sure how long we've got left, but let's have a look. We've got some onboards here, or potentially an onboard of what might have happened. So who are we with? With Matias Ferreira. We can see this under braking into the corner, and that looked like potentially maybe a little helping hand from behind. Was that Domas Radonis who was behind him? You could see the back end of the car getting loose. You could see him fighting the wheel, and felt like he was a bit of a passenger in that instance. Right, well, this is turning into be quite a challenge, this race, isn't it? It's just he who survives, primarily, and the cars continue to circulate behind the safety car. So, in summary, with some time left in this race, we're into the final third, I'll tell you that much, but the clocks have all disappeared off the screen. But I can tell you that Ariel Levy is the leader. Flint Schuring is in second place. Theo Urberhaus is in third. Sebastian Freimuth is in fourth. Milan Marchak is the leading rookie and in fifth place. Gianluca Tucciaroglu is in sixth, ahead of Robin Knutson, Colin Berninghausen, and Jelte Hoffner in ninth, second in the rookies. Henry Tuamala into the top 10. What a solid job from him. And if things finish as they are now, it will be a best result of the season for Henry Tuamala. Looking at the championship, if things remain as they are now, it will be 141 points to Flint Schuring, 125 to Ariel Levy. So an 11-point gap going into the final round. In Porsche Sprint Challenge Racing, 25 points are awarded for a win, 20 for second, 16 for third, 13 for fourth, 11 for fifth, 10 for sixth, 9 for 7, and all the way down to 15th place. So 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Those points are awarded. So potentially a 5-point advantage between first and second. So if things remain as they are, then Ariel Levy will take 5 points out of the lead that Flint Schuring has. So advantage still very much Flint Schuring, but you can't say that Ariel Levy is not going down without a fight. He is doing everything that is within his power. The crowd that are here, well, they have been entertained by some great racing. They've also been entertained by a lot of safety car action, because we have yet another safety car at the moment in round 7 of an 8-round season. And just confirmation that we have lost Nathan Sharp and Matias Ferreira. They are not allowed to rejoin, even if they wanted to. We've also lost Sid Smith, Felix Neuhofer, and Nick Ho. Those are the cars that we have lost so far. We're just waiting. I'm getting heckled by the German commentator. Great to have Burkhard Bechtel watching on. He is a legendary commentator. I aspire to be as good as him one day, and he's watching on with smoke coming out of his ears. And he will be looking forward to seeing many of these drivers in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, because he will be commentating on them as will I during this coming year. And many of these drivers going on to Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, which is, I think, one of the toughest Carrera Cup series in the world, if not the toughest. Right, I have been told, a voice in my head tells me the safety car is in on this lap. We might actually get some racing. I still don't have an indication of how long is left on the clock, I'm afraid. I think there may have been some gremlins in the electrics. So someone with an egg timer somewhere, tell me how long is left, please. Right, we are ready. 3 minutes 25 seconds, apparently. That is good news. So it's good to know. We've got a clock back up. Great. Okay, they've put the reboot on the machine. So Ariel Levy leading the way into turn 11 once again, and we are going to be getting racing. This really is going to be a dash for the cash. 3 minutes. It's going to be less than 3 minutes by the time they get to the line. Look at Flint Schuring practically pushing the 25 car around turn 12, but Ariel Levy can take as long as he wants. It's his decision when to go and nobody else's. The only rule, he must not catch the safety car and overtake it. It's going to be a short, sharp dash for the clash and crash in the last 2.5 minutes of this race, plus the 1 lap. Look at them all stacked up. And now Ariel Levy will hit the accelerator, and he is gone. Flint Schuring, there's a gap there. Suddenly he has his mirrors full of Theo Overhaus. Onto the pit straight they come, crossing the start-finish line. The green flags are waving once again in towards turn 1. 2.25 minutes remaining, just a couple of laps this race. Now Theo Overhaus challenging Flint Schuring. Is he going to help Ariel Levy here? There's Alex Ryman on the inside of Henry Tuamala into turn 1. The rest of the cars making it around. Will we get around turn 2? Yes, we do. That's a victory in itself, isn't it? Green flags all the way now. Less than 2 minutes. Ariel Levy has opened up a gap because suddenly Flint Schuring has his mirrors full of Theo Overhaus. And Ariel Levy would dearly love it if he could get past, if Theo Overhaus can get past. There's Draker Janssen locking up, the smoke rising up into the air, but Ariel Levy looks to have this under control. Flint Schuring looking vulnerable in that second place. There's Sasha Norden to the inside of Charles Visser. So Sasha Norden just showing his nose to the inside of the blue and white car. Can he make it stick? There's our leaders, first, second, third. Everybody running nose to tail after that restart. 1 minute and 20 seconds left of this race, plus the obligatory 1 lap. The fastest lap of the race has been gone to Flint Schuring, so he is responding. But Theo Overhaus would love to move up a step on the podium. There's Gianluca Tucciaroglu just looking to the inside. Colin Berninghausen on the outside into the corner as well. We're into the final minute of what has been a traumatic round 7 of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. We are in the green flag conditions now, all the way to the checkered flag, hopefully. Look at our race leader, Ariel Levy. The gap opening up. It was 0.483. It continues to open because Flint Schuring is having to defend for all he's worth. And Theo Overhaus is challenging hard for that second position. Ariel Levy will be looking in the mirrors and cheering on Theo Overhaus. Ariel Levy now with the fastest lap across the line we come. The gap up to just over 1 second. Into turn 1 they come. Again, Alex Ryman, Draker Janssen, who has been in the wars, but now to the outside of Alex Ryman. There's Søren Spreng coming into the corner. We ride on board with Søren Spreng as well in the Pro-Am race. Henry Tuamala leads. There is Thomas Cangro going to the escape road. In second place is Søren Spreng in the Pro-Ams. In third place, Anthony Imperato. If things remain as they are, Henry Tuamala will become the Pro-Am champion. But there's a lot of fighting at the front. Theo Overhaus looks to the outside of Flint Schuring. He's going to try and go the long way around turn 4. Into turn 5 they come. What fantastic racing here for second place. Sebastian Freibert looking from behind as well. Theo Overhaus almost making it stick. He drops back into line behind Flint Schuring. Out towards turn 7 and turn 8 they come. The clock has struck 0. So it'll be 1 more lap after this. And the race will then be over. There's Ariel Levy. Out of the corner he comes towards turn 9. Under braking in towards turn 10. Flint Schuring with his mirrors full. No longer in a position to challenge for the lead. Now defending second place on the podium. Sebastian Freimer in the background. Milan Marchak looking to take a rookie win as he leads the way there. Draker Janssen with the bit between his teeth. Going past Jelter Hoffner, the rest of the cars filing through. We're up to turn 13 and out on towards the pit straight for the very last time. 1 more lap to go of this race. It has been a chaotic race Ariel Levy with another fastest lap, nearly 2 seconds clear of Flint Schuring towards turn 1. There will come once again, hitting 265 kilometers an hour. Theo Overhaus to the inside. He tries to sell the dummy. Flint Schuring has this one covered off into turn 1, but goes deep into the corner. Here comes Theo Overhaus once again, trying to put all the pressure on. Briefly riding on board with Sasha Norden. Norden still trying to push his way forward, but he's down in 13th place. Not what he wanted from this race. First, third, fourth, fifth. The fight for second place, far from all over. The lead of this race, the win of this race, looks to be almost done and dusted. Ariel Levy just needs to keep doing what he is doing for the remainder of this lap. But Flint Schuring now having to drive looking in his mirrors. Sebastian Freimer just wondering if he can get a podium out of this one. Again, Theo Overhaus with a better drive into the corner, seems to have more grip on the inside. But with Flint Schuring, the momentum around the fast wide outside. Framer there just waiting in the background behind him. The rookie leader, Milan Marchak. Here comes our race leader, now well clear, some 2 seconds clear of this battle. Flint Schuring, second place, defending for all he's worth. He just needs to hold on for another 4 corners and then this race will be over. We're looking down the pit straight at the moment. The checker flag is ready. Flint Schuring locks up a wheel. Theo Overhaus to the inside. This is significant for the championship. How is Flint Schuring going to hold on to this? Theo Overhaus pulling to the inside. This is for second place. Ariel Levy's going to come across to get the checker flag, but this is critical for second place. The 2 cars running side by side. It's almost neck and neck. Now Freiman joining in as well. Across the line they come. It's a win for Ariel Levy. Theo Overhaus getting Flint Schuring on the line. Sebastian Freiman in 4th place. What an astonishing last lap here. Utter entertainment. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. You have delivered once again. Wow, what a finish to the race. That moment, Flint Schuring locking a wheel in the last few corners. Theo Overhaus did not need another invitation. Sebastian Freiman almost getting in there as well to steal it away from both of them. But the headline, Ariel Levy wins, Flint Schuring in 3rd place. This really takes the championship to the very last race. It is a 7-point gap between them. I'm looking at the Pro-Am Championship. Right, Henry Tuamala wins in the Pro-Ams. Søren Spreng is 2nd. Anthony Imperato in 3rd. Subject to confirmation, I think Henry Tuamala has done enough to clinch the Pro-Am Championship. Right, subject to confirmation. Theo Overhaus behind Ariel Levy, then Flint Schuring, Sebastian Freiman, Milan Marchak taking a win in the rookie category. Robin Knudsen staying out of trouble in 6th ahead of Colin Berninghausen, Gianluca Tucciaroglu, Draker Janssen from the back up into 9th place. Jelter Hoffner into 10th, 2nd in the rookies. Alex Ryman in 11th. Henry Tuamala, the Pro-Am champion-elect, ahead of Sasha Norden and Charles Visser. Wow, what a race. Søren Spreng 2nd in the Pro-Ams. Karen Gayard into 16th ahead of Luciano Martinez. Anthony Imperato, not enough to get the Pro-Am championship into the next race. Thomas Cangro 19th ahead of Jonas Greif. Mace Muller, Joe Warhurst coming from that scary moment into 22nd ahead of Juan Pablo Vega. And then we've lost Josh Stanton, Domas Radonis, Nathan Sharp, Matthias Ferreira. They are in 27th, 28th. James Wallace, of course, we saw he had retired ahead of Sid Smith, Felix Neuhofer, and then Chester Kiefer and Nick Ho never even made it past the opening lap. Well, it was a slow burner, wasn't it? But we got there in the end. Boy, that was exciting. What a last lap. That was worth all the waiting, wasn't it? And I'm going to be really interested to hear the reaction there from the drivers in the pit lane. There is Theo Overhaus on the left-hand side. Cars, of course, into part firme conditions. I would just say all of these results subject to confirmation. There are some investigations that are going on. But Flint Schuring, he will be kicking himself for that lockup in those last couple of corners. Ariel Levy, breathe in you come. And Ariel Levy, there we go, trying to get his way through to the first place. he will be over the moon about that, and he'll be very happy. I should think Theo Overhaus will deserve a drink from Ariel Levy after that one. Taking the fight all the way to the line. There is Flint Shearing's dad, Gervin, who is such a supporter of his two sons, Racing Dynasty. But the headline, Ariel Levy did what he came to do, and that was to win the race, and receiving the congratulations from Team GP Elite, a wonderful group of guys who do a fantastic job. There's another GP Elite driver in the background, Zoran Spreng in the background there, who's just chatting to the crew as well. But yeah, Team GP Elite do a fantastic job, the Dutch team, and prepare cars for so many drivers. And Ariel Levy, since he's moved to them, has been very much a man brought alive. And he is looking to become the first ever driver to successfully defend a championship in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe's short history, and he would dearly love it if he could snatch that away from Flint Shearing. Right, I can see Flint down there. I can see Flint. I can see Piers. There's Theo Overhaus in the yellow and red, just offering his congratulations. I really do need to lie down after that, because I think I might have just blown something. Piers is with our race winner, Ariel Levy. Down to you, Piers.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, brilliant race. Well, the last part anyway, but the driver that stormed away at the front wasn't easy, but you made it look easy.
Yeah, for sure it was not easy. I think in general the level of competition here is quite strong, so it's never easy. But I think whenever we did have proper race laps, I easily showed that I was the fastest car today. And I think my restarts were all good, so I'm happy, and of course win is a win, so yeah.
I was going to touch on that. The race restart, especially the final one, was crucial.
Yeah, I think they were all crucial, but of course the last one was crucial, and in the end, of course it helped me a lot because they started fighting after that. So yeah, of course they were crucial, and I'm happy about them.
Congratulations, that's brought the gap a little bit close to Flint, so we'll see what happens in the final race. Ariel, great race. We'll bring in our championship leader, Flint. Come this side for me. Flint, that was, you soaked up a lot of pressure in those last few laps, and unfortunately couldn't quite hold second place, but it made for great watching.
Yeah, it was very tight in the end. Had some good restarts, but didn't quite manage to hold on. Got quite a hit in the end, but was P3 still better than the starting position, so happy with that.
Absolutely, Flint. We'll catch up with you later on after what will be the championship decider. I'm hoping to grab a word with Theo Overhaus. Theo, come on in. It'd be great to grab a word with you. Getting a high five from Christoph, the team manager. Theo, first race in the championship. You made sure that you got plenty of airtime, that's for sure, on the telly. You can watch that back later.
Yeah, for sure, it was a tough race for me. Sadly, I lost on a restart my second position, so I could not attack on Ariel, but still very happy that I could fight back in the last corner. Yeah. Was an awesome job, and I think, yeah, we had fun, the viewers had fun, so everything is fine.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of time spent behind the safety car, but when we did go racing, it was pretty hectic, and I don't know whether you know, but from you down to Sebastian Freimut in fourth place was only 0.03 of a second over the line.
Yeah, actually I saw it because I was in the car. It was really tight, and I was watching there on the monitor, and I saw, yes, P2, so very happy with that.
Very happy indeed, and a good move on the last lap.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. That is Theo Overhaus, who came second in the end. Hoping to grab a word with Milan Marchak. Has Milan already gone to the podium? We'll go away with Jelta. Jelta, come on in. Are you second? Are you second in rookies, I think?
Yeah, I'm second, yeah.
Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it was good. The race was a lot of fun. I'm not sure you can really call it a race when there's barely any laps that we really race, but still it was a lot of fun.
Jelta, I'll let you go and get ready for the podium, as I think we have to head up and do that very shortly. So I'll let Brian talk you through what was, I say highlights. There wasn't a lot, but anyway, here's the final lap.
Thank you, Piers. There wasn't a lot of it. What there was certainly well worth waiting for, wasn't it? I mean, we spent the majority of that race either in red flag or safety car conditions, but when it did get going, boy, were we entertained. And as we already mentioned, the gap between first and second between second and third, shall I say, 0.015. So that was thoroughly entertaining. So we're going to take a little look at some of the highlights from that race. And when we did get going, it really was very entertaining. So initially, Theo Overhaus found a route past Ariel Levy. That seemed about sometime last Tuesday, I think, when this race started. But we had drama. It was Nick Ho was the first to fall damage to the front right steering. You could see there a bit of contact from somebody into turn 1, and that brought out a safety car initially, and then it turned into a red flag, the car needing a bit of effort to get it removed. So everybody came back to the pit lane. We were all cooking and overheating in this glorious Spanish sunshine, but when we did finally get going, then it was Ariel Levy who led Theo Overhaus and Milan Marchak, but Flint Schuring didn't waste much time getting past Milan Marchak in towards turn 1. You could see him lining up, picking up a slipstream. Matthias Verheer there as well, but it was round the outside for Flint Schuring to get that 3rd place. But then it was further back there. Keep an eye on the green and white Sid Smith car. He got involved. It looked like somebody had tagged Joe Warhurst. He was pointing in the wrong direction. I think it might have been Jonas Greif. Then we had cars scattering in all directions, and it ended up with Neuhofer and Smith in the wall. Just having another look at it there very, very briefly. And then Colin Berninghausen, well, it looked like he might have been the one that got into the back of Joe Warhurst, but everybody with their lightning reactions, and 10 out of 10 for avoidance. We did finally get the race underway, and it really was going to be very lively because Theo Overhaus was putting the pressure onto Flint Schuring. Everybody fighting for positions further back. Draker Janssen, well, he came from the back and he was eventually going to finish in a pretty solid position. Sasha Norden still frustrated, I think, by the fact he hadn't made as many positions as he'd wanted to. But here we go. Ariel Levy was able to open up a gap over the 2nd place battle. And what a battle this was going to turn out to be. There was Zuren Spreng, who was coming through as Karen Gayard went to the inside of, and there was Thomas Cangro there as well. But as long as Flint Schuring was having to defend from Theo Overhaus, it was allowing Ariel Levy to just stretch his legs because suddenly the attacker was becoming the defender, and the attacker, who had turned defender, had a lock-up into the corner. He left that gap on the inside. Theo Overhaus doesn't need an additional invitation. If he sees the smoke, he's going to go for the gap. That's what he did. The 2 cars ran side by side for the majority of that last few corners. Sebastian Freimer also fancied his chances and tried to get involved as well. It was advantage Theo Overhaus at the end of that. So what a race that was, and we've got one more to come this season. The championship's still very much alive and kicking. In terms of the Pro-Am Championship, we need to just confirm that, so we will confirm that a little later on. But at the moment, I make it Henry Tuamala is 25 points ahead of Anthony Imperato, but we'll get confirmation of that later. In the meantime, Piers is waiting for us down on the podium.
Yes, we are on the podium, and we're going to be starting with the overall classification. And in 3rd place, it is the number 99 from the Netherlands, Flint Schuring. Flint driving for the Schumacher CLRT team. In 2nd place, after a brilliant last lap battle, the number 43 from Germany, Theo Overhaus. Theo driving for Proton Huber competition, but our eventual winner, last year's champion, the 25 from Israel, Ariel Levy. Ariel driving for Team GP Elite. And for Ariel, we will now have the Israeli national anthem. Congratulations to our winner, Ariel Levy. The trophies will now be handed out by Michael Dreisen, Director of Sales for Porsche Motorsports. First up, 3rd place, Flint Schuring, our championship leader. 2nd place, Theo Overhaus. And our eventual winner, Ariel Levy. Ariel's looking to close the championship deficit to Flint Schuring, and will now have the photos of the top 3 on the top step of the podium. Of course, still one more race to come this afternoon, so I don't imagine we're going to see much champagne sprayed, but maybe later on. Congratulations, a final round of applause for our top 3 in the overall classification. Next up, we will have the rookie classification podium, and that will be coming very, very shortly. This is a hotly contested subcategory of the sport division, dominated up until now by Chester Kiefer, but unfortunately Chester had an issue in that race. The trophies once again for the rookie division will be handed out by Michael Dreisen, Director of Sales for Porsche Motorsport. It's great to have him here. And in third place, the number 7 from South Africa, Charles Visser. Charles driving for Target Competition. Second place, the number 919 from the Netherlands, Jelte Hofner. Jelte drives for MDM Motorsport. And your eventual winner, the number 69 from the Netherlands, Milan Marchak. Congratulations, Milan. He drives for Red Ant Racing. We will now have the Dutch national anthem. Congratulations to our top 3 in the rookie division. Trophies once again handed out by Michael Dyson. Third place to Charles Visser. Second place, Jelte Hofner. And our winner in only his 3rd race weekend in cars. That is Milan Marchak. Raise the trophy aloft to the applause of Red Ant Racing and the whole crowd. All 3 rookie drivers now assembling on the podium for the professional photograph before what I would imagine will be the informal photograph by Jelte himself. Making it a thing. Here we go. Don't go anywhere, lads. You've still got Jelte's photo. We'll be seeing that on social media later on. Congratulations to the top 3 in the rookie classification of the sport division, round 7 here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. All that's left in this podium ceremony is the Pro-Am classification. That will be in just a moment's time. Pro-Am is up next. It's a hotly contested competition, and it will be in 3rd place, the number 19 from the USA, Anthony Imperato. Anthony drives for the Ombra Racing team. 2nd place, the number 197 from Germany, Søren Spreng. Søren driving for Team GP Elite. And our eventual winner, the 123 from Finland, Henry Tuomala. Henry driving for Team Korainen. And for Henry, we will now have the Finnish national anthem. Congratulations once again to our top 3. Trophies handed out by Michael Dreisen, again, Director of Sales of Porsche Motorsport. And in 3rd place it was Anthony Imperato. 2nd place, Søren Spreng. And our eventual winner, and I believe provisional champion, I will confirm, Brian will confirm that later on, Henry Tuomala. Congratulations to our top 3 on the Pro-Am classification. All 3 on the top step of the podium for the obligatory photographs for our top 3 in the Pro-Am classification. We'll see all of these drivers, plus the other, well, however many, what's that, 21 other drivers in the sport classification will be up in just over half an hour's time. But before then, Club Division, which is up next. Thank you very much.
So, after what was a spectacular round 7 for the sport division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, it took a little while to get going, but when it did, boy, was that something special. And it certainly takes it down to the wire. But now our attention turns to the club division and for their penultimate race of the season. So the cars currently coming out towards the grid, and this is going to be exciting. If you saw qualifying this morning, you'd have seen Andre Fernandez putting the car on pole position with Michael Cole alongside him, Evgeny Leonov on row 2 with Damir Hott alongside. It's going to be another exciting race. Unlike the previous race, the cars will have a rolling start. It's not a standing start for the club division. And the cars are also equipped with ABS. We also have on the grid the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Clubsport cars. The championship really is getting close to being concluded with one race to go, because Philip Wills leads the way in the overall championship. He's 80 points clear of Angelo Fontana. And Philip Wills starts this race in 5th place, Angelo Fontana in 6th. That is going to be quite a scrap. But it will be very much advantage Philip Wills, and in the AM Championship he leads Fontana by 40 points. And by my calculations, if Philip Wills finishes in 6th place, whatever, he will become the champion. So Piers is waiting for us. We've got him running around today, haven't we? He's back down on the grid and he's going to have a chat to a few drivers. Over to you, Piers.
Thank you, Brian. Yep, I've had to actually take my my second Porsche jacket off. I've only got one on now. I had lots on this morning, but the sun is out, track temperature's rising, and the racing is hotting up, as we saw in the second half of that sport division race. We've got club division up next. Andre Fernandez starting on pole position. We spoke to him earlier on the inside of the front row of the grid. Outside of the front row of the grid is Michael Cole, and I'm hoping to grab a quick word. Michael, can we have a quick chat? Brilliant. Michael, you joined us this time last year. It went pretty well, 2 victories. Can you do the same again this year?
I really hope so. So that's the aim.
Of course, the team Belgian Racing have given you a great car. Track temperature's rising. Is that going to affect you in any way?
I think it will be better for us because it looks like the speed comes at the end of each session. So I think it's better for us.
Well, we look forward to a strong end of the race. Michael, thank you so much for taking a moment to chat to us. Great to see Michael back on the grid. Very, very strong here last year. Of course, strong in qualifying. And he's right, end of every session. Actually, as the sessions went on over testing yesterday, he just got quicker and quicker building into the race weekend. Evgeny Leonov starting on 3rd place inside of the second row of the grid. He was, of course, on pole position for our first race this season, won that race. Going to grab a quick word. Can we have a quick word, Evgeny?
Hi.
Hello, how are you? 3rd place on the grid.
I would be better if I was first.
Of course, always. What can you do to get that first position back?
So it's not a big deal. I think because we have a really good setup, I think we can win.
You've had great pace in practice, topping a lot of the sessions, just pipped in qualifying. What's your plan for the race?
Actually, to win. It's quite simple.
Simple. Keep it easy, lovely. Evgeny Leonov for Volcano Motorsport. Very distinctive car. They're brilliant colours on that one. I enjoy looking at that one on circuit. A new driver this weekend, starting on the outside of row number 2, Damir Hott from Canada. Let's have a quick word with Damir. Hopefully he won't mind chatting to us. I've never spoken to Damir before, so I'm going to introduce myself. Damir, can we have a quick 1 minute chat? Quick, 1 second. Damir, it's great to see you on the grid. Good starting position. What can you do in this race?
You know what? I'm going to try and keep it clean and have fun. We'll see.
Absolutely. Do you think the win is on the cards?
For somebody.
For you?
We'll see.
Damir, thank you so much. He's keeping his cards close to his chest. I think that's all mind games. He knows the other drivers can hear that. I've got time for one more chat, I think. The 1 minute board is about to go up. Quick word from Angelo Fontana. No, he's actually focused. I've been told no. Good luck, Angelo. Double thumbs for Angelo. Actually, I think that is all we have time for. 1 minute board's about to come out. So I'll hand you over to Brian Oliver once again for the round 7 of the club division.
Thank you, Piers. Good job done there. And it's always hard work having a chat to drivers when they're on the grid and they're kind of focusing. And we really appreciate the drivers taking their time to talk to us. We are in the entertainment business as well as the sports. So it's really nice just to get an insight and to be able to talk to them. And so thank you to the drivers for taking the time out just to have a chat to peers as we sit there on the grid, baking in this glorious Spanish sunshine. And, well, it is quite a way to finish the season, isn't it? It's 2 rounds left in the club division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And after this, it will be the final race of the season. Right, you can see the picture on the right-hand side there. That is Alexander Dobic, the number 33 car, who didn't qualify this morning, had problems, did not get out of the garage. And as far as I can tell, he's waiting at the end of the pit lane, or at least he will be. So the formation lap will start. And I think that once the formation lap is complete, that Alexander Dobic will be released and will be able to rejoin at the back of the pack. And it is a real shame because Alexander has been so quick. He got his first podium at Valencia in round 5 last time out and is a real entertainer, the Ukrainian driver. And we love having him here on the grid and just on the back foot for both races here this afternoon, the final 2 races of the season. Hopefully he'll enjoy it as much as we are enjoying it. Right, the safety car is rolling, which means the cars behind will also be rolling. So unlike the previous race, this will be a rolling start. Unlike the previous race, pole position is on the right-hand side, the dirty side of the grid. And the driver that occupies that position is Andre Fernandez, courtesy of a 1:43.714 this morning. He has Michael Cole alongside him, Evgeny Leonov in P3. And behind the Cole is the hot, Damir Hot. He's going to be a bit tepid in position 2.5. He is P4 on the grid, P5 championship leader, championship elect potentially Philip Wills, with Angelo Fontana, his championship challenger, alongside Javier Ripoll Jr. Welcome back, Javier. Has Jan Jaap van Roon for company on the 4th row of the grid. On the 5th row of the grid, we have Lennart Hinstra with Tobias Vasquez Garcia, who was great value for money last time out. Lee Mole lines up behind him with Karsten Kramer, P12 on the grid. David Harrison from Australia has Marcus Neuhofer for company. Eric Wagner lines up 15 with Camille Perrion, who had a bit of a moment coming out the pits in quali this morning. Corrado Costa and Patrick Cunha line up alongside each other, with Cunha the leading GT4 qualifier. The very popular Ajit Kumar from India lines up 19th with Ernst Inderbitzen alongside David Von Rosen. Michael McInerney lined up 21st and 22nd with Casper Hockerboom and Paolo Macedo alongside him 24th. And then bringing up the rear of the pack, Marco van der Poel and Alexander Dobic, who is starting from the pit lane. And I don't know whether Dobic is rolling yet or not, but I think he may only be able to rejoin once the field passes by at the start of this race. So here come the rest of the runners and riders. It is going to be, once again, 30 minutes of racing plus 1 lap. The cars are at turn 10 at the moment, and as they come out of turn 10 towards turn 11, the instruction is given for them to grid up, and they will then be side by side. When the green lights come on, the drivers are required to pass through their grid boxes, not their pit boxes, their grid boxes, so to not record a false start. And then once they cross the line, they will fan out, and we will be racing on this wonderful Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, in the glorious Spanish sunshine, the penultimate round of the season. And the final round will come later this afternoon. There is our pole sitter, Andre Fernandez, Michael Cool Cole alongside him. And there's Alexander Dobic, who is now rolling and able to rejoin at the back of the pack. So side by side they come in towards turn 14. Then the safety car will disappear off into the distance, and it will be the job of Andre Fernandez to lead them across the line. Keep an eye on Evgeny Leonov in the number 16 car. He has proven to be very racy. We heard from him earlier, and he has plans on the top step of the podium. Philip Wills on the eve, potentially, of a championship. We are ready. Round 7, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. Club division is go, and across the hill, up over the hill they come, steaming towards turn 1. It's a great start from Cole into turn 1, a clear lead. He won both races here this time last year, but I said Leonov would be worth watching, and he gets together. Cole goes scattering, and also in there Javier Ripoll Jr. This is going to bring out a safety car, I have no doubt about that. We have a lot of damaged cars, but it was Javier Ripoll Jr. who made the biggest contact on board with Carsten Kramer, picking his way through the debris, and it's a destruction scene. Cars scattered all over the place. We're full course yellow. Well, it's going to go safety car. This may well go to a red flag. There's a lot of damaged cars out on the track. That's Eric Wagner that I can see there in the 23 car. Alexander Dobik will be pleased that he started such a long way back, because he was able to avoid all of that lot, but we have lost a number of cars, and that even the number is obscured. That is, just trying to see who that actually is. I think it's that. No, that is the Damir Hot car, isn't it? So yeah, Damir Hot car. So that car looking very hot as the steam pours from it. And that was exactly the kind of start we didn't want, is the kind of start we feared might happen. In all of that, Angelo Fontana got up into second place, but I have a feeling there may be a little bit of juggling that goes on here, because I cannot see, well, it's going to be hard work for this to go the distance without even a red flag. Safety car is out on track at the moment. Andre Fernandez, he managed to avoid any of that drama, but he got beaten off the line by Michael Cole, and who knows who survived out of that lot. We'll see when they've crossed the line who the winners and losers are, and we'll get a rundown of what's what. So Andre Fernandez, Angelo Fontana, Lee Mole is registering up in third place at the moment. So it was that great start from Michael Cole at the very first corner, but then it all came unravelled after that. So they're crossing, they're still circulating at the moment. I've had no indication that we're going to see a red flag as things stand at the moment. So look at that. It looks like a scene out of a scrapyard, doesn't it? Lots of Porsche damage in the corner, and that's going to take a little bit of moving. So as things stand at the moment, the timing screens is all that we can go on, saying that Andre Fernandez is the leader. Angelo Fontana in second. Lee Mole up into third place. He'll be happy if we can keep this one going. Philip Wills into fourth. Lennart Heemstra into fifth, ahead of Jan-Jaap van Roon. Carsten Kramer in seventh, ahead of Tobias Vasquez Garcia. And then Patrick Cunha, Corrado Costa, and Ajit Kumar up into P11. David von Rosen, 12th. Paulo Macedo in 13th. Marco van der Poel in 14th. Kaspar Hockeboom next up. But say this might all be subject to confirmation. The main bit is the drivers are safe. Right. Just had confirmation from peers that Evgeny Leonov and Neuhofer, Marcus Neuhofer that is, are both out of this race. So we're going to be looking at replays of that for some time to come to pick the bones out of that one. But turns 1 and 2 here at this circuit, racing speeds taking about 110 to 130 kilometers an hour. It's a fairly fast couple of corners. And often the scene of controversy. It has been all day today so far, and is proving to continue to be the case. I'm kind of pleased to see that we haven't gone red flag yet, if I'm honest. Hoping that'll stay that way. Right, we've got a replay. This will be good. Let's have a look and see what happened here. So into the first corner. Good start of Michael Cole. Then there was that move to the inside of Evgeny Leonov. Two cars getting together, and just everybody. And how did Angelo Fontana get out of that one? Just cars scattering, and that is such a shame. And we lost some real contenders here. So Leonov with that dive to the inside of curl, and then being collected by Javier Ripoll Jr. That's David von Rosen in the background, taking avoiding action as well. So what an absolute shame. And the real tragedy is there's a lot of damage, so we may lose some for the next race too, but I'm hoping not. So we're behind the safety car at the moment. The clock continues to tick. We have 24.5 minutes to go. So as long as we don't get a red flag and we don't get any changes, the order is Andre Fernandez, Angelo Fontana, Lee Mole. If things remain as they are now, even though he is well ahead, Philip Wills' 4th place will be enough to clinch the championship with 1 race to go. Again, all subject to confirmation. These are just my dodgy workings out. I'm just checking on a few points popping up on my screen, making sure I've got all the information I need. All I've got is that we have an investigation into that incident on turn 1. So yes, if things finish as they are now, Philip Wills will be the champion. I haven't even looked at GT4 yet. Let's have a little look at the GT4. So coming into this, Patrick Cunha was leading David von Rosen by 25 points. Moment, Cunha is the leading GT4 runner. David von Rosen, looking to actually find him on the whether he survived all of that. Oh, David von Rosen is in. Oh, right. Okay, we've gone to red flag. Okay, well, this might change things anyway. So we've gone to red flag in the race. So everything's going to come to a stop, and you can see why. It's a bit of a war zone out on turns 1 and 2, and we're going to bring the cars back into the pit lane. It's going to take a little bit of clearing up. So the stewards have clearly tried to keep it going, but have decided that we need a red flag to clear this up. And again, we don't want to be using up valuable race time just circulating behind the safety car. So with 23.25 minutes remaining, we're looking at Ajit Kumar, and he'll be able to just get out of the car for a couple of moments and just get a breather while they clear the track. And then we'll get a bit of warning as to when the restart will be. So there is Ajit out of the car, his legions of followers. This is a bit of an insight here into the back of a Porsche, and clearly there are some issues there, and the crew just making a couple of adjustments. There are a certain number of adjustments that they can make under red flag conditions. Not a great deal, it has to be said, between quali and the race. I wonder what Ajit, it looks like maybe he is just out of the race. I don't know, because the rest of the field is still circulating. So potentially we may have lost Ajit Kumar from this one. But that will shake out once we get the cars lined back up and we get out for the restart. When we do restart, it's going to be 23.25 minutes remaining. And it will be Andre Fernandez who leads the way. Well, it's going to be that whatever anyway, because he started on pole position. So Andre Fernandez, who kept his nose clean while everybody behind him was getting in a mess. Such a shame to have lost Evgeny Leonov. We really thought he and Michael Cole, who won both races at this event last year, always very quick around here. A welcome addition to the grid, and we were looking forward to seeing him and Evgeny Leonov going wheel to wheel and providing us with some entertainment. Michael Cole, who last year was in Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux in 24 and came second in the 992 category. Evgeny Leonov, who's come very much through GT Cup Open in Europe. Originally started out in TCR, if I'm correct, in Europe and Italy, Spain, and has been looking really good here in Porsche Sprint Challenge. And we only saw him at the season opener in Portimao, but he won from pole position in the opening race of the season and got a 4th place. So it was looking good for a podium, but for that incident. And there will be lots of people who will be trying to decide whose fault it was. And we always have lots of opinion and people who are very sure, but the stewards are the ones that make the decisions, not the commentator, that's for sure. So we'll let them decide whose fault it was, and if they feel as though there is a punishment to be dished out, they will do that, as is often the case, and they have angles that we don't have. They will take lots of looks at that, and they will decide whether there's any penalties to be dished out. But whichever way you look at it, we've lost both Michael Cole and Evgeny Linov, so whatever race penalty might be thrown at either of them, it's not really going to make a lot of difference to the outcome of this race. Piers, I believe, is down in the pit lane. So have you got any news for us, Piers?
No news as of yet, Brian, but of course everyone just coming into the pit lane right now to reassemble the grid, allow the Marshall team to clear the circuit. Dramatic start to the race. It's a shame to have so many red flags. We'll want to go racing again soon. Was hoping to grab a word with Angelo, but unfortunately they think we want to keep in the zone, and also I don't want to open the door in case that gets stuck. Andre Fernandez started on pole position, maintains pole position. Probably the best place to be honest, keeping out of the trouble at the moment. So he's looks like he's in good spirits, and he'll be hoping to do basically what he did in that first one. I'll leave him to continue chatting with the team. Moving further down the grid, Lee Mole all the way up in 3rd place after all that. I don't know whether this is going to be the final starting order, so we'll confirm that later on. Once Lee's finished chatting with his team, I'll jump in on here. A few little scuffs you can see, so Lee's been either avoiding or getting close to other drivers. It's a very, very close start. Did well to avoid all of the issues at the start of that race. And I can see that the team have also got a nice bottle of water with a straw there. It's high-tech straw there. Exactly. It is nice. Of course, the drivers very, very hot in these race cars. They do have blowers in the car, but I don't think many of them run with air conditioning because it adds weight. Lee's deep in conversation, so maybe we'll come back to him later on. Moving further down the grid, our championship leader, champion-elect, I think he's in the pound seat at the moment to take the win. Philip Wills for the Proton Huber competition team. You can see some running repairs going on here, just little bits and pieces. Again, more contact, light contact, I may add, for Philip. I'm sure his championship life flashed before his eyes in that one with all that going on, but managed to stay out of trouble for now. Getting a few words from the team, and that seems to be the order of the day at the moment. Lots of words of wisdom from driver coaches, engineers. And I'm going to jump in and have a quick word with Lennart Heemstra. Lennart, first of all, great to have you back on the grid. Good to see you again. Things are going pretty well this weekend for you.
Happy to be back indeed. Yes, I made really good progress in these 2 practice days, yesterday and the day before. Every time I gained on my time. It's the first time on this track. This morning I beat my time with a second and a half, so I had my goal was top 10 and my quali was 8 or 9. I said beforehand a top 5 would only happen if other people have disaster, and well, here I am at P5.
Great, well, good for you. Of course, we don't like to see cars go out of the race like that, but hey, you managed to avoid the chaos. Did you see from your position, could you see what happened, what caused it all to unfold?
Not really, it goes really quickly and there were cars spinning and flying everywhere. I got hit quite hard on the side, but luckily no mechanical damage, so I could accuse.
Great job from the Triple Crown Racing team to get you back on the grid. Of course, hefty damage at Estoril, which meant you weren't out for Valencia, but going okay so far?
Even still. Yeah, they did a really good job in rebuilding the full car in 2 weeks' time.
I'll let you talk to the team. I can see the team are chatting in your ear. Lennart, thanks for taking time to chat to us. Of course, the drivers all have radio communication with the teams, and I could see that Lennart was thinking, oh, do I talk to Piers or talk to the team? I think it's probably best if I let them do the important job. I'm just here to chat with them. Moving further down the grid, we've got Jan Jakveld. Yeah, why not? We'll grab a word with Jan. Can we grab a quick word?
Yeah, of course.
Jan, talk to us about how the race has gone so far. Not much racing, but a lot happened.
A lot happened for sure. I started on the outside line on P10, and the guy in front of me didn't really accelerate much, so I took the inside. I was like, okay, I don't want to be stuck behind him, and I went to the inside, and the guy next to me just dive bombed. I was like, if I'm here on the inside and I see you out braking, like how? So that I think was the start of the crash, and then I just decided to stay all the way to the right, because yeah, This was bound to happen.
It was clearly a good decision to stay over to the right because we lost a few cars, unfortunately, which is the cause of the red flag. As far as we're aware, everyone's okay, but some of the cars maybe not so much. Of course, we're resetting. We've got another race start. You've moved up. Well, I say you've moved up. What's your outlook for the second half of this race?
I really want to take that position back. Corner 4, yeah, 4, he overtook me. I didn't see that coming. So I'm really eager to get that one back. And then we'll see it from there. I have Karsten behind me. I know him well from the VLNs. So I know he's fast. I know he's aggressive. So it's a challenging restart, for sure.
We look forward to this little group of cars then for some good racing. Jan, thanks very much for chatting to us. Great to see Jan on the grid again, and always a good character to talk to, and very, very well, good racing. And we've also got Karsten Kramer here. Karsten, can I have a quick word? Karsten was just chatting to Jan van Roon in front of you, and he was saying that he knows you from the VLN races. He knows what you race, and he's looking forward to the race ahead.
Yes. No, we know us very well. He was also driving with me together, and I like him, and it's good fun. Yes.
Absolutely. But talk us through that chaotic first start from your perspective.
Yeah, I took the exit through the gravel. It was like a bomb which exploded, and it was really a mess. Yeah.
But your car's all okay for the second start?
Yeah. I stayed away out of all the trouble, and everything fine. Yes.
Brilliant. Karsten, good luck in the second part of this race. Great to chat to Karsten as well. Team owner and driver Karsten Kramer, of course, with the K Kramer Racing Team. His teammate Tobias Vasquez right behind him. Wondering if I can grab a quick word, Tobias. Can we have a quick chat? Brilliant. Tobias, your teammate Karsten right in front of you. Looking forward to the second half of this race?
Yeah, I didn't saw the green light, so now he's in front of me. But I think the second half of the race should be better, and I hope I can gain some positions.
It looks like it's pretty close between the top drivers in the club division this weekend. In practice, all the times were close together, so I'm looking forward to a close second half of the race. What do you think you can do in this in the second part of this race?
Yeah, I don't know if top 3 is possible, but I try my best, and yeah, let's see how it will be end.
Top 3 would be a very good drive from this position, but good luck, Tobias. It sounds like a couple of cars are firing up. I don't know whether that's because we're going racing or whether it's just they're cooling down. I think we're still good to keep wandering our way down. Patrick Kuna here in the GT4, current leading GT4 driver at the moment. Unfortunately, I don't speak a huge amount of Portuguese. In fact, I speak no Portuguese, and Patrick is not the most proficient in English. So we grabbed a word with him in Portuguese at one of the previous rounds, and I'm just going to walk further down the grid. Corrado Costa getting some advice there. Carry on, no, please carry on. Please carry on. It's good to see what you guys talk about, and of course a bit of information and coaching from the team here. Great to see them working so well together. Of course, the drivers are on circuit on their own, but they of course lean on their teams heavily for both help in terms of the car setup, but also in terms of how to position themselves on circuit, the mindset and racecraft as well. David Van Rosen joining us is the next car. He's currently sitting second in the GT4 classification. David is fairly new to racing, I believe. He's, I think it may be his second or third or fourth race weekend. Can I jump in with David? Sure. David, can we have a quick word for the live broadcast? How are you going? This was a pretty chaotic start to the first race.
Quite a chaotic start, but I actually enjoyed it. I like the first adrenaline coming into the body. So no, I thought it was a good start, but let's see what comes now.
Patrick only a couple of places ahead of you in the GT4s. Is he on your in the crosshairs?
Let's see. I think he's quite more experienced than me, but obviously I'll try to stay as close as possible.
Let's talk about that experience. You haven't got a huge amount of racing experience, I don't believe, before this season.
No, this is like the third or fourth race. I've been car racing now for 1 year exactly. I started last February.
Wow, so you've made a lot of progress in a short amount of time. I'm sure the team are helping you with that a lot.
Yeah, they do. Great team, great instructors, so very happy.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Well, good luck in the second part of the race. David Van Rosen there doing very well considering his relative lack of experience in racing. Of course, a lot of these drivers take to racing maybe later on in life. Who knows, they may well have been professional drivers in another life if they'd started earlier. Let's walk a little bit further down the grid. We've got Marco van der Poel, a new driver this weekend, Casper Högboom. Casper, I think, is currently... Are we okay to have a quick word, Casper? Can we have a chat? No, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. We'll move. We'll get you later. We'll chat to Casper later. Right. I think I've got time for one more interview. Can I have a quick word with Michael? Are we okay to have a quick chat, Michael? Yep. Brilliant. Michael McInerney, we caught up with in the lunch break. Michael, chaotic start to the first race this weekend. What are you expecting from the second half? I think actually I better go. I think the cars are starting up. Time to go racing. So Brian, back over to you.
Good job, Piers. Don't get run over. Yeah, you don't speak Portuguese, but I'm told you speak very good Dutch. At least you did yesterday. Right, okay. Engines are running. So when the cars get rolling and exit the pit lane, the red box will turn green and the race will be underway. We'll get a formation lap with the clock running. So we're going to probably be getting down towards 20 minutes remaining by the time we get the green flag. We are on board there with Carsten Kramer, who we spoke to, clearly enjoying it. It's so good. People racing this because they love racing, and there are some drivers who are just doing this because they are enthusiastic. Living the dream, I think, is what we say. And there are some who are really serious about getting to the top step of the podium. We potentially have a championship on the line here. So we've got our eyes on that. So if things remain as they are now, Philip Wills will become the champion of the club division for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. If things remain as they are now, Patrick Cunha will take the championship in the GT4 race as well, because coming into this, he had 70 points. David Von Rosen has 45. So a win would give him 25 points, 20 points for David Von Rosen, and that would mean a 30-point deficit between first and second. So we are potentially on the cusp of sorting, well, potentially 3 championships in this race. But of course, they've got to get to the end. We've still got 23 minutes and counting now as the clock starts to tick down of this race. And as you have already witnessed, all day today, getting to the end is a challenge in itself. And if we can get them all round turns 1 and 2, I will be doing a private little dance here in the commentary booth, because turns 1 and 2 have certainly been the areas of controversy, let's say, here. This corner that we're looking at here, sequence of corners, they are second gear sequence of corners, taken 110 to 130 kilometers an hour. Then they're into the third gear, where turn 3, so building up speed to about 140. And if they can get round to that turn 3, then that's a bit of a win in my book. And we just need to get essentially the first couple of laps under our belt, and then we might be able to get this thing to the end. We're approaching shortly the 1/3 point of the race, and cars are running. We have lost Michael Cole, Damir Hott, Javier Ripoll Jr., Eric Wagner, Campbell Perrion. No surprises about any of those. Safety car will be in on this lap, by the way. The Ajit Kumar fans, I'm afraid to say that Ajit is also been shown as in the pits, as is Evgeny Leonov and Markus Neuhofer. So it looks as though it's going to be a non-start for Ajit Kumar, the driver who spent a bit of time upside down at the last round in Valencia. But don't be disheartened, because it doesn't look like anything too major on Ajit's car. So hopefully he'll be back out for the second race for the club division a little later on this afternoon, round 8 of the season. But he's clearly not going to be taking the restart of this one. So cars now out once again on a rolling lap. They're up at turn 8 at the moment, heading towards turn 9. And next time around, when they cross the line, the green flags will be flying. And Philip Wills just needs to keep doing what he's doing. His main championship rival, his only championship rival, is Angelo Fontana, who has, by a miracle, managed to work his way from 6th on the grid up to 2nd as a result of the carnage that we just saw. A very rapid driver is Angelo Fontana, so he certainly knows how to pedal one of these Porsches, but he needs more than just a win. He needs something to befall Philip Wills to drop him out of the top 6. And I have to say, though, anything can happen. Probably will, usually does, as the cars head up towards turn 12. And it will be a single file restart. Andre Fernandez will become the de facto safety car now that the real safety car has disappeared into the distance, and he will increase the speed. It looks like he's done that quite early. Yes, he has. So whereas we saw Ariel Levy in the previous race backing everybody up to the last minute, Andre Fernandez has done quite the opposite, and he's motored it around turns 12 and 13 to receive the green flag. We are racing once again with just under 20 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Fontana in second, Lee Mole in third, but coming under pressure from championship leader Philip Wills. So Wills being the brave man, but just backing out of it. He needs to finish this race. He needs the points. But in so doing, leaves himself a little bit vulnerable to Lennart Heemstra through the tricky turns 1 and 2. Yes, we made it. Well, almost everybody's through now and in towards turn 3. So we've got a good chance of this one actually completing a lap. Here they come. There's Heemstra on the outside of Philip Wills. So Wills just tiptoeing carefully. He's got a much bigger picture in mind, and he doesn't want to throw it all away by ending up in a gravel trap. Now Heemstra has got Carsten Kramer almost pushing him around the corner, and that's going to keep him occupied. That might allow Philip Wills just to break free a little bit. Just ahead of him, Lee Mole breaking clear of this particular battle in third place. It'd be great to see Lee Mole if he could finish on the podium, and Philip Wills just behind him, almost a rear gunner in this instance. Here comes first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th. There we go. That's the first cue. Then we've got a gap back to Paula Macedo in 12th place. Again, the challenges come thick and fast. Carsten Kramer on Lennart Heemstra. Heemstra in the white and black car. Carsten Kramer just exploring the limits of adhesion with the back end of the car. He's got his teammate, the Tobias Vazquez Garcia, the very pretty black and gold car. We'll just point out that Carsten is the team boss. So Tobias probably not going to be trying too hard, although he does duck out of the draft, out along the pit straight. Is he going to put one over the boss? I think he is, of the team, that is, into turn 1. Very important that these two cars don't get together. But Cade Kramer racing into turn 1. Tobias Vazquez Garcia says, okay, let me have a go at Lennart Heemstra and see if I can do something about that position. Of course, that little swap of positions has allowed Lennart just to break clear a little bit. And Carsten Kramer now looking at the back end of his teammate's car, having surrendered that 6th place. At the front, Andre Fernandez very much in control with the fastest lap of the race. Angelo Fontana in second place, the championship challenger, the only championship challenger. Lee Mole in third place. Philip Wills with one hand on the trophy. Just got to do what he's doing, keep it together for the next 17 minutes and 10 seconds plus 1 lap. In the GT4 race, Patrick Kuhnhart in 10th place. David Von Rosen just behind him, though, in 11th place. So that's going to be one to keep an eye on. And that's David Harrison, a little excursion into the scenery, saying hello to the aforementioned squirrels. He rejoins. Doesn't look like he's got any damage just out onto the grass. Now Lee Mole coming under pressure for third place. So Philip Wills tried telling a racing driver to settle for fourth place. I don't think so. Lee Mole certainly feeling the pressure. Philip Wills would love to win his championship by finishing on the podium as well. But as I've mentioned numerous times before, he cannot afford to chuck this one in the gravel trap. So it's tiptoe, keep it all together. Don't do anything stupid. Here's our race leader across the line, 1.627 clear of Angelo Fontana. Here comes Philip Wills to the inside into turn 1. Lee Mole cuts across in front, and a big moment for Philip Wills. His championship flashes before his eyes. Looks like he's managed to avoid any damage. It's allowed him to fall back into the clutches of Lennart Heemstra. That's exactly what Philip Wills needed not to be doing, and that was getting involved and potentially getting damaged. So looks like he's all okay. He's gathered it all up. But now in the clutches of 5th place Lennart Heemstra. If things finish as they are now, Philip Wills will be the champion with 1 race remaining. But he needs to hold it all together. He needs to keep it out the gravel. He needs to keep his head. Lee Mole is clearly not in the mood for giving up a podium position. He knows he's not in this championship hunt. He knows that the car behind him is, so he can afford to slam the door in the face. And that's exactly what he did. So Lee Mole with a bit of breathing room. Out we come towards turn 11. Some of the cars exploring the outer limits of track limits as we approach the halfway point of this race. So halfway, 15 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this round 7 of an 8-round season. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. And Philip Wills with a scary moment regathers it all up in 4th place, has escaped without any damage. May well be having a long hard think before challenging Lee Mole, or maybe not. Is this payback time? Out along the pit straight in towards turn 1. Surely not going to do it again, are we? Just showing himself in the mirrors. Lennart Heemstra has his mirrors full of Tobias Vasquez Garcia, and that's giving Philip Wills a little bit of breathing room. So if he does want to try and get one up on Lee Mole, this is going to be an opportunity. I'd say that into turns 1 and 2 has proven to be not always the best place. I mean, it is the best place because it's the best overtaking spot, but also the spot where we've seen so much controversy. Lennart Heemstra back on the back bumper of Philip Wills. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. That was no 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. There you go. Seconds up the road. There he is at the top of the screen. So this is the fight for 3rd position, the last of the podium positions. And there are 4 cars challenging for that position. Lee Mole currently with the advantage, making sure he makes that Porsche as wide as he possibly can. Philip Wills having a think. How can he get past Lee Mole without incurring damage or ending up spinning or in a gravel trap? At the moment, Lennart Heemstra putting the pressure on. Tobias Vasquez Garcia, as was the case in Valencia, probably looking the quicker of the 4, looking like the driver who's most likely to upset a few people if he possibly can. He's another one who has nothing to lose. He's not in the championship hunt. I just noticed that the incident between Lee Mole and Philip Wills has been noted by our race stewards. So they saw that incident into turn 1 and are just investigating it, and may decide that one or the other of the drivers was perhaps not playing entirely by the rule book. On board with Alexander Dobic in the number 33 car. Remember, he started right at the back. He's up to 12th place at the moment, so that's pretty good going. And here he is running alongside David Von Rosen. You've got a Porsche GT3 car versus the GT4 car. So just in a straight drag race, there's nothing that Von Rosen could do to fend off Alexander Dobic, who had to start from the pit lane after a troubled qualifying this morning. Right, the battle for 3rd place rages on. 2nd is well clear. At the moment, Andre Fernandez with the fastest lap of the race, 1.396 clear of 2nd. And there's a 4.9 second gap back to this fight that we're looking at here. So 3rd is potentially as far as any of these drivers are going to go, but it is a trophy, it's a podium, and it's valuable points in Philip Wills' case. But he has a lot to lose if he gets it wrong. Here they come once again into turn 10, taken in 2nd gear at about 85 kilometers an hour. And then this next sequence of corners in 2nd gear. And now Philip Wills, a little look to the inside, but the inside becomes the outside. And in so doing, almost surrenders a position once again to Lennart Heemstra. This is really, really tricky for Philip Wills. Around turn 13 and 14 they come, up into 4th gear, then out onto the straight. They exit turn 14 at about 165 kilometers an hour. Then they pick up about another 100 kilometers an hour as they move up into 6th gear along the pit straight before the heavy braking into the 2nd gear, 110 kilometer an hour corner. Again to the inside, having a little look, and this time Lee Mole goes spinning. It's a replay of what we saw a few laps earlier. Philip Wills with his nose in, but Lee Mole trying to shut the door this time. Wills was not going to back out of it, and the 56 car is sent spinning. The stewards have already flagged that as something they're going to be having a look at. It's moved Philip Wills up into third place. Lennart Heemstra up into fourth place. Such a shame for Lee Mole. Was he being a little bit over defensive? Well, the stewards will make their decision on that one. But at the moment, subject to confirmation, Philip Wills up into third. Doesn't look as though he's picked up any damage, but winning this championship, doing it the hard way in terms of keeping us on the edge of our seats. He's into third place at the moment. So if the race finished now, the championship would go the way of Angelo Fontana. Third place is enough, and Lennart Heemstra getting it all wrong on the exit of the corner. Keeps it out of the wall, surrenders the place to Tobias Vazquez Garcia. But that was a big moment for Lennart Heemstra there. Bit of a tank slapper. I think that was at a turn 9. He gathered it all together, but that's allowed Garcia through. And Garcia might be perhaps a little bit more robust in trying to find a route past Philip Wills if he can catch him. We know that Garcia really doesn't tend to take many prisoners, and Philip Wills will not be pleased to see the black and gold car in his mirrors, and he'll want to break clear. In the meantime, Angelo Fontana, with the fastest lap, has closed down our race leader, Andre Fernandez, to 0.783. Now, I mentioned this earlier on in qualifying this morning. Tyre preservation is everything. And if the drivers have taken too much out of the tyres, either in qualifying or in the race, they may well be vulnerable at the end. And it might be that Andre Fernandez has just had a difficult lap. Well, his last lap was his best lap. So he doesn't look to have had any issues on the previous lap. But it could be that he might be having issues with grip, or it might be that he's just looking after the car to bring it home. But 0.783 is not exactly a comfortable margin over first and second place. Philip Wills is all the way 9.008 seconds back in that third place. Further back, that is Karsten Kramer, and he has Jan Jaap van Room, who we heard from in the pit lane earlier. This is the fight for sixth place. 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Let's have a look at the GT4. Still, Patrick Cunha leads the way in 11th overall. David Von Rosen just behind him in 12th place overall. So by my calculations, if things finish as they are now, we will be crowning 2 champions at the end of this race, both the AM champion and the GT4 champion. Make that 3, because it will be the overall championship as well that will be decided. But we've still got 7 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race before anything can be declared, not to mention anything that might be coming from the race stewards. Angelo Fontana continuing with the fastest laps of the race, continuing to close in on our race leader, Andre Fernandez. So in towards turn 1, that is Karsten Kramer with Jan Jaap van Room for company. Here's Alexander Dobik. He's caught up with Lee Mole, but Lee Mole did have that little moment. So good driving from Alexander Dobik up into 9th place from the very back, just keeping out of trouble, picking them off one by one. He moves past Lee Mole. Fernandez, 0.496 at the front, 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Is Angelo Fontana going to make a final dash for points? It won't be enough, because if Philip Wills finishes in 3rd, and even if Tobias Vazquez Garcia gets past him, he will still be crowned the champion with 1 race remaining. On board with Alexander Dobik, just picking off the cars one by one. The Hadeka racing car in the resplendent yellow and black livery. You can spot that one on a dark night, can't you? Picking his way through. Ahead of him, Corrado Costa. Great to welcome him back. Now, Evgeny Leonov, on all that's been going on, I thought we'd actually lost him from the race, but he's been shown up as the fastest driver. So Evgeny Leonov, who's 6 laps down, is the fastest man on the track. So he clearly had rejoined while we were looking the other way after that opening incident, just showing everybody what might have been had he not got together with Michael Cole on that opening corner. Still with Alexander Dobik, Corrado Costa in 8th place, just ahead of him. Corrado Costa extracting everything he can out of the track limits. And Alexander Dobic just picking his moment. Will he have an opportunity? Picking up a slipstream out along the pit straight in towards turn 1. Is he going to duck out of the draft to the inside into turn 1? Yes, he is. Is he going to make it stick? Yes, he is. So to the inside now. Costa, though, coming back around the outside. It takes my breath away every time we see them on that corner. It is a tricky corner. Dobic losing the back end slightly into turn 2. You get the feeling the tyres on that car might be crying enough. Right, this is for the lead. 5 minutes remaining of round 7. Andre Fernandez has a problem. That problem is Angelo Fontana, who fancies a race win. He's in second place, and now he is up with the race leader. They're up to turn 10 at the moment. It was 4/10 last time. Well, it's not 4/10 now. You can see the gap. I would say that's probably a couple of tenths at best between first and second. So Fontana making a last charge with 4.5 minutes remaining of this race to try and get to the front. Angelo Fontana, who has just one race this year, that was at Estoril back in the early February. Would love to make it a second win. Andre Fernandez has 2 wins so far this season, one in Estoril and one in Valencia. Wants to make it 3, but now half a second is the gap, so maybe the gap opened up a little bit in the latter stages of that lap. But Angelo Fontana looking the quicker of the 2. Into turn 1 we come. Philip Wills, a distant 3rd place. He'll be happy with that because he's broken clear of Tobias Vasquez Garcia. But this is for the race lead. Through 1 and 2 we come. Can Angelo Fontana, the driver who had to come back through the pack in both races last time out in Valencia from the very back, doing it again here, coming through the order. There is Michael McInerney and David Harrison. They're running together. That's for 13th place. Right, here we go for the lead. A little gap on the inside. Philip Wills, we're pleased he's not too close to this battle, because if they get together, he does not want to be involved in it. 3.25 minutes plus 1 lap. This is for the lead. Andre Fernandez, Angelo Fontana, just throwing everything that he's got to try and take this championship to the last race of the season. Championship elect in the background. Philip Wills in 3rd place. Less than 3 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap. In towards turn 10 they come. Under braking into the 2nd gear corner, about 85 kilometers an hour. Then this tricky section, all done in 2nd gear until they get to turn 13. Then it's up to 3rd gear, then into 4th for turn 14, and then it's full beans along the straight. And it may be at that point that Angelo Fontana will fancy picking up a slipstream from the 917 car in front of him and making a move to take the lead of this race. Into 14 they come and out onto the pit straight. So is Fontana going to make a challenge? Here they come. Is he close enough? Up the hill they come towards turn 1. They'll disappear over the other side. Then downhill into turn 1 they come. Under braking, Fontana perhaps just a little bit too far back. He's made up a 10th on the lead in the last lap, but that's not enough to get in front. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Andre Fernandez, who started on pole position, he kept his head, he kept it all together while everybody was scrapping behind. He wants to turn that pole position into another race win, his 3rd race win of the season. Angelo Fontana wants to steal away his dreams, trying everything that he can. Into turn 5 they come. Once again, Fontana starting to run out of time. Still in the background, Philip Wills on the eve of what could be a championship win. But up ahead of him, the fight still continues. 90 seconds plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Once the clock strikes 0, the cars will have 1 additional lap added to the race. Angelo Fontana will know that time is running out. Towards turn 10 they come. So it's going to be a couple more laps remaining of this race. He's going to start running out of time. He needs to make the move, but he's closer now than he's been at any other point in the race. Around turn 10 they come. In towards turn 11, getting a good exit out of turn 14 will be important, but will he have to wait that long? Fernandez just losing the back end of the car slightly. He holds it together, but the gap appears once again on the inside into turn 13. Now into 14 we come, out onto the pit straight. So the clock at 37, 36, 35 seconds. Here we come towards turn 1. 2 laps remaining of this race over the brow of the hill. Under braking into turn 1. Will Fontana take a look to the inside, to the outside? He does neither. Into turn 1. He's too far back. He's taken another 1/10 of a second out of the lead of Andre Fernandez, but he's still not close enough to make a move. The clock now running down into the final few seconds. It will be what remains of this lap, then one more before the checkered flag of this race, the penultimate round of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025 Club Division. Andre Fernandez has led every lap of this race. He continues to do so. He needs to just carry on doing what he's doing for another lap and a half, and it will be his 3rd win of the season. Fontana running out of ideas, running out of time, but still very much in the running. In the background, Philip Wills must be thinking about a championship. Tobias Vasquez Garcia has not come with the challenge that we were expecting. There is Philip Wills in 3rd place. There is 4th place Garcia. Behind them, a long way back, Lennart Himstra in 5th place. Meanwhile, in the GT4, Patrick Kuhnhaar continues to lead David Von Rosen. So he is also on the eve of his championship win. Here comes Andre Fernandez once again into turn 13. You can see that the tyres on the back of that Porsche are starting to run out of grip. Angelo Fontana really has only one more real opportunity. It's going to be the exit of turn 14 into turn 1. Is it going to be a dive bomb? Is he going to launch everything at it? Or is he going to settle for 2nd place? Out across the start-finish line they come once again for the last second. A 5-second time penalty has been awarded to Andre Fernandez for exceeding track limits. Car 917 has received a 5-second time penalty, which means he realistically cannot win this race. A 5-second time penalty awarded to Andre Fernandez, our race leader, for exceeding track limits. And this means that Angelo Fontana does not need to do anything dramatic to get past. He just needs to stay where he is, and he will take the win, because our race leader, Andre Fernandez, is going to get relegated. There is the 223 car, David Von Rosen, moving past the cars in front of him is David Harrison, and there's been a big impact. That's Corrado Costa, who's had a big moment out on the pit straight. The car is stranded. We're going to probably get lots of yellow flags waving here. Fontana is past Andre Fernandez. He was going to win it anyway, but Fernandez going wide across the curbs. The car briefly getting airborne. Our new race leader is going to be Angelo Fontana. There is going to be a lot of yellow flags waving because we've got a car stricken out on the pit straight. But they're into the final lap of the race, the final few corners. Into turn 11 comes Angelo Fontana. The yellow flags are waving up at turn 14. Andre Fernandez was never going to win this one with the 5-second time penalty applied. It is going to be Angelo Fontana who comes out towards turn 14 for the very last time, and he will see the checkered flag race high in front of him. It's going to be a win for Angelo Fontana past the Corrado Costa car. It is out from the wall, but it's a win for Angelo Fontana. Andre Fernandez comes next, and it's going to be a championship for Philip Wills. 3rd place is all he needed to do. It will be a championship in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division for Philip Wills as he crosses the line in that 3rd place. Tobias Vasquez Garcia in 4th. Then we wait for Lennart Hinstra, Carsten Kramer, Jan-Jaap van Room, Alexander Domet, Lee Mole, then David Harrison. But we're going to wait for Patrick Kuhnhaar to cross the line to see whether he can clinch the GT4 championship as well. He's still out around turn 11 at the moment, heading into turn 12 and then into turn 13. And we will have a champion in GT4 as well, succeeding Graham King as the champion of GT4. There's David Von Rosen in the 223 car. He was not able to catch up with Patrick Kuhnhaar in the treble 8 car. He will cross the line in that 11th place, and that will be enough to secure a GT4 championship victory. On board with David Von Rosen, he did everything that he could, but he's not going to be able to catch Patrick Kuhnhaar. Out across the line we come, and Kuhnhaar finishing in 11th place. and brilliant driving from him to win the GT4 Championship as well. David Von Rosen did everything that he could, but it was going to be a 15th place and a third in category. Casper Hockebom getting past David Von Rosen in the closing stages. So that gives the GT4 Championship to Patrick Cunha as well. So all the championships decided with one race remaining. It's going to be an AM Championship for Philip Wills. It's going to be a GT4 Championship for Patrick Cunha and an overall championship for Philip Wills. The race win going to Angelo Fontana. Second across the line, Andre Fernandez, but will have 5 seconds applied. But that will make no difference because Philip Wills was 8.999 behind. So Fernandez will stay in second. Wills in third, the new champion, ahead of Tobias Vasquez Garcia. Lennart Heemstra in 5th place, ahead of Karsten Kramer. Jan-Jaap van Room in 7th, ahead of Alexander Dobik from the back. Lee Mole was in the wars, but brought it home in 9th place, ahead of David Harrison. And Patrick Cunha, your new GT4 champion, in 11th place, ahead of Michael McInerney, Ernst Inderbitzin, and Casper Hockebom, rounding out the top 14. In 15th place, David Von Rosen gave it all that he could, ahead of Paolo Macedo and Corrado Costa, showing in 18th, but of course with that big crash. There is Philip Wills, the relief. He's finally done it. He can call himself a champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. And there is Christoph Huber, who is one of the absolute key people in Proton Huber competition, who congratulates him. Of course, Philip Wills racing for Proton Huber competition, receiving the congratulations. And a shout out to Christoph Huber, who does a fantastic job along with Christian Reed for Proton Huber competition. And they prepare those cars. And there for S1, Angelo Fontana. It was a lively race. Surviving was part of it. But he got to the end to take his second win of the season. The driver from Venezuela working hard, and he nibbled away at Andre Fernandez. Fernandez, by my calculations, despite the 5-second time penalty, will keep his second place because he had that gap over Philip Wills. Brilliant. I can see that Piers is down there. I hope you enjoyed that one, Piers. I certainly did.
Oh, yeah, I enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Brian, for keeping us up to date with what was going on. Of course, the team's just spoken to Christoph Huber. They don't want to celebrate for Philip Wills just yet because you never know what can happen afterwards, of course, with Andre Fernandez's penalty looming over as well. But I'll grab a word with Philip anyway. Philip, come on in. Third place on the road. Andre, we believe, has a time penalty. I don't think you'll inherit that position due to the time, but still, it's a tough race out there. You had to work for that one.
Yes. For the first, to avoid all the cars, it was very lucky that I was. Because I was just in between them, and I thought they are pretty aggressive in the front, so I will keep it a little bit slower in the first corner to see that and everything happened before me, so I could just pass between them. And I touched left and right cars, and I thought, oh my God, is the radiator still okay? And then after the restart, and it was very difficult to pass Limo because he was always closing the door. So I passed them on a special way, but I'm pretty happy that, okay, I made it to the finish line now with all these crashes what happened. So
of course, the car's in one piece.
Important for me to finish now in this weekend and maybe for the next race to enjoy.
Yes, Philip, we'll catch up with you later, I'm sure, because you're still favourite for the championship. Let's grab a word with our race winner, Angelo Fontana. Angelo's over here, so if I'll try and grab his attention. Angelo, come on in. Be great to hear from you once again, of course, Angelo. Great drive from yourself. You pushed.
Yeah, I pushed.
And it worked.
Yeah, I pushed till the end, and finally P1. After Valencia's, you know what happened. I really wanted to arrive first again, you know.
And you did. Great pace. You closed the gap from nearly 2 seconds right down onto Andre's tail. And talk us about the move where you took the lead.
Yeah, he made a mistake definitely, and I took the chance. I knew that he was penalized anyway, but he opened the doors, and I took it.
Angelo, congratulations. I see you've got the team flag there.
Team flag, Estonia.
Congrats. Team S1, of course, from Estonia, and our second place driver, Andre Fernandez. Andre, can we have a quick word? Quick word, Andre. So close, so close.
Yeah, the last lap, it's racing, but he touched me behind. I started losing my grip of tires, started losing the back, and then he touched me in the back, and then it's racing.
Still got one more race to come later on.
Let's see if I can win this one.
Absolutely, and I'll grab a quick word with Patrick Kuna, who I believe is our provisional champion as well in GT4. I'll just wait for him to finish it. Patrick, again in Portuguese if you prefer, I believe you're provisional champion.
É verdade, somos campeões europeus, estamos muito felizes. Foi uma corrida que no início com muitos toques e arrancamos atrás de safety car. Eu queria ganhar um bocado de distância ao segundo para manter o primeiro lugar, foi aquilo que eu fiz. Comecei a andar nas 4, 5 primeiras voltas a tentar fazer os melhores tempos para ganhar um bocado de distância. A partir daí foi só gerir e guardar os pneus para a segunda corrida, como não vamos meter novos e tentar, agora já somos campeões, acabar a corrida.
Patrick, congratulations.
Obrigado.
Obrigado, exactly. Right, well, I'll let Brian take us through some of the memorable moments from that round number 7 of the club division while we get ourselves ready for the podium.
Thank you, Piers. Yes, we'll call them champions-elect. They mathematically have won their championships. Of course, it is all subject to confirmation because the stewards will be investigating any potential incidents. The cars also have to pass technical scrutineering as well. We have seen it this year. We saw it with Angelo Fontana getting disqualified from quali the last time out in Valencia as a result of the car failing technical inspection. So we say champions-elect, Philip Wills and Patrick Cunha, and they've done all that they can do now, and it will be good because it means that the next race, the final race of the season, it really is gloves off. It really is just fighting for glory, fighting for the silverware, and that's always very exciting to see. And like we need any more excitement here to this circuit, particularly into turns 1 and 2. And it was turns 1 and 2 where it all kicked off. Evgeny Leonov to the inside of Michael Cole, the two cars getting together and then scattering. Javier Ripoll Jr. certainly getting a lot of damage out of that. A number of other cars going spinning as well, and that brought out the eventual red flag that meant that we had a long delay. But when we did get going, Philip Wills and Lee Mole, and Wills would have seen his championship passing by him in slow motion. There's Lennart Heemstra and Karsten Kramer and David Harrison had a little field trip there, went out and spoke to some of the bunnies. This is Philip Wills once again with Lee Mole, the two cars making contact. A big moment. Well, this is what Philip Wills, I think he referred to as his special overtaking manoeuvre in the end, because he felt as though Lee Mole was perhaps being a little bit overly defensive. There was a great battle for the lead, though, wasn't there? Andre Fernandez with Angelo Fontana. A battle that raged on. We got the notification towards the end of the race that Fernandez, with the back end sliding, was going to pick up a 5-second time penalty. So he tried to hold on, though. He wanted to cross the line first, didn't he? Jan-Jaap van Room was fighting with Karsten Kramer for position, and at the end of the race, Corrado Costa looked like a big impact with the wall. Such a shame, because we've really enjoyed having Corrado here, but it looks as though maybe his day has come to a premature end. This was the challenge for the lead. Fernandez closed the door as much as he dare, but Fontana had the grip and had the line through. David Von Rosen was fighting with Michael McInerney, and we had a GT3 versus GT4 there. Lots and lots of drama. The drama on the pit straight being indicated by the yellow flags. It was a win for Angelo Fontana, having got past Andre Fernandez. Fernandez with such a big gap over Philip Wills in third place, it meant that the 5-second time penalty counted for nothing. Great to see the team, including the team bosses, congratulating the new champion-elect Philip Wills. And what a dramatic race it was. And if you enjoyed that, well, we get to it all again a little bit later. We've got 2 more races left for you today. 2 more races left for you this season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. A season that has flown past and has been thoroughly entertaining. It was a season that kicked off in Portimao with Evgeny Leonov taking a win from pole position. And Philip Wills showed his intention by winning the second race of that particular weekend. Andre Fernandez also showing his intentions by taking a win in round 3. The fighting continued, and it's come all the way down to this, but Philip Wills and Angelo Fontana were the only 2 mathematically in the equation coming into today's racing. And Philip Wills mathematically has done all that he needs to do to win this championship and has the engraver on standby to put his name on the trophy that was won by Robert Solmer last year and Graham King, who won a GT4 last year. Piers is down on the podium and he's ready to bring us the podium ceremony. Over to you, Piers.
Thank you very much. The podium ceremony now, starting with the AM classification. Our championship leader and potentially favourite for the championship, the number 912 from Belgium, Philip Wills. Philip joined by a young future champion as well. Philip drives for the Proton Huber competition team. Second place, the number 917 from Portugal, Andre Fernandez. And our eventual winner, the number 80 from Venezuela, Angelo Fontana. Angelo driving for the S1 racing team. High fives all round, and we will now have the Portuguese national anthem. Congratulations to Angelo. My mistake, it's not the Portuguese, it was the Venezuelan national anthem for Venezuela. Third place trophy, Philip Wills from Jose Luis Santa Maria, the director of the circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia. Third place trophy, Philip Wills. Second place trophy will be handed to Michael Dreisen from the director of sales to Porsche Motorsport. Second place, Andre Fernandez. And Jose Luis Santa Maria will present the winning trophy to Angelo Fontana for S1 Racing from Venezuela. A brilliant drive, and the S1 Racing team whooping and hollering. We'll now have all 3 on the podium along with Jose Luis Santa Maria and Michael Dreisen on the podium for the photos. And any photo opportunities down from the grid as well. Good job, everyone. Congratulations to our podium drivers in the AM classification. Next up, we will be having the GT4s, which has been hotly contested. Next up will be GT4, and it was competitive in that one. We saw, of course, in the red flag, David von Rosen, only a couple of places behind Patrick Kuhner. And of course, those GT4 cars racing amongst the GT3 Cup car machinery. Separate classification. And it will be in third position. The number 222 from Germany, David von Rosen. David von Rosen, everybody. Third place in GT4, driving for the Neuhofer Rennsport team. In second, from the Netherlands, it was Casper Hoggeboom. Congratulations, Casper, driving for Team GP Elite. But in the end, it was from Portugal, Patrick Kuhner. Congratulations, Patrick, and he is provisional champion in the GT4 classification. He also races for Veloso Motorsport, and we will now have the Portuguese national anthem. Congratulations to our top three in the GT4 classification. Michael Dreisen will be presenting the third place trophy to David Von Rosen, Director of Sales at Porsche Motorsport. Second place trophy being handed to Casper Hochbaum by Jose Luis Santamaria, Director of the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. And the winning trophy, Michael Dreisen will present to Patrick Kuhner, our champion for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in 2025. Great job from all three of these drivers. Everyone on the top step of the podium now for the photo opportunities. To remember this moment, eye line down to the gantry down there, and a final round of applause to our GT4 classification. Congratulations, all three of you. We'll be seeing you very, very shortly for the final round of the season, round number 8. But very, very shortly, we have the final round of the season of the Sport Division, and that's coming up right now.
Seven rounds down, 1 round to go. It's time for the season finale for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the Sport Division. And in theory, in a little over 40 minutes, 50 minutes or so, we should be finding the identity of the champion. Will it be a new champion, or will it be last year's champion? In the Sport Division overall standings, it is between Flint Scheuring and Ariel Levy, and it was a win for Ariel Levy and a third place for Flint Scheuring in the last race. It means that the gap is now down to 7 points in favour of Flint Scheuring. So a lot to play for. The Rookie Championship has gone the way of Chester Kiefer already, with Jelter Hoffner jumping up into second place. He's got 107 points to Chester Kiefer's 145. Kiefer cannot be caught. And in the Pro-Am Championship, Henry Tuamala mathematically has that one in hand ahead of Anthony Imperato. So the championships will come to an end after this race, and we will know the identities of our three champions for sure. Piers is currently down on the grid, ready to talk to a few drivers.
Brian, this is it, the final race of the season. It's come round so quickly, but the racing is still going to be as hot as ever. Of course, very disrupted first race this afternoon. Hopefully a little bit cleaner. We'd like half an hour of clean, fair racing, no spitting, no biting, no punching, all that sort of stuff. We've got our different pulses this time, of course. Theo Overhouse, the new driver. Oh, sorry, I'm in the way. Of course, drivers just doing their lining up procedure to make sure that they are in the correct grid position so that they don't overstep the white lines. Of course, all 4 tyres must be within the white lines there. You can see the tape on the box. So I think I can jump in now with Theo. Can I jump in? Yeah, brilliant. Sorry, Theo, I didn't mean to interrupt your procedure there. Pole position for this race, consistently fast laps in qualifying. We saw you can make moves in that last one. You shouldn't have to make any overtakes in this one if everything goes to plan, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I hope I get a good launch, first into T1, and then I hope I can control the race at the front.
Absolutely, a great start to your Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe career. Of course, so far, second in the first one. Hopefully, I imagine you're hoping to take it one better in this one.
Yeah, for sure. The first one I also wanted to win, but sadly it didn't work out. But I'm for sure really working hard for it that it's worked out now, and I'm quite confident that it will be.
What do you reckon the greatest risk from behind is going to be?
I think at the start is the greatest risk, get a good launch. I think that is more or less everything is what's needed to defend P1. But we will see if Ariel or Flint Scheuring have a great car in the race. Maybe they will also make some pressure in the race then.
We look forward to a great race ahead. Hopefully it stays cleaner than the first one. Right, that's Theo Overhouse, of course, the Porsche Junior in Germany. Definitely a star of the future, one to watch for certain. Great to have him in the championship. A star of the future, well, and the present really, Ariel Levy, of course, our champion last season, starting in second place in this one. Ariel, second best starting position in this one. Of course, we know Theo had a good pace in that last one, but I also know that you were very confident with your pace in race 1.
Well, we did not have a lot of laps, but when we were driving, I think I was really comfortable with what I was, yes.
What do you reckon your best chance of winning this race is?
Well, I cannot know what will happen in the race, but I would say usually race starts are really crucial, so I will have to have a really good start, and then we'll see what happens later.
Ariel, of course, last season, this time last year, you were champion already. Of course, it's very close between you and Flint as well. Of course, I imagine that you're going to be giving your all. Are you thinking about the championship? What's your mindset going into this one?
My mindset is that I'm so thankful and privileged to have such a competitive season in the winter, because I'm learning so much, and it's not even summer yet, so I'm just thankful.
Ariel, good luck in the race. We'll see where you finish up at the end of the race. Of course, Ariel will always be going for the win. We know he's a very competitive driver, and I'd like to grab a word with our current championship leader and Ariel's championship challenger, Flint. I've spoken to him a couple of times already today, but that's only right considering he is currently leading the championship. Just spoke to Ariel. Of course, he is going for the win, as always, but he's just saying that he's so grateful that he's got such a competitive series before the main season has even started, and he's been enjoying the fight between yourself and him.
Yeah, so far it's been a hard but fair fight. So definitely great preparation for the summer season.
And let's talk about that championship. Of course, Ariel starting alongside you there. What are you thinking about?
Yeah, gonna try to get a good getaway and then go on from there.
Flint, we'll see how it plays out. It's been a great battle all season long between these two. Of course, Flint having the upper hand on more occasions than Ariel this season, but it's anyone's game. Ariel was very fast in race number one. Got time for one more interview, and I think I'm going to grab a word with Milan Marchak again, because he's had such a good weekend. Really gaining a lot of experience and a lot of speed considering his relative lack of overall racing experience. Actually, he's having a word with his race engineer, so I better jump out of there. Quick word from Sasha going into our last race. This again, carrying our on-board camera as well. Sasha, very quick word. Last race of the season, what are you thinking about right now?
That I want to enjoy it.
How are you best going to enjoy it?
By driving, of course.
Sasha, we look forward to seeing some excellent racing for you in this one. Again, we'll be watching from on board. Sasha Norden there, of course, trying to consolidate third place in the championship. This is going to be good, hopefully cleaner than the first, but the racing is going to be great nonetheless. Brian, over to you for the final time this season in the sport division.
Thank you, Piers. Great job. I think Sasha speaks for all of us. We just want to enjoy it. And that's exactly what we've been doing, although we'd enjoy it more if there were a few less red flags. Right. Well, our pole sitter for this race is one Mr. T. Overhouse, and he is not featuring in the championship race, but he may well play a part in it because the two championship contenders are directly behind him. By my calculations, if things finish as they are, i.e. Ariel Levy second, Flint Schuring third, Flint Schuring will be champion. But if Ariel Levy can get past Theo Overhouse and Flint Schuring finishes in third place, Ariel Levy will be champion. It is that close. How exciting is this? We are 1 minute away from the season finale for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division, and it is all to play for. This could really go down to the wire. It's all about who keeps their head. What we don't want is any red flags, or if hopefully safety cars or full course yellows. Well, good luck with that. We've had a red flag in every race so far. The leading rookie qualifier, Milan Marchak, down in P6, also impressing here this weekend at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. So lots to look at in the Pro-Am Championship. Henry Tuamala is the leading Pro-Am driver. By my calculations, he's done what he needs to do to clinch the Pro-Am Championship, but he really needs to get to the end of this race just to cement it and seal it. Of course, Chester Kiefer is the second qualifier in the rookies. He's down in P9. He's already clinched the Rookie Championship. The grid is like this. Theo Overhouse with that 143.001. Ariel Levy alongside him. Then it's Flint Schuring with Sebastian Freimut for company. He might be looking for a podium too. Domas Radonis and Milan Marchak occupy row 3. And Sasha Norden and Colin Berninghaus, big solid qualifying from him into P8. Our new rookie champion, Chester Kiefer, has Matthias Ferreira for company. Joe Warhurst will be looking to avoid the dramas of race 1. He has Sid Smith alongside. He too will want to get to the end of this one. Robin Knutson and Alex Ryman are 13th and 14th, and they're ahead of Gianluca Tucciaroglu and James Wallace. Keep an eye on both of them. They're going to be coming through the pack. Nathan Sharp and Jonas Greif line up on 17th and 18th ahead of Jelta Hoffner. Henry Tuamala, the leading Pro-Am champion, leader in the championship. Søren Spreng just behind him with Felix Neuhofer, Charles Visser and Josh Stanton line up 23rd and 24th. Then it's Thomas Cangro and Karen Gayard ahead of Mace Muller, Anthony Emperaso in the Pro-Am race, Luciano Martinez, Juan Pablo Vega, Draker Janssen and Nick Ho. Good to see he's got the car back out on track as well. 32 riders for this, the season finale for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. I'm just looking up to the skies. The clouds are coming in. The temperature is dropping. Famous last words. I don't think we're going to be getting any rain. Sincerely hope not. But with the temperature dropping on the track, that can change the dynamic of this race as well. It's the last hurrah for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Next stop for a lot of these drivers will be their summer championships. They'll want to put this time to good use, this 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. All of the identical Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars based on the latest 992 generation 510 Porsche brake horsepowers. 4 litres of naturally aspirated, water-cooled, flat-six boxer engine in the rear of the car. Control tyres, restricted setups, no ABS, no traction control. This is about raw talent. It's about the best drivers in the best cars rising to the top, and that's exactly what we've seen all season long. We've seen the seasoned campaigners, we've seen the new up-and-coming superstars, all challenging, all wanting to show what they're worth as they come together here on a legendary circuit that hosts Formula One. This is their chance to flex their muscles and show what they're made of. Apparently the wind has dropped down, so we shouldn't have any issues with tailwinds, but the temperature also dropping too. The cars are now forming on the grid. Their heartbeats will be racing. The palms will be sweaty as Søren Spreng just gets the 197 car into exactly the right position. And then the silence falls around Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And then the indication from the back that all is good. The engine notes will start to rise. Are you ready for one last dance? Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is go for the final race of the season. And it's a drag race in towards turn 1. Get out of my way, says Ariel Levy. He's got his elbows out. Flynn Schuring looking as well, but it's going to be Levy into turn 1. Theo Urbahouse dropping into that second place, but is he going to come back? There's a couple of cars that have cut across the runoff area. What is going to happen there? Ariel Levy and Theo Urbahouse running side by side. Looks as though Urbahouse might have gone wide. He's back into the lead. Ariel Levy will want to come back. Urbahouse giving up that lead position because he knew he exceeded track limits. Flynn Schuring in that third place. If the championship finished now, if the race finished now, it would be championship Ariel Levy. But Flynn Schuring looking eager. The rest of the cars jostling for positions behind, all fighting over the scraps. Out towards turn 7 they come, and that is Henry Tuamala, who's got off into the gravel trap. He's able to keep it going. There's Karen Gayard there as well, who got involved. Tuamala looks like he's able to rejoin on board with Matas Ferreira in the number 27 car. But a dramatic first lap, as always is the case here. And that's Draker Janssen into the gravel trap. This may well bring out their safety car. Our race leader, Ariel Levy, second. Theo Urbahouse, third. Flynn Schuring, but I have a feeling a caution may be incoming. The rest of the cars heading around turn 13 and 14. Another spinner, there's Mace Muller pointing in the wrong direction, able to rejoin, and Nick Ho once again in his old car, but looks like that is stranded as well. So a couple of cars stranded at the side of the track. This is surely going to bring out a full course yellow, and across the line we come. I think the race stewards want to get a lap in the board so that we don't have a complete restart. It's Ariel Levy with 7/10 over Theo Overhaus. Flint Schering in that third place. Sebastian Freimuth in fourth ahead of Domas Radonis. We're still racing at the moment. Still no cautions showing at this point. There's Karen Gayard in the 85 car, able to rejoin. And now we go for yellow flag at turn 5, but we're still in racing conditions. 30 minutes plus 1 lap is the length of the race. At the moment, Ariel Levy leading the way. Theo Overhaus, now we go to full course yellow. So Ariel Levy will drop the speed down to 80 kilometers an hour. Really important, there's no overtaking. Søren Spreng now backing out of the power. The start is under investigation, so the race stewards will be taking a look at that. I'm now just going to double check my maths while we're here. So if the race finished now, Ariel Levy would have a 2-point advantage over Flint Schering. I said to you that Theo Overhaus was going to play a critical part in this championship, even though he's not part of it. That is proving to be the case as Karen Gayard's getting pulled back into the garage. And there's Nick Ho in the more familiar yellow, black and white car that we've seen him all season long. We saw that the blue car that he was running this morning had taken a little bit of a beating. And it looks like there may be 2 damaged cars that are going to be heading back to the PG Motorsport garage. Safety car is out, so the clock carries on ticking. Right, just looking at the various screens to make sure there's no penalties that have been awarded that I can see. So as far as I'm aware, it is very much as you see it out on track. Theo Overhaus did get past Ariel Levy. We saw him going wide, and then we saw him backing out of it just to give that position back because he had taken the lead of the race, having gone into the runoff area. So very fair from Theo Overhaus, and if he hadn't done that, the stewards may well have penalised him, and he could have picked up a penalty that would have been a lot greater than just letting the lead car back through. So there is the Nick Ho car. So we've lost Nick Ho and we've lost Karen Gayard. Looking to see a non-starter was Sid Smith and Felix Neuhofer. They never even made it out of the garage after the incident in the earlier race. So they never made it onto the grid, which is a real shame. We got confirmation as the cars crossed the timing beam. Let's have another look at the start of this race and let's just see what occurred. So it's a good start from Ariel Levy. It was a good start from Theo Overhaus as well, but Levy had that inside line into turn 1. Overhaus tried to come back around the outside, but you just see he ran wide. Also in there was Flint Schering. Again, needs to be careful. Got to finish and not be in the gravel trap because that would hand the championship on a plate. That was Henry Tuamala going wide onto the gravel. He was able to keep it going. He's currently down in 27th place and 3rd overall. So the Pro-Am Championship still very much in his hands, and that was a big impact for Draker Janssen. I see him making a big contact with the wall, and that's a real shame. Right, safety car is in on this lap. They've done a great job. Thank you to all of the marshals and the hard-working track crew for getting it all cleaned up. It means we can get back racing nice and quickly as we look to decide the champions of 2025. As things stand at the moment, if the race finished now, Ariel Levy would be champion. If Flint Schering can get past Theo Overhaus, he will become the champion. So Theo Overhaus has very much the power here. He holds all the cards. He's not in this to score points. He's in this for the silverware. He'd quite fancy relegating Ariel Levy if he possibly can in that 2nd place. Sasha Norden in 6th place at the moment, ahead of Chester Kiefer, one of his main rivals in a runner-up spot in the championship. Chester Kiefer is the leading rookie. Matthias Ferreira down to P2 in the rookies ahead of Milan Marchak. So plenty still to come. 23.5 minutes. The cars are round at turn 12 at the moment. Now, last time we saw Ariel Levy really backing them up. Will he do the same again, or is he going to hit the accelerator early and try and catch Theo Overhaus snoozing? He is weaving, as is his right. Theo Overhaus is focused on hitting the accelerator at the very moment that Ariel Levy does. The thing he mustn't do is overtake Ariel Levy before the start-finish line. That is important for all the cars. Flint Schuring ready to jump as well. This is going to be his best opportunity to get past Theo Overhaus as they now hit the accelerator out of turn 14 along the pit straight, the big slipstream as they head in towards turn 1, hitting towards 265 kilometers an hour before the heavy braking of turn 1. Ariel Levy with a good start. Theo Overhaus keeping him though in his sights. Challenge further back. That's Chester Kiefer to the outside of rival Sasha Norden in the championship. Everybody else fighting through. More drama. Matthias Ferreira goes spinning. Also James Wallace in there as well. Oh, this is almost certainly going to bring out another safety car. Matthias Ferreira getting together with James Wallace. Both cars stranded on the dreaded turns 1 and 2. And it looks as though Matthias Ferreira's day is going to go from bad to worse. He had traumas in the first race today. He's got traumas again. The rest of the cars filing through. 22 minutes remaining of this race. And I'm afraid it does look like a safety car, or at the very least a full course yellow might be incoming. At the moment, Ariel Levy with a 0.378 gap over second place. Well, the good bit is Ferreira's got it going, but I'm not sure that Wallace is going to be able to. But a lot of damage to the number 27 Target competition car, the Brazilian driver, and there is Wallace getting out of the car. So that is such a shame. The Proton Huber competition, number 83 car, James Wallace, and he'll be pretty fed up about that after such a strong showing in Valencia. He will be pretty fed up with all that has occurred here in Barcelona. And you can see from his body language as he looks at the car, and he will walk away. Let's have another look at what happened there. That's first, second, third. Here's the rest of the cars, and it just looked as though Ferreira carried just way too much speed into the corner. Wallace was just an innocent bystander. Nathan Sharp also taking to the gravel to avoid it. But it looked as though Ferreira had lost it long before Wallace appeared on the scene, and he was just caught up in someone else's incident in the carbon fibre zone once again. And you can point the finger maybe at poor qualifying, being in the midst of all the drama. Whatever it is, it's certainly taken him out of it, and that looks like Nathan Sharp peeling off into the pits as well. So after such a strong showing from him last time out in Valencia, it looks as though his day is also coming to a premature end. On board with Søren Spreng, who currently leads in the Pro-Am race. He is in 19th place overall. And, he has Anthony Imperato directly behind him. So the James Wallace car being removed from the gravel trap. So safety car out on track with 1/3 of the race gone. Theo Overhaus is been shown on my timing screen as the race leader. So I'm just checking to see whether... So Theo Overhaus has been shown as the race leader at the moment. So clearly there has been a swap around under the full course yellow. Now I'm not entirely sure what is occurring there. I've had no messages to say why that might be the case. Of course, under a full course yellow or a safety car, there can be no overtaking. But Theo Overhaus has jumped into the lead of this race, and it might be that the stewards have given an instruction. It's certainly nothing that I've seen as Matthias Ferreira peels off into the pits. But suddenly, Theo Overhaus has been shown as the race leader, and I've had no indication as to why that would be. But if that is the case, as seems to be, as we can see on our screen, and if the race finished now, it means that Flint Schuring would be the champion. So I'm just double checking everything here, make sure I haven't missed anything. If the race finished now, it would be a Flint Schuring championship. So Theo Overhaus has jumped in front of Ariel Levy while we're behind the safety car and currently leads the way. Sounds to me as though it may have been an instruction that had been given. So that has changed the dynamic of the race. Suddenly, Ariel Levy has all the work to do to get past the number 43 car in front of him. Once again, Theo Overhaus playing a significant part on the outcome of this championship. There's absolutely nothing on the timing screens to indicate why that might have happened, but with 18 minutes remaining, things remain as they are. It will be championship to Flint Tschering by the slimmest of margins. Certainly not had the kind of dominant weekend that we saw him have at Valencia. So there have only been 2 winners of races this year in this category, and they have been Flint Tschering, who has had won all bar 2 races, and Ariel Levy, who's won the other. Theo Overhaus looking to break that pattern. So still trying to keep the heat in the tyres, keep everything in the window as the cars circulate behind the safety car. So the drama keeps on coming. Theo Overhaus, somehow, behind the safety car, has been promoted into the lead, and it can only be on the instruction of the stewards. But it means that Ariel Levy has a lot of work to do now, because he is going to have to work his way past the lead car if he wants to retain the championship that he won here this time last year. Still no indication of when the safety car is going to come in, but I would expect it's going to be very soon. Safety car is going to be in on this lap. So, indication that safety car is in on this lap, which means we will back racing. There is Henry Tuamala, the champion-elect of the Pro-Am category. So out to round turn 5 at the moment. Theo Overhaus holds all the cards to decide who will become the champion of the sport division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Sasha Norden has made progress. He's up into P6 at the moment. His main rival for position in the championship, Chester Kiefer, is behind him, and he wants to keep it that way. So here we come, the snake of cars. Theo Overhaus, the Porsche Junior driver who has been very much making the headlines for the last couple of years, getting himself up to speed before his 2025 season. I haven't seen what he's going to be racing this year, but now he backs the pack up. It's his turn to decide when to go. Now it's the turn of Ariel Levy to be the person who has to do the guessing. Up into turn 12 they come. Flint Tschering, focused, ready to pounce as soon as he can. Overhaus went, then he didn't, now he's going. Looks like he's up to speed. The gaps open up between first and second. Ariel Levy falling into the clutches of Flint Tschering. If Tschering can get past Ariel Levy, that will be enough for the championship for sure. Out of turn 14 they come, along the pit straight. A couple of cars kicking up some dirt. Out towards turn 1, weaving to try and get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. We're past the halfway point of the final race of the season. Into turn 1, Flint Tschering flashing the lights. There's Colin Berdinghausen taking a different line into the corner. On the inside, Chester Kiefer in there as well. The rest of the cars filing around turns 1 and turns 2. What is going to happen in the last 14.5 minutes of this race? At the moment, advantage Theo Overhaus, advantage Flint Tschering in the championship standings. Ariel Levy in second place, about half a second back. What can he do about the number 43 car in front of him? Sebastian Freimut there. Look at Sasha Norden looking to challenge Domas Radonis. He's been doing that all season long in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. Also a challenge further back, there was Joe Warhurst in there. Also Gianluca Tucharoglu also fighting for position. Sasha Norden, we're on board with him at the moment in that 6th place. Sebastian Freimut in front of him, which means that Norden is up into 5th place. He's broken clear of one of his main challengers, Chester Kiefer, down into P9. First and second, breaking clear. Flint Tschering doesn't look to have the pace to get with the leaders at the moment. 13.5 minutes remaining. It's all about whether Ariel Levy can find a route past Theo Overhaus. Levy, who led for much of this race, somehow Theo Overhaus was able to get past. Now he leads the way. There's Chester Kiefer, Alex Ryman behind him, Gianluca Tucharoglu there as well in the 911 car. They are fighting over 9th place. Here come the race leaders out onto the pit straight once again, flat out up into 6th gear. Then it's the heavy braking, having reached 265 kilometers an hour, reducing all the speed down to 110 kilometers an hour. Second gear through turn 1, second gear into turn 2. Alex Ryman, Gianluca Tucciaroglu. It's Tucciaroglu challenging on the outside for 10th place. Drops back in behind around turns 1 and turns 2 they come, and in towards turn 3, a third gear corner taken at 140 kilometers an hour. Then a short burst of the throttle before this, turn 4, a second gear taken at about 100 kilometers an hour. Then a slight downhill section towards turn 5, a second gear corner taken at about 80 kilometers an hour. Then they weave their way down to turn 6 and 7. Still, the positions remain the same at the moment. Ariel Levy now with the fastest lap of the race, as denoted by the pink FL next to his name. It means that he is closing in on Theo Overhaus, but he can catch him. He's got to get past him if he wants to win this championship. It feels as though Ariel Levy holds the secret at the moment, but Theo Overhaus stands in the way. The rest of the cars challenging. That is the 1, 2, 3, Henry Tuamola, also fighting to retain in the Pro-Am Championship, trying to move his way forwards on board with Søren Spreng in the 197. He is the leading Pro-Am qualifier and leading the Pro-Am race at the moment. Tuamola down in 22nd place, but that would be enough just to confirm the championship in the Pro-Am category. 11.5 minutes remaining of this race. Look how close this is. There's Milan Marchak with Colin Berninghausen pressuring him all the way for 7th place. Also there, Chester Kiefer, the man who never backs off. Now Theo Overhaus responds with the fastest lap. So Ariel Levy gonna have to turn the wick up some more, find some more pace if he wants to challenge for the lead. Can he force Theo Overhaus into a mistake? He's got 11 minutes to do it as the cars go towards the edges of track limits through turn 1 and turn 2. Just fighting for every last thousandth of a second. Theo Overhaus with the fastest lap. Jan Pablo Vega also in the 563 car. He's down in 23rd place. He's got Henry Tuamola there for company as well. So everybody pushing hard, fighting hard. Gianluca Tucciaroglu on the inside of Alex Ryman. He's been lining that one up for a while, and he pokes his nose in. They go wheel to wheel briefly. Now Ryman trying to come back, but Tucciaroglu has the position. Now he's coming under pressure from Joe Warhurst. Warhurst flashing the lights, looking to have a better race than he did last time. He's in 12th place at the moment. Now pressuring Alex Ryman, Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Now breaks clear into the top 10. Here comes the lead queue of cars. Sasha Norden has now closed up with Sebastian Freimut for 4th place. Here's Berninghausen to the inside of Milan Marchak. Colin Berninghausen muscles his way through in turn 10 and takes that position away. So Colin Berninghausen up into 8th place. Shuffling Milan Marchak down the order. Joe Warhurst now also past Alex Ryman. So Warhurst, man on a mission. On board with Søren Spreng, once again the leading driver in the Pro-Am race. He is in 19th place overall, fighting for silverware on the Pro-Am trophy. First, second, third coming across the line. The dust rising up into the air. We're into the last 9.5 minutes of the season. That is Jelte Höfner having a look to the outside of Alex Ryman. Ryman looks to be struggling a bit at the moment. He's getting mugged by a number of cars. So Ryman clearly struggling for pace here in this, the final race of the season. Sasha Norden looking either. There's Domas Radonas there as well. Chester Kiefer just behind him. Colin Berninghausen, Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Two drivers that have fought against each other in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year. Just behind them, Milan Marchak, one of the up-and-coming superstars. Joe Warhurst, to remind you, in only his second weekend in a Porsche GT3 Cup car, and really enjoying the experience as he prepares for a season in Germany this year. And there's a car that's gone wide. Looks like Thomas Cangro to me on to the gravel. Cangro has not really enjoying the rub of the green at the moment. He's kept it going. But Cangro out onto the gravel trap. He can keep it rolling, which means we won't need a caution. Sasha Norden closing in still on Sebastian Freimut. Our leading rookie is Chester Kiefer. in 7th place. But if things remain as they are, Sasha Norden will have jumped Chester Kiefer for 3rd place in the championship. And that's exactly what he came here with the intention of doing this weekend. There is Sasha Norden in the 5th place. Had a tough time in qualifying, but has been somewhere near the top of the timing sheets in all of the free practice, and the qualifying sessions is where he struggled the most, and he's now having to make up for that in this, the final race of the season. Another driver going wide, picking up the dirt out towards turn 1 once again. Theo Overhaus with 6/10 over Ariel Levy. If things remain as they are for the next 7 minutes and 40 seconds plus 1 lap, it will be championship Flint Schuring by the slimmest of margins. Joe Warhurst now pressuring Milan Marchak for position. This is to get into the top 10. Around turns 1 and 2 we come once again. Chester Kiefer, the leading rookie. Then Colin Berninghausen in 8th place. Gianluca Cucciaroglu. And then this fight here, Warhurst goes to the outside of Milan Marchak. This is for 10th place, but he can't make it stick, and in so doing, he allows Alex Ryman into the gap. The inside becomes the outside for Ryman. Ryman now trying to power it around the outside, but Warhurst is going to get the position back. There's a big dent in the back of Alex Ryman's car. That might explain where some of his pace has gone. Keep an eye on Jelto Hoffner there in the 919 car as well. They stay as they were. Milan Marchak in that 10th place, but for how long? Joe Warhurst, if he makes the challenge for that 10th place, he may well lose the position. If it doesn't stick, it's going to be a bit of a gamble. Look at this scrap behind in the background. That's Josh Stanton, I beg your pardon, who's also trying to defend his position from other cars coming through. I think Charles Visser's in there as well. Jonas Greif just up ahead. Look at this, 3 abreast as Alex Ryman, that is Joe Warhurst, and he's over. Joe Warhurst into the barrier, massive impact. The number 59 car rolling over. So hopefully Joe's all okay. You saw him spearing off into the barrier with 6 minutes remaining of the season. So Joe Warhurst, the car upside down, I think he's back onto the 4 wheels, but we're probably going to get some kind of caution here. Still 3 abreast into turn 1. That's Robin Knudsen. Jelto Hoffner just backing out of it. Charles Visser coming through. I see no indication of any kind of caution. So the rest of the cars still racing. There's Anthony Imparato. Now we have a full course yellow. So that was a big impact for Joe Warhurst. He was looking so racy on the outside. The car making contact with the barrier and going over. We don't often see rollovers in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And we saw one last time out for Ajit Kumar in the club division, and Joe Warhurst doing exactly the same. It was a big impact, so the safety crews will be just checking that he's all okay. I think it was on the exit of turn 14 that he went in, a fairly fast part of the track as well. So we're just going to wait for news on that, and the cars now reducing their speed to well, it was 80 kilometers an hour. Safety car is out now. That will bunch the field up to 4 3/4 minutes remaining. So at the moment, it's Theo Overhaus who leads the way. Ariel Levy in second, Flint Schuring in third. Obviously, our main concern is just the safety of Joe Warhurst. That was quite a big impact into the barrier on the exit of turn 14. He was looking so quick, racing with Alex Ryman. So with the safety car out on track, that just allows us just to make sure that everybody is all good. They build them so safely at Porsche, very much with driver safety in mind. And that is always of paramount importance, making sure that the drivers are well protected and that they're looked after. So he is just being attended to, Joe Warhurst in the car, and we've got a thumbs up from Joe Warhurst. So I know there's a lot of people watching in the UK who would have been holding their breath. We've got a thumbs up from Joe Warhurst. So really pleased to say thumbs up from Joe Warhurst that he is okay. A scary moment, a big impact. So driver is okay. I've got confirmation through. So I know a lot of people, there he is getting out of the car, and he got his nice new seat insert. I mentioned earlier he had to hand carry it through customs at Heathrow when he was coming out here to Barcelona. It was a whopping big box. It's done him justice because it held him in position, not done the car a lot of favours. That is such a shame. He was looking so quick. We're really excited that we're going to see him in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany this year. That's not quite the baptism he was looking for into Porsche GT3 racing. Right, with the clock ticking, we breathe a sigh of relief that all is well with Joe Warhurst, and a replay would be wonderful if we've got one. I think our director might have one. I'm not sure that Joe Warhurst or indeed his family will want to see this. So you go and put the kettle on. We're going to see what happened here. He was alongside Alex Ryman, the two cars, and Jelte Hofner was in there as well. It was 3 abreast, and that was never going to work, was it? And Hofner just gave the squeeze, and I think maybe the tyres touched, maybe the wheels touched, whatever it was. It was a big impact. The barrier, the Tech Pro barrier, doing exactly what it's built to do, and that is to absorb the impact. But the car getting flipped over onto the lid. I think we might struggle to get this one back into green flag conditions. It'll be a real shame if the season does finish behind the safety car, but we have to make sure the track is safe before we go back to green flag conditions. If things remain as they are now, it will be Flint Schuring who will take the championship by 3 points from Ariel Levy, the outgoing champion he will be. And with less than 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, the chances of Ariel retaining this starting to look a little slim. I'd love to know how Theo Erbhaus got into the lead of this one, and I'm hoping we will find out. And we have had confirmation that the race is going to be finishing behind the safety car. So confirmation that the race will not restart. So all that Flint Schuring needs to do is to keep the car in 3rd place, and he will win the championship. It will be a first win for Theo Erbhaus. Oh, no, I've just heard safety car is in this lap, so the new decision has been made. So we are going to get some racing. We thought it was going to be all over. Safety car is going to be in on this lap. They're out at turn 11 at the moment. If they can get to the line before the clock strikes 0, we'll get 2 minutes, 2 laps of racing remaining. So still all to play for. Theo Erbhaus won't be in a hurry to get to the start-finish line, because if he can drag it out so the clock strikes 0 before he gets to the start-finish line, he'll only have to do 1 more lap of racing to take the win. But he can't back it up too much. It has gone green. He's on the accelerator. We're going to have 2 laps remaining of this season. It is a dash for the cash. Theo Erbhaus leading the field out of turn 14. Ariel Levy with one last slim chance to take this championship. Flint Schuring being challenged by Sebastian Freimert. So Schuring challenged into turn 1. He's got Freimert on the outside of him into turn 1. Schuring needs to hold on to this 3rd position. He's got it covered off at the moment, but Freimert ducks back to the inside. Schuring having to defend for all he's worth. A lap and 3/4 of this season remaining. Still the championship very much up in the air. Theo Erbhaus holding the cards. Ariel Levy in 2nd place. Flint Schuring in 3rd place. And now Sasha Norden challenging hard, but in so doing, losing position. Domas Radonis starting to challenge on the outside. Norden coming back, and now Radonis has the inside line into the corner. On board with Sasha Norden. He was in 5th place, is about to become 6th, but he's going to fight back on Domas Radonis. Just behind him, the leader in the rookie race is Chester Keeper. Colin Berdinghausen in 8th place, Gianluca Tucharoglu in 9th, then Milan Marchak. Now in towards turn 10 they come. It's still Theo Erbhaus leading from Ariel Levy. Levy does not look to have anything that he can do to get into the lead on this race. That's Tucharoglu going wide onto the gravel. He keeps his foot buried on the power, doesn't even lose a position. Brilliant stuff there. Still positions remaining as they were as we head towards what will be the last lap of the season for what has been an extraordinary season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Out towards turn 14, and to start the very last lap, Theo Erbhaus will lead them across the line. Ariel Levy running out of ideas to get past. He can see the championship starting to slip away. His main championship rival is behind him. but Theo Overhaus will take the maximum 25 points if he can keep in the position he's in. Flint Schuring a long way back, but still flashing the lights in an attempt to distract Ariel Levy in front. Sebastian Freimer there, ready to demote Flint Schuring if he gets half a chance. In towards turn 1 and 2, and up towards turn 3 we come for the very last time. It's Theo Overhaus leading the way by over a second. It looks to be over for Ariel Levy unless Theo Overhaus makes a mistake, unless something goes wrong in the number 43 car. The championship looks to be slipping away from the Israeli Ariel Levy, the driver who won it in 2024. He's staring at Overhaus in front of him, but Theo Overhaus does not make loads of mistakes. Ariel Levy in second place. He's broken clear of Flint Schuring. They're up towards turn 6. That is Jonas Greif also going off into the gravel. He looks to be out of harm's way, so everything continues. Here comes Theo Overhaus hustling the car around the corner. In towards turn 7 they come. Ariel Levy there, keeping him in sight, but still with nothing that he could do. No, beg your pardon, turn 10 is on to turn 11 now. So our race leader heading up towards turn 12 for the very last time. He has a big gap over Ariel Levy. It's going to take a mistake to lose that, but it doesn't like mistake is incoming. Theo Overhaus into turn 13, round to turn 14 for the very last time. Out onto the pit straight. It's going to be a first win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for Theo Overhaus. Ariel Levy in second place. It's going to be a championship for Flint Schuring, with third place Sebastian Freimer in fourth, ahead of Domas Radonis. Sasha Norden staying in front of Chester Kiefer, who wins in the rookie category. Colin Berninghausen in eighth place, ahead of Milan Marchak, who is second in the rookies. Gianluca Tucharoglu rounding out the top 10. Zoran Spreng is going to win in the Pro-Am race. Anthony Imperato second. Henry Tuamala in third. That just confirms Henry Tuamala's position in the championship as the Pro-Am champion. Brilliant stuff. What a final few laps that was. Theo Overhaus held all the cards and stole the dream away from Ariel Levy at the final moments. Wow, great stuff. What a way to finish the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Theo Overhaus, what a time to take his first win. Second place to Ariel Levy, ahead of Flint Schuring, Sebastian Freimer, Domas Radonis. Sasha Norden did what he intended to do, stayed ahead of Chester Kiefer. Chester Kiefer wins in the rookies, ahead of Colin Berninghausen. Milan Marchak second in the rookies, ninth overall, ahead of Gianluca Tucharoglu. Josh Stanton, solid drive to 11th, ahead of Robin Knudsen. Draker Janssen, despite the dramas earlier on, coming home in 13th place. Good job there. Zoran Spreng winning the Pro-Am race in 14th place, ahead of Alex Ryman. Anthony Imperato second in the Pro-Ams. Henry Tuamala third in the Pro-Ams is enough to secure the championship, ahead of Mace Muller, Thomas Cangro, and then Juan Pablo Vega, Luciano Martinez, Jonas Greif we saw in trouble, and then Jelter Hufner after that incident with Joe Warhurst coming home in 23rd place. Charles Visser, Joe Warhurst, Nathan Sharp, Matthias Ferreira all coming in as non-finishers, and of course Joe Warhurst exiting in spectacular style ahead of James Wallace also into the gravel trap, and Karen Gayard that we saw retiring to the garage. Amazing stuff. What a race that had a little bit of everything, including that dramatic rollover for Joe Warhurst, and pleased to say once again he's all well, no problems there. So gosh, that was exciting, wasn't it? And I'm just checking there are no messages, nothing that's going to change any headlines here. I don't think that I can see anything that might cause any problems. I think we can safely say that Flint Schuring will be crowned as the champion by just 3 points. Chester Kiefer, the rookie champion, and Henry Tuamala, the Pro-Am champion. And the driver taking the top step of the podium on his guest outing here. Mind the front door. There we go. Theo Overhaus exiting the number 43 Proton Huber competition car to take the win. He had a second place earlier today. There's Flint Schuring. The news has filtered through to him that he's done all that he needs to do to win the championship. The team congratulating him at Schumacher CLRT. And there is Flint's dad with the glasses on, embracing his son. He's already seen his older son. There's Larry Tenforder, and there is Maurice Schuring, the older brother of Flint Schuring and winner of Le Mans 24-hour race GT category. They got the T-shirts printed already. That was a bit brave, wasn't it? They congratulate Flint Schuring on his championship win. Some would say that's a dangerous thing, getting the T-shirts printed in advance, but the team now celebrates, and what a team of Schumacher CLRT, Koen Ledegaard and Eduardo Schumacher, who head up that team, celebrating with their champion. Piers is down there enjoying the celebrations in the pit lane.
Yes, just watching the Schumacher CLRT team celebrate. I'll give Flint a moment to get his kit off, compose himself as our champion. But our race winner, Theo Overhouse. Theo, you did it. You did it.
Yeah, finally, first race didn't went my way. This race went even more my way. Ariel slipped out on the oil on the track, and I took the chance, go on the inside on T9, and yeah, from there on I managed it. I had not the start I wished for, but I had the race I wished for.
Absolutely, yeah. And you said there was some oil on circuit. We didn't see that.
Yeah, actually on the safety car I nearly spun twice because it was so slippery, so you had to find out on the safety car where are the slippy points. And I think I managed a bit better than Ariel because he slipped out of the track a bit, so I managed to overtake him there, so I'm really happy.
Absolutely, a great job by the team as well.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks to Uber Racing, was a very, very, very great weekend.
And remind everyone at home where they can see you racing this season.
Yeah, this year you can support me at the Super Cup and in the Carrera Cup Deutschland.
Right, Theo, congratulations on winning the championship on your first weekend. Well done. Second place on the road, Ariel Levy. I'm sure he'll be happy with the result, but sad about the overall. Ariel, second place, a good drive, but not quite enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, not quite enough. There was some crash, and in the first safety car we had some water in turn 7, 9 and 12. And then when we had the restart in 7 it dried up, and in 9 it did not. So I thought it would be dry, but it was not. Yeah, so that was too big of a risk apparently, and yeah, I lost it.
Unlucky, of course. It's tricky when the conditions are not ideal on circuit. We didn't actually, us at home and in the commentary box, didn't see any of the water on circuit, but heard from Theo that even under safety car conditions, it was tricky out there.
Well, if you look on the restart on us when we were behind the safety car, you'll see that even when we were doing 50, 40 kilometers per hour, we almost lost the car. So we were driving probably the slowest ever, but it was still sliding, so that was scary.
Ariel, a formidable competitor you are, champion last season, second this season. Of course, you pushed Flint all the way, but I know that the rivalry has been good between you for the whole season.
Yeah, the rivalry was great. I think we know each other for quite some time. We have, at least from my side, a lot of respect to the other one. And also I think to have such, I said it before, but to have such a competitive season and rival in the winter is the best thing I can wish for. And yeah, I learned a lot this season, and let's see what we can do in the summer.
The best possible preparation for the season ahead. We wish you the best of luck in your future Porsche Carrera Cup, Germany and Mobil 1 Super Cup endeavours.
Thank you very much.
Ariel, hopefully see you next year. Hopefully see you next year. And let's grab a word with third place driver and our champion, provisionally of course, Flint Schuring. Flint is right there. I'm going to just dive in and interrupt. He's getting congratulations from pretty much everyone, and it'll be great to catch a word with our champion. Can I interrupt? Sorry. Flint, champion in 2025. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels great. It was a very difficult race. Some unexpected moments, but managed to bring it home.
Absolutely. At one point it looked like it was slipping away. Of course, then the safety car, we heard from Theo and Ariel that we didn't know as viewers, but apparently there was quite a lot of oil and water on circuit.
Yeah, in T7 to T9 there was quite some water or something on the circuit, which made it quite difficult and but also exciting. So. Yeah.
But champion, let's talk about that. You know, you've had such a successful Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Championship this season, of course, taking many, many wins. Not quite this weekend, but still enough to get the championship.
Yeah, like from Portimao onwards, we were very quick. A bit less this weekend, but nothing to worry about since we've been. It's been a good run so far.
Absolutely, and we just heard from Ariel. He said, you know, the rivalry between you and himself has been really good this early season, and he's looking forward to the season ahead, and it's the best preparation for him, and I imagine for you also.
Yeah, definitely. These moments only help me learn for this upcoming season, so that will definitely be helpful.
And remind everyone at home where they can see you on circuit this year.
Yeah, I'll be probably doing Super Cup this year, and maybe Germany, or probably Germany.
Amazing. So we'll be seeing you probably many times on the podium once again. Everyone at home, Flint Schuring, our 2025 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division champion. Congratulations, Flint.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Well, I'm going to grab a quick word with our, I think, was it our rookie winner? Did you win the rookie? Just confirming. You won the rookie race. Yes, Chester Kiefer once again back on top in the rookie division.
Yeah, it was a very, very intense race. My main focus was not actually to win the rookie race, it was to keep the third place in the championship to Sasha, and it went literally down to the last lap because he was overtaken right at the last lap around the outside, which was a beautiful move, by the way, and finished just in front of me, which was just enough to keep me ahead in the championship.
Well, Chester, congratulations on a successful season for yourself, and we'll see you on the podium in just a moment's time. The crowd of team members is gathering for the podium celebration. That'll be in just a couple of minutes' time before we look back on the highlights of the final Sport Division race of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025.
Thank you, Piers. Good job there, and good to understand what happened and how it was that Theo Overhaus got in front of Ariel Levy. It was what is becoming a typical Barcelona start to the race. High drama into turn one, all the cars filing through. The noise, the speed, the excitement, and it was Ariel Levy who beat the pole sitter into turn one. Theo Overhaus being relegated. Henry Tuamala finding the gravel trap but keeping it rolling. So there's lots of drama, and there was one that went in very, very hard, and that was Draker Janssen. Unbelievably, he was able to pick it back up and come back out and finish in a good position. Challenges further back, and Chester Kiefer, you heard from earlier, who managed to just retain that position in the championship. But before all of that, we have Matthias Ferreira, James Wallace, Nathan Sharp involved in there as well, and that brought out the first caution of this particular round. Then at the restart, Theo Overhaus stretching his legs at the front, and we heard that it was fluid on the track that meant that Ariel Levy lost position, and Theo Overhaus was able to sneak through during the race. Here he is challenging Theo Overhaus for the lead, and in the background we can see Flint Schuring just holding on to third place, which is all that he needed to do. Alex Ryman was very much going to be in the wars, and controversial moments coming up in a bit. Gianluca Tucciaroglu, Alex Ryman, first of all. Ryman losing position to Tucciaroglu. Joe Warhurst, who had been a man on a mission, coming through to challenge for position from Alex Ryman, and that's where it all started to really kick off. So Warhurst was on the outside of Alex Ryman. Ryman trying to come back at him, and then Jelter Hofner joining in as well. And it was at this point we were going to go three abreast. Just prior to that, they were fighting side by side. It all looked pretty clean. We'll have to have a listen to see what happened afterwards, because it looked to me like maybe the wheels touched on these cars, because suddenly Joe Warhurst was the meat in the sandwich, bouncing off Jelter Hofner, and then a big impact into the fence that saw the 59 car rolling over. Pleased to say Joe was all okay, which is more than we said for the car, which may need a bit of a rebuild. Draker Janssen coming back with what was remaining of his car. Clearly it was all handling very well still. Sebastian Freimer was never too far away from a podium position, but Theo Overhaus holding off the pressure from Ariel Levy on that slippery track to cross the line and take his first win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe at the final round of the season. Second was Ariel Levy, and it was Flint Schuring in third place who secured the championship, doing all that he needed to do to win the championship by just 3 points. It's championship in the rookies to Chester Kiefer, championship in the Pro-Ams to Henry Tuamala. I believe that Piers Pryor is down on the podium. podium, so we're going to throw down to him for the final podium ceremony of the sport division for 2025.
Well, what a finale that was in the sport division. And we'll be having the podium for the overall classification first. First up, our champion overall, the number 99 from the Netherlands, Flint Schuring. Congratulations, Flint, driving for the the Schumacher CLRT team. In second, last year's champion, the 25 from Israel, Ariel Levy. Brilliant racing between these two. Ariel racing for Team GP Elite. And our winner in the final round, round number 8 of the season, the number 43 from Germany, Theo Overhaus. Congratulations, Theo. Theo was driving for a Proton Huber competition, and we will now have for Theo the German national anthem. Congratulations to our podium drivers. Brilliant, brilliant racing throughout the season, and it is Flint who will receive his trophy from Michael Dreiser, the sporting director of Porsche Motorsport, for third place, and he'll be collecting his big trophy later on this evening. Second place, Jose Luis Santamaria, the circuit director here at Circuit Barcelona de Catalunya, presents second place to Ariel Levy, and our winner, Theo Overhaus, collects his first place trophy, smiles as he should, and we'll have all three drivers on the podium, top step of the podium, for their photo along with our trophy prize givers. Photos being taken, of course. Final championship standings can be found online later on. And now, drivers, the final race this season, it's time for the champagne! One final round of applause for our overall podium, round number 8 of the sport division. Congratulations. We'll be seeing plenty more of these drivers in Porsche Carrera Cup cars throughout the 2024 season in both Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland and the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. So keep an eye out for that this season. I'm sure the competition will be just as good as it has been in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this season so far. And what a championship it has been. But it's not just the overall classification. In the sport division, we also have the rookies who are coming up in just one moment. And we'll be starting with third place in the rookie classification, the number 67 from the Netherlands, Mace Muller. Congratulations, Mace, driving for PG Motorsport. Second place, the number 69 from the Netherlands, Milan Marchak. Only his third race weekend in a Porsche. Brilliant, brilliant driving after taking the win earlier on. But a tricky couple of races in the rookie classification. But our ultimate champion and winner in the final round from Luxembourg, Chester Kiefer. Chester driving for the Schumacher CLRT team, and a brilliant season for the whole team. We will now have for Chester the national anthem of Luxembourg. Brilliant, brilliant season from all three of these drivers and the rest of the rookies in the sport classification. Third place trophy by Jose Luis Santamaria goes to Mace Muller. Second place, Mace Muller, yeah, give it up, Mace Muller. Second place, Milan Marchak from Michael Dreiser. And the winning trophy for round number 8 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025 is for Chester Kiefer. Congratulations, Chester, our champion in 2025. let's have all the drivers on the top step of the podium for a photo, along with representatives from Porsche and the circuit Barcelona de Catalunya. And I'm sure that the celebrations will just begin in a moment's time with the champagne, and they will end this evening at the end of season party. And it is champagne time for the rookies. I imagine these guys will have plenty more opportunity to spray the champagne in celebration throughout their future careers, which are looking very bright. And May Spray in the team, congratulations, you three. We'll see you all hopefully again next year, but if not, in the meantime, racing Porsche Cup cars around Europe. Our rookie drivers, young drivers under 25 who are in their first season of Porsche racing. Now, the final podium of 2025 for the sport division will be our Pro-Am classification. And we're going to start off with the 1, 2, 3. Our champion in 2025 in the Pro-Am division, Henry Tuomala. Congratulations, Henry, and Team Karainen, our Pro-Am champions. Second place will be the number 19 from the United States of America, Anthony Imperato. Congratulations, Anthony, driving for Team Ombra. And our winner, the 197 from Germany, Søren Spreng. Congratulations, Søren. Søren drives for Team GP Elite, and we will now have for Søren the German national anthem. Our prizes, trophies being handed out once again by Jose Luis Santamaria as the director of the circuit Barcelona Catalunya, and Michael Dreiser, sporting director for Porsche, sales director for Porsche Motorsport. Third place trophy to Henry Tuomala, second place Anthony Imperato, and our winning trophy, Søren Spreng. If we could have all three of you on the top step of the podium along with our trophy prize givers for a photo down by the starting line. Congratulations to the Pro-Am drivers in the round 8 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. You may celebrate with the champagne if you wish, or you can just drink it. I think they chose drinking. That's it for the sport division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. All that's left is the club drivers, and that's up in just a few moments.
One last race of the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. One last race in what has been an extraordinary season of racing in both the sport division and the club division. It is the 16th race that we've witnessed this year in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and this could be exciting because the gloves are off. Championships are all set and decided. It's all about the glory. They're going to be going for the silverware. They're going to be going for the podium. We saw earlier this afternoon Philip Wills clinch the championship, but we saw his main championship rival, Angelo Fontana, take the race win. He did everything that he could, but now Philip Wills mathematically not able to be caught in the championship standings. We also saw Patrick Kuhnhaar secure the GT4 title, and in the overall title it was Philip Wills once again who secured that. It does mean the drivers can go out and very much enjoy everything that they've got ahead of them in this race. We're not worrying about points for the championship, although there are still a number of runner-up positions that are to be decided. But the drivers are now getting ready. The cars are on the grid, and also on the grid for one last time, we say good afternoon to Piers Pryor.
Time, the club division, round 8, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. And remember how I told you earlier how it was lovely and I'd taken my extra Porsche Motorsport jacket off? Well, I wish I had it on. The temperature is dropping fairly rapidly. My fingers may be blue by the end of this grid walk. Wind has picked up a little bit, so that may play into how this race pans out. May be good for some, may be worse for others. We heard from Michael Cole on the grid last time that the warmer conditions actually tend to help him and his Belgian racing car. So we'll see how that plays out. But let's talk us through the grid. It's going to be Michael Cole on pole position for this second race, owing to him having the second fastest lap from qualifying. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but it makes sense. Of course, rolling starts for the club division. So pole on the inside, 2x2 rolling start. And we saw, of course, very close racing in that first race earlier on today. Hopefully, again, we'll have a clean race. It wasn't the most issue-free club division race we've had this season. But let's go and grab a word with our provisional 2025 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe champion, Philip Wills, who is starting on the outside of row number 2, only 3/10 away from the ultimate pole position, from second place. So it's very, very close in qualifying. I'll let him finish his final words with the team before I jump in and interrupt. Because, of course, as much as the championship is sewn up, they also have a race to prepare for. Thank you very much, guys. Philip, championship provisionally wrapped up, but still one more race to go.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting for the moment, so a little bit nervous. But I have to stay to myself, to my business, and stay calm to do your thing, because it can, if you're thinking, then it's finished. You have to drive and don't think. So I will for sure fight for it. See that I have a safe race, because it was already pretty exciting the first race. So let's keep it clean and see that we have a nice last race from this championship.
I second those thoughts, Philip. Good luck in the final race. We hope for a clean, safe, but close and entertaining race. Good luck. That's Philip Wills, provisional champion so far. Of course, he wants to go out with a proverbial bang. Not a literal one. He wants a safe race. Let's grab a word with Andre Fernandez, who actually managed to finish second on the road last time. I don't know, after all the penalties played out, where he finished in the end in the classification, because he received a 5-second track limits penalty and then another 5-second penalty after the race. Andre, can we have a quick word? Sorry, I'm going to just jump in. Andre, a close race in that previous one, but not exactly the result you wanted. Last race of the season, what's your hopes for this one?
My hope is P1 is the only hope I can get it for the last race. This way I can finish in the high. But let's see, if I can handle the pressure to the end. Sometimes I drive too much with the mirrors, but let's see another race.
All part of the learning process, I'm sure. Always enjoy talking to you, because I can see you love your racing. Always a smile on your face, no matter how things go.
Yes, you gotta be happy, If you sad all the time, it don't make you any happy anyway.
Andre, words to live by. Good luck in this race. We're just waiting for our front row drivers, actually. Neither of them are on the grid quite yet, so maybe we'll just keep walking down. I'm hoping that everything's okay with both of them. Can't see them. We're supposed to have Michael Cole on pole position, Damir Hott in second place, but potentially they were both involved in crashes in race number 1 today, so maybe we might not have either of them. I'll keep you posted as I know more. Evgeny Leonov was also involved in a crash, but got out again. Let's have another chat with Evgeny. Evgeny, final race of the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It was a dramatic one for yourself. You did manage to get back out after the team fixed the car, and you set the fastest lap at one point, so clearly the car's ready to go in this one.
So, you better not ask for plans. So, yeah, the idea is to use the situation as much as possible. We are third because there are no 2 cars in front, so I think we have quite good chance for podium, but let's see.
Let's see, Evgeny. Let's see how it goes. Good luck in this one. Angelo Fontana, door's open, so I'm going to use this opportunity to butt in, because earlier on they didn't want to risk me getting the door stuck, because I think they've had a couple of issues with the door latch mechanism. Angelo, final race.
Yes.
What are you thinking?
This one is going to be more fun, I think. We'll try to look for victory again.
hopefully.
Of course, you would be starting in 6th place on the grid, but no front row drivers, so effectively 4th.
Yeah.
That gives you a better opportunity.
Yeah. Much better, easier to pass.
Angelo, you always like a pass, so we look forward to that. I think I've got time for one more word. Let's grab a word with Javier Ripoll Jr. I was hoping to catch up with him this weekend, haven't been able to so far. Javier has had a very good week. He wasn't in Valencia because he's got a new little one in around the house. But one more race to go this weekend, Javier, of this season. You know, what's your outlook?
Well, at least to finish first turn, you know. They hit me really hard in turn 1 last race, and then car got destroyed. So the guys were able to bring the second car and then ready to race. So
A great job by the S1 racing team.
yep, exactly. We're ready.
Also, congratulations on the news from at home. I'm sure that everyone at home is watching you.
That's for sure. They're all waiting, even him. So that's good.
Brilliant. Right, that's Javier Ripoll Jr. starting in what was effectively 5th position. It would be 7th on the grid. Brian, for the final time, over to you.
Thank you, Piers. We're looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to Javier Ripoll Jr. being on the grid in maybe about 16 years' time. Yes, let's get him around turn 1 this time, shall we? It does look to me as though we have lost both the cars from the front row. We've lost the hot and the cool. Damir Hot and Michael Cole, who had qualified on the front row. Cole, who had that pole position, and I don't think they've made it out, which is a real shame. It does mean that the effective pole position is handed to Andre Fernandez with Philip Wills alongside. As they all said, they're out to enjoy it, and that's why we do all of this, isn't it? I mean, yes, there are championships and things, but we're out to enjoy it. Once again, Alexander Dobic starting from the pit lane. He never took part in qualifying because of, I believe, mechanical issues. So he's given himself a fairly long afternoon, starting both races from the back, but he made very good progress in the last race and came back home in 8th place. I think just avoiding the trauma is going to be worth a few points in itself as the cars start on their formation lap, and the safety car pulls away, and that moment to get the heat into the tyres, into the brakes. It is Michael Cole and Damir Hot who will not start on the front row. It means that Andre Fernandez and Philip Wills inherit the front row of the grid. Evgeny Leonov also in the wars last time out. He's got the car back together. Angelo Fontana alongside. Keep an eye on him. Javier Ripoll Jr. in the spare car alongside Lennart Hinstra. He lines up 8th on the grid. In 9th place is Jan Jaap van Roon with Tobias Vasquez Garcia for company. Lee Mole is next with Karsten Kramer for company. David Harrison, he had a good qualifying this morning actually. Corrado Costa, I haven't seen whether he's on the grid or not. He had a lot of damage in the previous race, ahead of Eric Wagner and the new GT4 champion Patrick Kuhnhaar. 17th on the grid, Ernst Inderbitzen with David von Rosen for company in the GT4s. Ajit Kumar and Casper Hockerboom are on 19th and 20th, ahead of Michael McInerney, Paolo Macedo and Marco van der Poel, with Alexander Dobic from the pit lane. I'm just looking for confirmation whether Ajit Kumar is also on the grid. I know it is quite a depleted grid. Yes, Ajit is on the grid. So a lot of people who are watching in India will be cheering and shouting to see what he can do from there. But it is a slightly depleted field after what was a slightly bruising round 7 earlier on today. For the last time this weekend, we say Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, 4.657 kilometers around, 14 turns, 8 to the right, 6 to the left. That is what these drivers are going to be competing on for the next 30 minutes plus 1 lap. And if we can get this one done without any safety cars or full course yellows, it would be a true celebration of all things good. The temperature is dropping. Poor old Piers with blue fingertips because we are in Spain, but when the sun starts to go down or behind the clouds, the temperature does drop rather quickly, and that's what's happening here. So that could be an issue. Generating the heat as important as ever. No tyre warmers allowed, so the weaving and the braking really important to make sure that when the cars arrive at that very troublesome turn 1, they're going to have something with which to brake, steer and grip the surface with. There is one of the GT4 cars, that Patrick Kuhnhaar, with the hazards flashing. And looks like Cunha might have a bit of a problem here. He's got the hazards going. We saw that earlier on the lap. And I'm wondering whether he's going to be peeling off into the pit lane, because clearly there is something amiss with the car there. No such problems up front. So the new pole sitter, effectively, Andre Fernandez, with the new champion, Philip Wills, alongside. The nerves are starting to race a little bit. We heard that from Philip in the on the grid interview. Safety car indicates it's off into the pit lane. Are we ready for the very last time in 2025, the last dance for Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe, Club Division? 5 red lights out, and we are go up over the crest of the hill. They will disappear down the other side. Who will emerge in the lead as they head towards turn 1? They're running 3, even 4 abreast. They're going to have to get into some kind of order here. Fernandez with that lead. Leonov up into second place. Everybody scatters but makes it around the first 2 turns. But Evgeny Leonov challenging for the lead. That looked like Vasquez Garcia going wide out of turn 2, but everybody's made it. There's Alexander Dobic from the pit lane, but into the lead, Evgeny Leonov challenging. Fernandez coming back at him. The 2 cars running side by side for the lead of this race. Philip Wills just holding back slightly, but he's got Angelo Fontana now challenging him on the inside. It's Leonov who takes the lead of the race in the Volcano Motorsport car, and he pulls just a little bit clear of Andre Fernandez. So a good challenge for the lead, a lot more successful than it was in the earlier race. Fernandez relegated into that second place, soon to become third, because now Philip Wills challenging for the second place on the inside of Fernandez, squeezing him on the exit of turn 9. They come, and into second place goes Philip Wills. Fernandez getting swallowed up by the pack. Fontana's through as well. Also, Carsten Kramer trying to challenge the car, and it is Fernandez who's dropping back through the pack. He submits to Carsten Kramer, on board with David Von Rosen back towards the back of the pack. The rest of the cars filing through, picking up a bit of dirt, but at the end of lap 1, it's going to be a lead for Evgeny Leonov. Second will be Philip Wills. Third, Angelo Fontana. He had plans on the top step of the podium. He's got 28 minutes to do something about that. So across the line we come. It is Leonov from Wills, Fontana, Carsten Kramer, Andre Fernandez dropping back. Jan-Jaap van Roon in 6th ahead of David Harrison, Lee Mole, Tobias Vasquez Garcia, Patrick Cunha in 10th place. So maybe it wasn't him who was having those issues on the formation lap. So he looks solid there. In 11th place, David Von Rosen and Kasper Hockeboom. Those are your 1, 2, 3 and the GT4s as well. Ajit Kumar up into 13th place ahead of Michael McInerney, Ernst Inderbitzen, and then Paolo Macedo ahead of Marco van der Poel and Alexander Dobic, rounding out the top 18. So the cars filing on through, but Evgeny Leonov doing a sterling job from what was effectively 3rd place on the grid, although it was 5th that he qualified to take the lead of the race. Andre Fernandez looking a little bit vulnerable to Javier Ripoll Jr. in that car that they've replaced the broken one with after the earlier race today. So will be the 30 minutes plus 1 lap, of which we have had 3 minutes already, and that is all that remains of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we're looking to go out in style. Evgeny Leonov looking to bracket the season with wins. He won the season opener in Portimao. He would love to win the season closer here in Barcelona. So Javier Ripoll Jr. now challenging Andre Fernandez. Fernandez not looking as quick as we've come to see him during the earlier races. Carsten Kramer up ahead of him, breaking clear. Fernandez starting to look a little bit vulnerable. Javier Ripoll Jr. out of 14 and out along the pit straight. Is he going to make a challenge? And we've lost Lennart Heemstra, who has returned to the pit. So another driver that we have lost now, challenging in towards turn 1. Fernandez has it covered off at the moment. That is 5th place. Jan-Jaap van Roon in there, and Javier Ripoll Jr. not showing up on my timing screen. So I'm wondering if Javier Ripoll has a problem with his transponder. But the number 91 car that is directly behind Andre Fernandez is on the same lap and is in 6th place. And in fact, Jan-Jaap van Roon is in 7th. Now let's make that a 5th place for Javier Ripoll Jr. So he sails past Andre Fernandez. Fernandez, though, just taking it nice and calm on the corner, able to sail back again. So the 5th place cars are, well, first it was Fernandez, then it was Ripoll Jr., now it's Fernandez again. So Ripoll Jr. having to do it all again. In the meanwhile, Jan-Jaap van Roon just behind them, ready to pounce if he gets the chance. But the graphic on your screen does not show Javier Ripoll Jr., who is challenging once again for that 5th place. Is he going to make it stick this time? Can he get it slowed down around turn 10? No, he can't. Andre Fernandez coming back at him, but this time he has the inside line. He's going to give the 917 car a bit of a squeeze, and that then opens the door for Jan-Jaap van Roon to come through as well. So Fernandez relegated another couple of positions now into the clutches of David Harrison in the FAC Autotech car. Javier Ripoll Jr. in car 91. He's not showing up on any timing screens, so I'm expecting that his transponder has gone kaput in the car that he's running. That is not the same car that he started with today. Out along the pit straight in towards turn 1. Fernandez now looking under pressure from David Harrison. In the background is Tobias Vasquez Garcia. And then there's Lee Mole there as well. Our race leader, Evgeny Leonov, has opened up a gap of about 1.476 on Philip Wheel. And it looks like, oh, that's Søren Spreng. I was going to say Søren Sprenger's retired. He's not even in this race. He was in the previous one. But nice to see Søren there again. Right, there is Fernandez in the 917 car in 7th place, with David Harrison in 8th place just behind him. There's Lee Mole as well. The start is under investigation by our race stewards, and there is the graphic that doesn't show us Javier Ripoll Jr., but that's, I think, an electric issue with Ripoll's car not giving out a signal when it crosses the line. Here comes our race leader, Evgeny Leonov, 1.476 to the good of Philip Wills, and there's a car going out on to, was that Harrison? No, yes, it was David Harrison, having a bit of a leery moment out of the corner, and Vasquez Garcia taking avoiding action, very sudden avoiding action, as he saw the FAC Autotech car heading in his direction, and was able to take avoiding action. So no dramas there, but that's taken Harrison off the back of Vasquez Garcia for the time being. There is Javier Ripoll Jr. once again. And along the line they come. Fastest lap going to our race leader, Evgeny Leonov. Then Philip Wills, then Angelo Fontana, then Carsten Kramer, then Javier Ripoll Jr., then Jan-Jaap van Roon. Into the tricky turns 1 and 2 once again. Very much as you were at the moment. Tobias Vasquez Garcia has broken clear of David Harrison, having made that move, and a bit of a scary moment for Harrison. Michael McInerney has found a route past Casper Hockerboom. That is up into 13th, that'll be 14th place once we've added in Javier Ripoll Jr. I've got to have to keep remembering that one. So Angelo Fontana, 3rd place. He's caught up with Philip Wills. These two drivers have been fighting each other all season long for the championship. The championship has gone the way of Philip Wills, but Angelo Fontana would dearly love to put one over his rival in the season closer to say, hey, look, this is what it could have been. Here's our race leader at the moment, Evgeny Leonov. Solid driving, got involved in that incident in the earlier race today that saw him. He did come back, but didn't score any meaningful points. But now making up for that with the 2-second gap over Philip Wills. I get the feeling that might be more than that when they cross the line next time around. Fontana resuming a battle that has been raging on all season long with Philip Wills. Out of 14 they come. It was 2.065 last time. And he's going to race out across the line. Evgeny Leonov picking up a bit of dirt on the exit of the corner. and the gap up to 2.276, so opening up a little over 0.2 of a second over second place Philip Wills. Angelo Fontana breathing down his neck. That is the fight for second place. They're fighting just for the silverware. Points are not an issue here for the top of the championship. Carsten Kramer in a solid 4th place at the moment. We're riding on board with David von Rosen, who's down in 12th place. In 11th place, it is Patrick Cunha. To remind you, we're missing Javier Ripoll Jr. from the graphic, so everyone behind him, knock them down a position if you want to know where they're at. Right, along the pit straight, that's what it looks like at night time. This is Alexander Dobic coming back. He made great progress in the last race from the pit lane. He's up into 18th place, having found a route past Paolo Macedo, relegating him down to 19th. As Ernst Inderbitsen in the number 9 car, he's in 16th place. So David von Rosen in 12th place. His main GT4 rival well ahead of him. The car behind him is Ajit Kumar. Kumar is in the GT3 car. He's in the GT4 car. So in theory, Kumar should be able to dispatch him without too much effort. Philip Wills having to put up a lot of effort to defend from Angelo Fontana. Fastest man on the track, still Evgeny Leonov. Still Philip Wills in that second place. David von Rosen with Ajit Kumar in the unfamiliar silver car after that double rollover last time out at Valencia. Kumar in a different car this time. Now has a little look to the inside of David von Rosen. Doesn't do anything into turn 10. Round towards turn 11 and 12 they come. And then into turns 13 and 14. And Ajit Kumar will be very keen to get a good exit out of turn 14. And hopefully the car in front will punch a hole in the air and will give Ajit Kumar an aerodynamic advantage as he picks up a slipstream from the green and white machine in front, potentially to make a challenge. We're on board with David von Rosen. There is Ajit Kumar, who would be directly behind him. Are we going to see him challenging? Heading into turn 1, he has a little look to the inside, but not really close enough to do anything about it at the moment. Behind him, Michael McInerney, too far back to get involved in this battle, so Ajit can just take his time, finding a route past David von Rosen. Doesn't need to do anything too dramatic at the moment. And not looking vulnerable. Someone who is looking vulnerable, Carsten Kramer, because Javier Ripoll Jr. has closed up to the 4th place car. 5th place Javier Ripoll Jr. well clear of Jan-Jaap van Roon in 6th place. So Javier Ripoll Jr. able to look to the left, look to the right, not be in a position to lose a place to the car behind. Just taking a nice tight line around the corner. Carsten Kramer has got the 4th place under control at the moment, but for how long? Javier Ripoll Jr. starting to look a little bit impatient. Heading out around turn 14 and onto the pit straight once again. Will Javier Ripoll Jr. make a challenge as they head into turn 1? We're about to find out. Picking up a slipstream out along the pits. He's in the draft, he ducks out of it a little, has a look, but is he close enough to challenge into turn 1? Looks to be a little bit too far back from there. So Kramer still in control. 17 minutes and 10 seconds remaining of this race, plus the obligatory 1 lap on board with Carsten Kramer once again. In 4th place, Angelo Fontana. A fair way up the road from him, about 3.9 seconds clear of him up the road. Fontana still very much glued to the back of the 2nd place Philip Wills. Javier Ripoll Jr. able to take a much tighter line around the corner. Sees the gap on the inside, slots the car in. They go wheel to wheel briefly. A little correction from Carsten Kramer, but Javier Ripoll Jr. now up into 4th place. Kramer doesn't look to have the traction or the grip to respond. Javier Ripoll Jr. able to break clear fairly quickly. And Kramer down into the 5th place. So the fighting further back. Andre Fernandez in 7th place. Got to remember, Tobias Vasquez Garcia has a little look to the inside in the gold and black machine. Fernandez, another who looks to maybe have run out of grip a little bit as the temperature's cooling, but he's coming back. He's got a bit of traction on the inside there, hasn't he? He has been given a warning about track limits, though. So Andre Fernandez, with a warning from our race stewards, has been told he must respect the track limits. Jan-Jaap van Room in 6th place. Fernandez in 7th. Up ahead of them, Javier Ripoll Jr. Oh, we've got him on the graphic. That's great news. So they've got something working there. Oh, he's dropped back down again. Briefly, his telemetry was working. Right, here we go. Challenge again. This is Fernandez with Vasquez Garcia. This time, making it stick, getting in there and jumping in front. So that'll be 7th place, according to my calculations, relegating Fernandez down to 8th place. We briefly had Javier Ripoll Jr.'s transponder working, but it wasn't for long, was it? Vasquez, you just saw the back end a little bit slippery going into the corner. All these drivers now running on the dregs of grip. Finally, Ajit Kumar finds a route past David Von Rosen, moving up into 11th place, but Von Rosen just steals it back again, and Ajit Kumar is going to have to do all that hard work again for that position. That would be for 12th place. Ajit Kumar currently in 13th place. Behind him, Michael McInerney has closed in, so now Kumar may well have the mirrors of his silver car occupied with another silver car filling those mirrors, because if he makes the challenge on the 223 car and it doesn't stick, suddenly get the feeling that Michael McInerney might be ready to duck into the gap that will appear. At the moment, it's all safe. They've broken clear a little bit. David Von Rosen in that 11th place. On board with him. Can hear him going through the gearbox. Remember, this is a GT4 car compared to many of the cars around him being GT3s. It is a Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Clubsport. A little less horsepower than the cars around him, but he's putting it to good use. Patrick Cunha, the leader in the GT4 race, up in 12th place, just ahead of him. Around turns 1 and 2 once again. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. So Philip Wills in 2nd place. Angelo Fontana has been in 3rd place for most of this race. Still not able to get past both drivers here just for the enjoyment. Finds the gap on the inside, slots the car into it. Philip Wills decides that discretion is the better part of valor, allows Fontana to come back through, tries to get him on the switchback, but doesn't do it. And so Fontana moves up into 2nd place. While all that's been going on, Evgeny Leonov has opened up a gap of over 3 seconds as we ride on board with Alexander Dobik in 16th place. And he just picking them off one by one. Up ahead of him is Kasper Hockeboom. Again, it's a GT4 car, so he should be able to dispatch him without too much trauma. And then it'll be Michael McInerney next up the road after that. That's the view from the outside. The Hadeka car that didn't take part in quali this morning, therefore relegating him to a pit lane start. He sees the gap. Hockeboom not really putting up too much of a fighter, but that's not what's happening up in front. We can see that Michael McInerney and David Von Rosen are fighting for position, because Ajit Kumar has now got past the 223 car and has broken clear. So now it is David Von Rosen who is being challenged by another silver car. You can see how quickly Ajit Kumar has left David Von Rosen behind. But Alexander Dobik fancies getting involved in this fight, flashing the lights. Michael McInerney is the first to feel the wrath of Alexander Dobik. Going deep, David Von Rosen leaves a big gap on the inside, but he has the momentum around the corner. Michael McInerney now closed the back end, but Alexander Dobik looking the quicker of the 3 cars. So Alexander Dobik in 16th place, challenging the silver car in front of Michael McInerney. It's for the minor positions, but every position is worth something to these drivers, enjoying their racing as they head along the pit straight out towards turn 1. As the light starts to fade here in Barcelona, Alexander Dobic to the inside of Michael McInerney, but McInerney to the inside of David Von Rosen. Von Rosen ducks back to the inside, seems to have more grip. The big loser in that was Michael McInerney, and it's Alexander Dobic who sails through as well, and suddenly into the clutches of Kasper Hockeboom. Such a shame he wasn't able to get his slowed down. Now Alexander Dobic has a little look on the inside of David Von Rosen. And now the big gap on the inside. Surely he's going to come sailing past here. Is he? The little GT4 car has some good traction and some good handling around this part of the circuit. But when they head out onto the pit straight, when it comes down to pure horsepower, Dobic, if he's close enough, is going to have a speed advantage. So at the moment, it is David Von Rosen around turn 9 and in towards turn 10. Alexander Dobic will want to get as close as he can through turns 11, 12, 13, 14 and get a good launch out of 14, and then potentially just out-drag the 2-2-3 car in towards turn 1. Or is he going to do it before then? Again, David Von Rosen, the little nimble Porsche Cayman, just showing great traction, but now he takes the wider line around turn 10 and 11. How much longer can he hold off the number 33 car of Alexander Dobic into turn 11 and 12? Dobic doesn't fancy waiting to the pit straight, but David Von Rosen is really going to try and make him wait. Now into turn 13 and 14 once again. Are we going to see a challenge between these two cars? Yes, we do. Dobic now has that inside line. He should be able to just break clear of David Von Rosen. He does just that. Ajit Kumar's caught up with Patrick Cunha, so trying to break into the top 10. Ajit Kumar and Patrick Cunha running together. In fact, that'll be 11th because, of course, Javier Ripoll Jr. is not showing on our chart, so this will be for 11th place. But Ajit Kumar just fighting to get his way past the GT4 car. Again, difference in horsepower. He should be able to get this job done. He does exactly that. And shuts the door on Patrick Cunha, relegating him down to 12th place. And there's a car pointing in the wrong direction. And that is Jan-Jaap van Roon at turn 10. He's able to rejoin, hasn't been collected by anybody. The track, a little bit slippery in places. There's also a lack of grip. These tyres that have been on these cars, and David Harrison demonstrating that with a bit of a wobbly moment around the corner. That was around 13, 12, turn 12, 13, I think. But he's able to gather it all up. No problems there. Meanwhile, at the front, Evgeny Leonov has opened up his lead to 5.5 seconds over Angelo Fontana. And with 8.25 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race, Fontana is really going to struggle to do anything about the leader. Philip Wills in a fairly solid 3rd place. Then it is, I'm just checking where Javier Ripoll Jr. is in there as well. So there is Evgeny Leonov. 7.75 minutes remaining. Right, let's have a look now. This was the spin that claims the 127 car of Jan-Jaap van Roon. That was on turn 10. And these tyres that have been on the cars all day, they had 2 sets for quali and at both races, and they're starting to get a little tired, and with grease and oil and water on the track as well. Patrick Cunha now coming under pressure from Alexander Dobic. Dobic having a little look, and suddenly Philip Wills and Angelo Fontana going wheel to wheel here again. So Fontana may have thought he was going to just run away with it. Philip Wills going the long way around turn 10. So Fontana, having made that charge, suddenly his 2nd place looking a little bit vulnerable to the new champion in the club division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Philip Wills trailing the number 80 car into turn 14. Out across the line they will come once again. Evgeny Leonov really has this one signed, sealed and delivered at the moment. Only a mistake or reliability is going to steal this one away from him. A gap of over 7 seconds over the 2nd place battle. Angelo Fontana, Philip Wills, then Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 4th place. Looks like he has probably gone as far as he can, because the 3rd place battle well ahead of him. There is Javier Ripoll Jr. Then behind him, Tobias Vasquez Garcia and Karsten Kramer just ahead of him. So, Angelo Fontana, second place. Philip Wills seems to have a little bit more grip. Has Fontana taken too much out of the S1 racing car in the early stages of this race? Has he run out of traction? Fontana at the moment with the track position, but Philip Wills suddenly looking the more dangerous of the two. Leonov well clear of this battle at the front. Javier Ripoll Jr. well clear of this battle behind. Behind them, Carsten Kramer, Tobias Vasquez Garcia, the two teammates. So, second place is what we're watching at the moment. Turn 10, taken in second gear at around 80, 85 kilometers an hour. But the driver's having to dig deep to keep the cars stuck to the track. The slick rubber running thin, no treaded tyres unless it's raining. They all run on slick tyres. The surface of the tyre getting hot and sticking to the surface of the track. But the tyres have a very limited life. Here comes our race leader, 7.5 seconds clear of Angelo Fontana. Doesn't need to push it, doesn't need to put a strain on things, but also important to keep the concentration up. Sometimes when you're running on your own at the front and you back out of it, you can lose concentration and make a mistake. A warning flag for driving standards has been shown to Ajit Kumar, and he has been passed by Alexander Dobic. So Dobic continuing his march forwards. Kumar relegated down into 12th place. And the steward's just giving him a warning about driving standards, keeping it on the track, making sure that he's leaving enough space for the cars around him that he's racing. On board with Alexander Dobic. We've seen him coming through the pack in the number 33 car, and there's Kumar having a wild moment out of the corner, picking up the dirt. That was out of 13 and into 14. He's able to gather it up, but that would have given him a little bit of a jump inside the car, and it will take him a few moments to get the gravel off the rubber, and that's allowed Dobic to now clear in 11th place. Fontana have now broken clear of Philip Wills. So Wills looked to be challenging for that second place for a while, but now has fallen back a little, maybe getting past the back marker car has just thrown them slightly. The GT4 car very kindly getting out of the way, but has meant that the two cars have separated a little bit. We're into the last 3.5 minutes plus one lap of this race. Can Philip Wills do anything about that second place that Angelo Fontana has? It looks like nobody has got anything but Evgeny Leonov. Only a mistake or a mechanical problem now can rob him of a win, because he's nearly 8.5 seconds clear of the second place. Third, Angelo Fontana. Fourth, Philip Wills. Fifth, Javier Ripoll Jr. Fourth, Javier Ripoll Jr. Fifth, Carsten Kramer. Sixth, Tobias Vasquez Garcia. Seventh, Andre Fernandez. So looking towards turn 1 and up the pit straight once again. It's like Lee Mole, who has been challenging David Harrison for some time now, and that is for 10th place. So Lee Mole and David Harrison. Good clean racing from both of them. As a driver we haven't seen much of for a while, Andre Fernandez. Not really had the pace that he's enjoyed. Jan-Jaap van Roon just behind him, so he's still holding on to that 7th place. So there's Andre Fernandez. 2 minutes of this race remaining, plus one lap. Evgeny Leonov leading the way. Angelo Fontana and Philip Wills. That's your 1, 2, 3. Now there is Javier Ripoll Jr. just passing the back-marking 81 car. Tobias Vasquez Garcia getting past Team Boss around turn 10. The Cade Kramer racing cars running very much as one. They've been running together pretty well most of today. And again, it's advantage Tobias Vasquez Garcia finding a route past Carsten Kramer. It's the view on board with Kramer as he sees the other car in the team sailing past out onto the pit straight. 1.25 minutes of the season remaining. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. the last race of the season. A fairly quiet affair compared to what we have seen, but maybe that's what we needed after some of the dramas earlier on. And it's not all over yet. Tobias Vasquez Garcia in 5th place. Ahead of him, Javier Ripoll Jr. in the number 91 car. Now, can Vasquez Garcia do anything about 4th place in the next 45 seconds or so, plus the 1 lap? It's going to be a bit of a stretch, but it looks like he's going to give it a go. Evgeny Leonov, well clear at the front, looking to see where he is. So the clock is going to strike 0, probably before he gets to the start-finish line, which will make it about a lap and a half remaining, if that is the case. He's currently out towards turn 10. If he can get back to the line before the clock strikes 0, then we will get a couple more racing laps. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. in the number 91 car. Is he going to feel the pressure of Tobias Vasquez Garcia in the closing moments of this season? There is Javier Ripoll Jr. Tobias Vasquez Garcia in 5th place, closing in on the number 91 car. There's a back marker there, gets out of the way. Marco van der Poel, very cooperative in getting out the way. Hasn't helped Tobias Vasquez Garcia that much, but Javier Ripoll Jr. in 4th place, now having to defend hard. He has looked very quick in that car all race long, but suddenly it looks like the pace is starting to slip away. Tobias Vasquez Garcia in 5th place. The clock has struck 0. Now, I didn't see whether the race leader crossed the line before or after it crossed, before the clock has struck 0. He's up at turn 3 at the moment. We've had another warning for track limits for Andre Fernandez, but Javier Ripoll Jr. with Tobias Vasquez Garcia putting the pressure on. I think we might be into the last lap of the race. I could do with some confirmation on that, but at the moment, I think the clock may have struck 0 before Evgeny Leonov crossed the line, but I've got no indication that it is the last lap. But there is Javier Ripoll Jr. Whether it's the last lap or the penultimate lap remains to be seen, but he has got a lot of pressure from the 1-2-1 car. This is for 4th place. Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 4th place. Tobias Vasquez Garcia in 5th place. And he's found a route past his teammate, Carsten Kramer. Right, here's Evgeny Leonov once again in the number 16 car. He's up at turn 12 and around to turn 13 at the moment. And then it'll be around to turn 14 and he'll head out onto the pit straight towards the start-finish line. The driver at the lead of this race. Into turn 14 he comes now, and then out onto the pit straight he comes. Somebody's had a bit of a moment in front. There's a lot of dust in the air, and it's the checkered flag that does come out. It's a win for Evgeny Leonov, the last race of the season. Somebody's had a moment there, pulled off to the side. 2nd place is going to go to Angelo Fontana ahead of Philip Wills. Now, will it be Javier Ripoll Jr.? Yes, it will. All that hard work, and it's a 4th place for Javier Ripoll Jr. ahead of Tobias Vasquez Garcia, then Carsten Kramer next ahead of Andre Fernandez. But we've got, looks like a GT4 car that is parked up at the side of the track. 223 car of David Von Rosen, the car we've been running with for much of the race, and it looked like the car has cried enough on the pit straight in the closing stages of the race. The GT4 race still ongoing. It's Patrick Cunha who's leading the way in 13th place at the moment. Casper Huckerboom, we're waiting for him to come out and cross the line. But we've got that car there on the pit straight. It's out of harm's way at the moment, so we'll just wait for the remaining cars to come round. I can see that Ajit Kumar's in 13 at the moment, so we'll wait for him to cross the line as well. The rest of the cars coming through. So Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 4th place ahead of Tobias Vasquez Garcia, Carsten Kramer, Andre Fernandez, Jan van Room, David Harrison in a 9th place ahead of Lee Mole. That's a good solid drive there. Then Alexander Dobic and a 12th place for Ajit Kumar. It is Patrick Cunha who wins in the GT4 race once again ahead of Casper Huckerboom in car number 8. Michael McInerney will be next across the line in just a few moments. We're just waiting for him. Right, Michael McInerney, try saying that after a drink, in 15th place. Ernst Ingebrigtsen in 16th place crosses the line. Then it's going to be Marco van der Poel who will cross the line next. But Evgeny Leonov with a 9.9 second gap at the end of that race. A truly dominant finish to the race for him. And certainly bracketing the season with a win at the beginning and a win at the end. You can see David Von Rosen didn't make it to the end. In fact, Marco van der Poel a lap down, also Paulo Macedo as well. So Ernst Ingebrigtsen, the last driver on the same lap. It brings to an end what has been a sensational season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. We're going to have a little look, see what happened to David Von Rosen, I think, on board. Let's have a listen. Don't know whether... Oh, got out onto the gravel. Oh, and he made contact with the wall, so it wasn't mechanical. Out onto the gravel at turn 14 and rearranged the camera as well. Pleased to say that he's all okay, but that would have been a scary moment for him as we look. Oh, they've got the board up already. There we go. But solid job from Evgeny Leonov. It has brought to an end what has been a sensational third season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. A season, a championship that has gone from strength to strength. And we started 3 years ago, then last year, and then this year, and hopefully this is going to be an ongoing championship as Philip Wills gets absolutely covered in the champagne from his team. The celebrations, everybody was a bit nervous to celebrate too early on, but Philip Wills, the champion in the club division, climbs aboard his car to receive the applause and the champagne, and now he can come down. And I should think he'll be buzzing. And there is Christoph Huber once again giving him a big hug, and the rest of the Proton Huber team congratulating him. Christoph Huber always looks like it's the first time he's ever won the championship. You wouldn't believe, I haven't counted how many championships he's won with his cars over the years. It has been many, but he celebrates all of them like it's the first. That is a true team boss. As Philip Wills removes the hands device and the helmet. And there is Piers down in the pit lane, and that looks like Evgeny Leonov is with him. So Piers, over to you.
Yeah, I've managed to avoid the champagne spraying of Philip Wills. We'll get to Philip in a moment, but let's talk about race round number 8 and the Evgeny Leonov brilliant drive and took the win.
Thank you so much. So first of all, it was a difficult weekend, and guys from my team, they did brilliant job. They restored the car after the accident that we had in the first race. Also, we had some track limits in quali. That's why we started at 5th position, 3rd position. But finally, I'm here. So I can say that the race was super difficult because competitors were fighting a lot behind me. And woo! And so I was able to make a distance, and then, you know, brain switched off and working like a robot, braking, turning, accelerating. That's it.
And it worked for you. Congratulations, Evgeny. Maybe we'll see you again next year.
I'm back.
Evgeny, you can come for the championship next year. Why not? We'll grab a word with second place Angelo Fontana, another podium in the championship. You look satisfied.
Yeah, I'm happy. 2 podiums this weekend, 1st, 2nd, not bad.
Not bad at all. I'd say that's a good day's work. Just remind everyone what you're going to be racing this season, so where they can see you.
Well, I'm doing some long endurance races, 6 hours here in Barcelona, maybe 12 hours in Spa. See what happens.
Angelo, you've been a great addition to the championship this season. Hopefully we'll see you back next year.
Sure. I hope to be back.
Angelo, 2nd place and 3rd place in what was round A, and our champion in the club division. You saw the celebrations just a moment ago. Here is our champion, Philip Wills, the car covered in champagne. Brilliant driving from him all season. Consistency has been the reason why he's been champion this season. The number 912, he's had 2nd, 1st, 4th, 2nd, 1st, of course, this morning, and then another podium. Philip, we danced around the subject of the championship after race 7.
Yes.
You've done the celebration, you're covered in champagne, you absolutely stink of alcohol, but that's good, it's good.
Yeah, it's great. I'm so happy that we made this. was the goal that we tried to win this championship. So we worked hard for it. We had a very good team, a very good coach, Clem van Perez, very good coach, good team works, and I did for sure everything what I had in me to win. So, and a team also needs the good energy, full energy to win, and everybody wants to win. So that's why we are where we are.
It's amazing to see. It's also great to see your little accomplice on the podium earlier on. Is that your relative?
That's my grandson. My grandson, he's there.
There he is. What's his name?
My daughter. He's 7. Hey, Jeroen, you are coming with me to the podium.
Are you proud of Grandad?
Trots op bompa.
Yeah.
Exactly right. We'll let you celebrate with the team.
Celebrate now and enjoy it. So it was a great championship. So.
Absolutely. And hopefully we'll see you back again next year. And we'll grab a quick word with Patrick Kuna, but I think Patrick may have already gone to the podium. So, right, let's look back at some of the best parts of the final round in the club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025.
Thank you, Piers, and a good way to finish the season. And under the fading light here in Barcelona, the cars all fanned out along the straight and over the crest of the hill here in the sport division, the final round of the season. And it was a side-by-side battle. Evgeny Leonov, though, getting the job done in the first few corners. Andre Fernandez didn't really have anything that he could fight with today. Philip Wills was there as well, as was Angelo Fontana. But Andre Fernandez getting swallowed up by the pack. And there was Javier Ripoll Jr., also Carsten Kramer getting past, and then Javier Ripoll making it stick, and Fernandez getting relegated further down the pack. He put up quite a fight, but you get the feeling that maybe he didn't quite have the grip that he'd enjoyed earlier on. Some wild moments there, some avoiding action by Tobias Vasquez Garcia, as David Harrison had a wild and leery moment. The lead looked to be never in doubt, Evgeny Leonov, but the fight for second was going on for a long time. Ajit Kumar enjoying his first full season here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe and getting quicker and quicker, working his way through the traffic. Carsten Kramer had Javier Ripoll Jr., the man who was on a charge throughout that race for company, and Javier Ripoll Jr. putting the pressure on, finally finding that gap on the inside and squeezing the 91 car through. Andre Fernandez continued his journey the wrong way through the pack, with Tobias Vasquez Garcia looking very quick. It was an interesting drag race into turn 1, and under-braking Vasquez Garcia just muscling his way in front. Ajit Kumar found a route past David Von Rosen. Von Rosen, who was going to have a lively end to the race, but was fighting back hard here on Ajit Kumar. He really made the Indian driver work hard for it. And Angelo Fontana worked hard to find his route past Philip Wills. Wills defended as hard as he dared, but Angelo Fontana eventually getting through. Alexander Dobic, who started from the pit lane, was working his way through the pack, and he soon caught this battle, relegating Michael McInerney at the same time. Angelo Fontana wasn't going to leave Philip Wills in his wake, though. So Wills was coming back and putting the pressure on all the way. It was a lively moment for Ajit Kumar. He had flashbacks from the last round after that, I should think, but he gathered it all up and made it out onto the pit straight with no harm done. The 2K Kramer racing cars running together with Tobias Vasquez Garcia, clearly the quicker of the two, and it was his turn to mount the challenge on Javier Ripoll Jr. Javier perhaps having used up a lot of tyres early on in the race, but he was able to hold on to that position. The smoke and the dust was rising through the air because David Von Rosen had found the wall on the inside of the pit straight on the exit of that corner, and his race had come to an end. It was a truly dominant performance from Evgeny Leonov. It was a championship for Philip Wills as he jumped on the bonnet of the car. It has been the conclusion of a fantastic season for Porsche Sprint Challenge. Southern Europe as the champagne is sprayed. It has been my absolute privilege to bring you the commentary for the second year in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, albeit from a distance. I do hope that you have very much enjoyed all that you have seen this year. The champions have all been crowned. The partying is about to start. For the very last time, we're going to hand down to Piers Pryor, who's on the podium.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you so much for taking us through all of the racing action this season. It's been amazing, both in the sport and club division. And all that's left to do is the club division podium. And we're going to start with the AM classification. And in third place, it is our champion, the number 912 from Belgium, Philip Wills. Congratulations, Philip and grandson. Philip's driving for Proton Huber competition. Second place from Venezuela, Angelo Fontana. And our eventual winner, the number 16, Evgeny Leonov. Evgeny driving for Volcano Motorsport. The trophies are handed out by Michael Dragon, Director of Sales at Porsche Motorsport, and Jose Luis Santamaria, the Managing Director of Circuit Barcelona, Catalunya. Congratulations to all three drivers. Trophies being handed out now. Third place, Philip Wills, our champion in 2025. Second place, Angelo Fontana, driving for Est1 Racing. And our eventual winner, Evgeny Leonov. Congratulations, all three, raising the trophies aloft. If you could come together on the top step of the podium. Top step of the podium together for a photo opportunity. Angelo, do you want to take your trophy with you? Yeah, you'll need that. Congratulations to our final podium of the season, round 8, and the AM classification of the club division in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. Brilliant racing, well done. Hopefully you all have a successful campaign and join us once again in 2025. And now, time to celebrate once again with the champagne. Congratulations to our podium drivers. And I managed to stay mostly dry, but I'm sure that's only the beginning of the celebrations. They will continue later on at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe end of season celebration held in Barcelona. Congratulations, Philip, on your championship. And the final podium in 2025 is up in just a moment's time. It will be the GT4 classification. The GT4 drivers, of course, driving Porsche Cayman GT4 cars. It's been great to have them on the grid once again this season. And we'll start off with third place. The number 6 from the Netherlands, Marco van der Poel. Marco driving for Team GP Elite. Second place from the Netherlands, Kaspar Hogeboom. Also driving for Team GP Elite. And our winner and champion from Portugal, Patrick Cunha. Congratulations, Patrick, driving for Veloso Motorsport. And in Patrick's honour, we will have the Portuguese national anthem. Congratulations to our top 3 drivers, Marco, Casper and Patrick. Trophies will once again be handed out by Michael Dreisen, Director of Sales at Porsche Motorsport, and Jose Luis Santamaria, the Managing Director of Circuit Barcelona, Catalunya. Great to have all of you on the grid. And thank you to our trophy presenters, of course, representatives of Porsche and the circuit. Wonderful. We'll get all 3 of you on the top step of a podium for a photo. Casper, your trophy. Don't forget your trophy. Photos, of course, important to preserve the memory of these wonderful races. and the success of these drivers. That is the final podium of 2025, and now the GT4 drivers will have their champagne celebrations, and I'm just going to head out of the way ever so slightly so I can avoid getting absolutely soaked in champagne. Great job, team. Great to see the camaraderie between our GT4 drivers. Congratulations to Patrick, our champion, and all of the other drivers. What a wonderful season it has been. Thank you so much to Brian Oliver for taking us through all of the racing. A wonderful commentator and great to call the shots. We've also had an amazing crop of drivers and teams this season, so thank you to everyone who's taken part and provided the entertainment on circuit. We've also got the organisation team from Pro Speed. They've managed to put together a wonderful championship once again. Also, let's not forget the marshals, stewards and race directing teams, everyone who works behind the scenes to make sure the racing runs flawlessly, and also the Alpha Live team who have put together the broadcast you're watching right now. And if you are watching on YouTube, drop us a like. You know, if you've enjoyed the racing, it's been pretty full on today, so I'm hoping you've enjoyed that. And also finally, thank you to everyone who's watched at any point throughout the 8 rounds of both the sport and club division. We've enjoyed every moment. We hope you have too, and we'll see you again next year.